The grand chamber of House Sagress was alive with anticipation, and at its center stood the youngest heir. Dane dragged himself closer to the table laid before him. Resting on its surface were 4 distinct relics: a spearhead, a dagger, a mage's pouch, and a summoner's crest. His father, Arkin, had no doubt the boy would inherit the way of the spear. His mother, Leila, believed he was destined to become a shadowy assassin like her. His elder sister, Arabella, hoped he would take up the arts of sorcery, and Claire, the quiet one, longed for him to embrace the summoner's path. Normally, tradition dictated that the child would pick just one. Yet the instant Dane's hand brushed the table, all 4 flared with radiant light. Shocked murmurs erupted among the onlookers. Never in history had such a phenomenon been witnessed. To everyone present, this signified the awakening of a prodigy. To Dane himself, however, it felt far too familiar, for this boy was no ordinary child. He carried the soul of Argrich, once known as a quad-core knight of the Drenic Empire. As an infant, he had lost his mother, slain amidst the relentless chaos of war. He had grown with nothing but the taste of iron and the stain of blood. By 14, he was hurled onto the front lines. It was there his mana core awakened, and his abilities soared skyward. In no time, he shocked the legions around him, mastering 4 cores, and teetering on the brink of joining the Empire's most formidable knights. But fate cut his ascent short. On that cursed battlefield, he clashed with Duke Thermian of Altheon, one among the 6 knights of hexaclass renown. His blade shattered, his chest was pierced, and with that his ambitions crumbled. By sheer fortune, his soul found rebirth, this time in the very empire he once opposed, carrying the might and scars of a warrior who had already lived and died in war. Back in the present, Dane stared at the glowing table in confusion. He remembered the soldier he had once been, but now, in this new life, his potential felt even greater. Little Arabella tugged at her father's sleeve, asking what should be done since such an event had never occurred before. Yet even their parents stood baffled, realizing this meant the boy would have to be trained in all 4 disciplines. Naturally, this revelation left the other 2 sisters utterly speechless, while Dane simply responded with a warm and untroubled smile. Time slipped by, until at last we are brought into the training hall, where the echoes of clashing weapons rang sharp. The duel was none other than Dane and his father. Judging by the scene, the boy had clearly matured since we last saw him, though in truth, only half a minute has passed. Arkin beamed with pride as his son flawlessly executed the techniques he had been taught. Dane bowed his head in gratitude, and we learned that the boy was now 7 years of age. Their laughter filled the air, until a stranger suddenly appeared, his gaze fixed intently upon the boy, and in his hands he carried a gleaming spear. Clearly, Arkin had been awaiting its arrival. He seized it without hesitation, and placed it into Dane's hands, declaring it his early birthday gift. Originally, it was meant for the banquet, but he wanted to present it before his wife could offer hers. He explained that he had prepared the weapon 2 years prior, commissioning it from a master craftsman of the capital. With that, he wished his son an early 7th birthday. Dane instantly tossed aside the wooden stick he had been using and clutched the spear tightly, marveling aloud at how incredible it looked. The sleek black shaft, paired with the silver tip, left him dazzled. Even more impressive, it felt remarkably light in his grip. His father asked if he was pleased, and Dane declared he loved it. His excitement overflowed, and he couldn't stop fidgeting with the weapon. Arkin then asked if his son knew what truly set a sword apart from a spear. Dane answered that the spear's length allowed one to control distance in combat, and thanks to its narrow striking point, it delivered attacks with brutal efficiency. Arkin nodded in approval but warned that, as his strength grew, mastering a spear would actually become more demanding than a sword. He explained the core flaw of spears. To strike, the user must always maintain a minimum distance from the foe. Still, he reassured him that no weapon was perfect. Even swords, praised as flawless tools of war, could falter in the wrong circumstances. The boy brightened and promised to remember that. Arkin twirled the spear with effortless grace, then beckoned his son to spar so he could demonstrate something. Dane was stunned beyond words as the energy rolling off his father shook the air. For the first time, he felt the raw might of a hexaclass spearman, the aura so oppressive it nearly drowned him. In a flash, Arkin thrust the spear forward, and the very space before the tip warped under its force. He explained that this distortion was the result of releasing magic at the moment of impact, channeling the mana core's power into a single point. Dane remarked that he had heard of this from his sister, noting that as the number of cores grows, humans can push past their natural limits. He recalled his own past, when he had been a quad-core knight, and recognized that his current understanding came entirely from that life. Meanwhile, his father grinned with pride, impressed by how well his son had studied, reminding him that he now possessed 6 cores of mana. Dane feigned surprise, though inwardly he mused that, had death not taken him, he too might have reached 6 cores. Arkin then urged him to test his brand new spear. Dane hesitated for a moment, but his father told him to clear his mind, cast aside all worries and simply thrust. Dane agreed, tightened his grip on the weapon, and thought back to his former life. Spears had never been his passion. Once his gift for swordsmanship had awakened, he had relegated them to a secondary role. But now, at last, it was time to truly wield one. He steadied his stance. His eyes drifted shut. Arkin, watching closely, noted his son's form was already impressive. A wide smile spread across his face. It had taken him 7 grueling years to learn this move, and though his son was still a child, he wondered if the boy could possibly manage it. Then Dane thrust the spear, and reality itself cracked apart, overturning every expectation his father held. This was a miracle he had never imagined. Arkin's composure shattered, and he demanded to know how his son had such mastery. As the technique ended, he strode forward, laughing in disbelief, praising Dane for his remarkable feat. Dane calmly explained that when he thrust, he condensed mana into the spearhead, then severed the flow at the final instant. His father nearly lost his mind, exclaiming if that meant he had created a mana core. Dane confirmed it, saying he had experimented after reading a book on forming cores, and by sheer luck succeeded. But in truth, it was through mana-breathing practice that he had forged it. Arkin dropped to one knee, meeting his son at eye level, pride swelling in his chest. He was convinced his child would one day grow into a warrior beyond compare. Dane returned the look with a bright smile, secretly plotting all the shocks he still had in store. Meanwhile, his father pondered if his son might truly embody all 4 paths: mage, spearman, assassin, and summoner. As darkness fell, the day of Dane's 7th birthday finally arrived. Guests began filling the castle, and soon the grand hall resounded with music, laughter, and celebration. The celebration carried on, with everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Among the guests was Duke Bout, the very man who had ended Dane's life in the past. When he caught sight of Arkin, he waved him over for a chat. Arkin addressed him formally as Duke, but Bout chuckled, telling him to drop the titles and just speak as they normally did. After all, Bout hailed from the most powerful house in the Dne Empire and stood as head of the Thermian Duchy. Arkin hurried over, leaning close to warn that too many eyes were on them, so formalities were necessary. Bout simply shrugged, saying Arkin could do as he wished, then asked about his son. That was when Arkin beckoned Dane forward and told him to greet Duke Thermian. At the very mention of that name, Dane's mind was dragged back to the battlefield, back to their fateful final clash. When the boy finally stood before the Duke, he introduced himself as Dne Sagress, bowing politely and saying it was an honor to make his acquaintance. The Duke laughed warmly, impressed by the boy's composure, then asked if Dane was learning the spear. Arkin proudly confirmed that he was. Just then, a young girl stepped up behind the Duke. Dane's eyes fell on her, and he froze for a heartbeat. The girl gave a graceful bow to Count Sagress, introducing herself as Leila Thermian, the youngest daughter of the duchy. With introductions done, the festivities continued to flow. The music filled the air, and the night carried a festive charm. Yet behind the merriment, Arkin and Bout carried heavy hearts. Baroness Thermian remained gravely ill. Despite Bout's relentless efforts to find a cure, no remedy had worked. Arkin held on to hope that it was only a passing affliction, and she would soon recover. But Bout cautioned that if he vanished abruptly, it would mean his wife's condition had worsened, and he would use a teleportation scroll to return to the capital. Still, tonight was supposed to be Dane's celebration, though the boy himself had slipped away. Bout had found him clever and wanted more time to speak with him. Arkin, however, soon realized his son had disappeared together with young Lady Leila. Finding them wasn't difficult. They had wandered off for a quiet walk. Evidently, the grand party had been just as dull to them as any other. Whatever they were discussing in private remained hidden from their parents. In truth, Leila was surprisingly talkative and confessed that she despised attending endless noble banquets. Yet this time, she was glad she had come. She admitted she had heard much about Dane's appearance, but in the glow of moonlight, he looked even more striking, and she enjoyed the setting. Dane was pleased by her words. His family's territory, unlike the bustling capital, was a serene and pleasant place. Leila confessed she envied that peace. At her home, activity never ceased. Nobles arrived daily with petitions and bargains for her father, and at times even imperial envoys came. The worst of it, she complained, was having to dress in stiff gowns and greet every visitor. She loathed it. What she wanted instead was to wear simple clothes and spend her days training with her sword. Dane was astonished that such a delicate-looking girl chose the blade over magic. For his own part, he cherished the tranquility of his homeland. It might not match the capital's bustle, but it gave him ample time to train with his beloved spear. Leila expressed surprise at his weapon of choice, but then remembered her father's tales of the famed blue whirlwind. Everything suddenly made sense. She quickly concluded that if Dane trained so earnestly, he must be preparing to enter the academy. But Dane clarified that wasn't his motivation. His answer left her startled. For her, striving for the academy was an obvious goal. She had always heard of the brutal difficulty in gaining admission. Dane, however, had no doubts he would pass. He trained only to push himself further once he entered. Leila was baffled by his certainty, and asked what he would do if he failed the entrance trials. Dane calmly replied that even then he wouldn't despair. He would simply try again, and if a second attempt still failed, he would take it as a sign that the academy wasn't his path. Leila could hardly believe how casually he treated such a future-defining decision. She pressed further, asking if he wasn't worried about disappointing his family. Dane assured her he wasn't. Compared to the hardships of his past life, such things were trivial. Leila could only envy his freedom, for in her home, failure was unforgivable. Though Dane had lived among nobles for 7 years, he still found their constant anxieties absurd. As for Leila, he had no doubt she would succeed. His words lit her face with joy. She eagerly suggested he watch her demonstrate her sword skills. Dane was caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm, but once she had an excuse to wield her sword, nothing could hold her back. She asked where the training grounds were, and Dane reluctantly escorted her, hoping nothing would go awry. Once there, Leila wasted no time, unleashing move after move with practiced precision. To untrained eyes, her swordplay would have seemed flawless, but Dane was far from inexperienced. Observing closely, he admitted her transitions between attack and defense were smooth, and her timing was sharp. Yet he noticed a flaw. As the sequence progressed, her rhythm faltered and her flow weakened. Breathing heavily after the routine, a satisfied Leila asked what he thought. At first, Dane spared her feelings, praising her performance and saying he enjoyed watching. The compliment delighted her, but Dane then decided to be honest. He pointed out that she still had gaps to fix. For example, after the third form, she added an unnecessary half-step. The same error repeated in later forms, leaving the final sequences slightly misaligned. His critique left Leila speechless. For a moment, it seemed she might cry, and Dane worried he had been too blunt. He even began apologizing, insisting he might be mistaken, since it had been long since he'd seen master swordsmen. But his fears were unfounded. Leila steadied herself, gripping the sword tighter as she recognized the truth of his words. She repeated her forms again, and this time her execution was flawless. Dane's advice had given her the missing piece. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around him in gratitude. Dane struggled to resist the sudden embrace, but it was hopeless. Leila was enchanted by how swiftly he had spotted flaws her own teachers never corrected. She swore she would never forget his help. Eventually, she released him, after nearly suffocating him, only to almost slice him with her blade by accident. That little lady clearly needed lessons in self-control. Dane was startled, yet he couldn't deny that he didn't mind the hug. Of course, their private moment was cut short as servants' voices echoed, searching frantically for them. Knowing they had hidden long enough, they decided to return. Better that than being caught lingering at the training grounds. When they arrived back, Dane once again became the center of attention, as his parents officially celebrated both his birthday and the awakening of his first mana core. Naturally, a gift followed, a brooch bearing the family crest, matching the ones his sisters wore. His mother instructed him to treasure it, for it stood as proof of his honor and station. Afterward, the gathered nobles offered their congratulations. Dane was now fully recognized as a Sagress, and none doubted he would one day become as great as his father. His parents' hearts swelled with joy, and Dane himself felt deeply moved, for across both his lives, this was the first time he had ever received such genuine warmth and celebration. Suddenly, the hall trembled. Panic swept through the guests, many fearing an earthquake or even an invasion. Dane grew anxious too, but Arkin quickly reassured him that there was no danger. In truth, Arkin knew exactly what was happening, though he had hoped the day would remain peaceful. Clearly, his daughter had ignored his warnings. Dane, however, remained in the dark. Sparks of lightning erupted near the ceiling of the hall. The astonishment of the guests knew no bounds. A small figure tumbled out of the portal above, defying all logic, as she landed gracefully without harm. It was Arabella, Dane's older sister, who declared that she wasn't late at all. The guests were left dumbstruck, bewildered that someone so young had mastered teleportation magic. For even opening a small gate required at least 5 chains of mastery. Dane, however, felt no admiration, only irritation at her noisy, dramatic entrance. But before the hall fully settled, another spectacle erupted. A colossal beast soared above, a wyvern with a rider astride. This time Lady Claire had stolen the spotlight. She looked displeased, having arrived only a moment too late to outshine her sister. As she stepped inside, guests whispered in awe, marveling that at only 16, she could summon and command a wyvern. At last, both sisters had returned home, standing proudly before their parents and brother. They wished their beloved little sibling, Dane, a happy birthday. With dramatic flair, they thrust their gifts into his hands, eager to celebrate. Dane thanked Arabella and Claire for making the journey home despite their studies. The girls were eager to see him open their presents. Arkin nearly wept at the contrast. His son received such lavish attention, while his daughters often settled for birthday letters. Dane opened Arabella's box to find a ring enchanted as a dimensional pouch. She had designed the artifact herself. The subspace magic woven into it was of the highest order, inscribed by her distinguished professor. Everyone knew how rare and difficult it was to bind subspace magic into an item. Arabella delicately took the ring in her hands and lovingly slid it onto her younger brother's finger. She must have poured endless effort into creating an artifact durable enough to sustain an entire subspace. She even bound the ring to Dane's very bloodline. That way, no one else could ever make use of it except her little brother. It was truly a singular treasure. Lady Lily examined the artifact closely and noticed faint ripples of mana coursing through it, a clear sign that it had been forged using the finest grade of magic stones. Arabella then explained that all Dane had to do was channel a small amount of mana into the ring, and a subspace would instantly unfold. Compared to the typical dimensional pouch, this one was far more convenient. That fact alone elevated it into the realm of priceless artifacts. From what Dane remembered, such tools were usually reserved only for the wealthy and powerful on the battlefield. Commanders of noble descent or high-ranking mages alone carried such luxuries. The ring was designed to grow along with him, adjusting perfectly to his body as he aged. Dane tested it by infusing his mana, and before everyone's eyes, a green portal bloomed open. Duke Arkin was left astonished to see his son perform the feat with such ease. Claire Duke Bout, along with Duke Bout Thermion and Leila, were completely floored by the dazzling show of magic. Dane had managed to summon forth a subspace faster than Arabella herself had accomplished years earlier. There was no denying it. He was a prodigy. If he truly succeeded in cultivating both a mana core and a mage's circle simultaneously, it would mark a revolutionary breakthrough. Once the magical display concluded, Claire approached her little brother and presented her gift. Dane opened it slowly, expressing his heartfelt thanks to his elder sister. Inside the finely crafted wooden box lay a strange-looking egg resting upon soft cloth. Curious, he lifted the egg and asked what it might be. Claire panicked and hastily warned him to handle it with utmost care, for it was no ordinary egg. The entire family leaned in, equally intrigued by the mysterious gift. But Claire chose to reveal its secret only to Dane. She whispered that it was a familiar's egg. She had obtained it by sheer accident while attempting to summon Sagress. Even Claire herself didn't know what would hatch from it, yet everyone understood the immense value of a familiar. Dane tried to imagine what kind of creature might emerge from such an odd egg. He recalled that familiars were nothing like summons. They were wholly unique beings. Once called forth, they could remain in the real world forever. Claire stressed that Dane must keep this egg a secret until the day it hatched. He gave her his solemn word. The quiet whispering between the two irritated Arabella, who felt excluded from the moment. Following Claire's instructions, Dane would need to pour his mana into the egg twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening, to forge a bond as its rightful master. Lady Lily felt nothing but joy that her son was receiving such extraordinary gifts. It was proof of how much his siblings truly cared for him. With the gift-giving over, Count Arkin cleared his throat, reminding his daughters they should at least greet their parents, considering they had barged into the celebration after claiming they might not even attend. Realizing their oversight, the girls awkwardly greeted their father. But Count Arkin, ever soft-hearted when it came to his children, took no offense. He was simply delighted to see them again. Ever since they left to pursue their studies, their visits had become rare, so their healthy return meant everything to him. From a distance, Leila quietly watched the Sagress family's loud and affectionate bond unfold. The young girl couldn't help but measure it against her own household. Dane noticed her gaze and turned his head toward her. He caught sight of her mood dimming as she silently drifted away. He wondered why she looked so lonely and forlorn in the middle of such a vibrant crowd of nobles. The banquet eventually came to an end, and the next morning arrived. Count Arkin, having stayed the night, strolled across Sagress lands. He couldn't stop thinking about the sheer brilliance of Arabella Sagress. As expected of the Academy's most gifted mage, her mastery of the arcane arts was unmatched. She could easily be the perfect partner for Count Arkin's son, the Academy's most skilled swordsman. A union between House Sagress and House Tyron would create a power block strong enough to rival even the Imperial family. If that alliance came to pass, no one would dare to challenge their children. Thus, Count Arkin resolved to raise the subject of an engagement between their eldest heirs in his discussion with Arkin today. On his way to meet the other duke, he caught the ring of clashing steel coming from the training grounds. Someone was already practicing at dawn. Naturally, it was Dane, honing his spear skills with relentless focus. His strikes had grown lethal. Years of discipline under his father's tutelage and his own unyielding drive had forged him into battle-ready form. His concentration was razor-sharp. He moved with the precision and intensity of a seasoned warrior, darting across the grounds while unleashing lethal strikes. He pressed harder, pushing his speed higher and intensifying each motion. His arms became a blur as he unleashed countless spear thrusts in rapid succession. Curiosity got the better of Count Arkin, who ended up spying on the boys training from afar. He found himself impressed, watching the youngest son of House Sagress go all out in his training. With his veteran's eye, the Duke quickly recognized just how refined Dane's technique had become. His poise and discipline were far beyond what one would expect from a 7-year-old. Even his basic thrusts carried refinement so sharp that seasoned spearmen from the battlefield could still learn from him. At last, Dane ended his sequence, panting heavily for air. Count Arkin was utterly captivated from start to finish. What he had just witnessed defied reason. He had once heard rumors of the young Sagress showing incredible potential, even back when he was only an infant. He had dismissed them as exaggeration, but now he knew they were true. After a short rest, Dane returned to practice. This time, he honed his movement and footwork. As one of the finest swordsmen alive, Duke Thermion couldn't help but note how the boy's stance and steps echoed that of a swordmaster. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps this child had already absorbed swordsmanship to a remarkable level at such a young age. Eventually, Dane noticed someone observing him from the entrance. He raised his spear, warning the onlooker to step forward rather than hide. Duke Thermion realized with embarrassment that he had been detected by a child. It was hardly a proud moment for a seasoned warrior. The more he considered the boy's movements, the more oddly familiar they felt. He was certain he had seen those same steps before. Left with no choice, the Duke revealed himself and apologized for intruding on the private session. He assured the boy that he meant nothing underhanded. Recognizing the man was Duke Thermion, Dane felt guilty for speaking so bluntly. Yet even after living in this body for 7 years, Dane could not forget that this was still the very man who had slain him in his former life. Remembering his etiquette lessons, Dne Sagress offered a proper bow in greeting. Duke Thermion admitted he had been captivated by the sight of the boy's dawn training and once again offered his apology. The child responded graciously, telling him it was forgiven. The Duke found amusement in the boy's nerve, speaking almost as though they were equals. Looking closer, he realized Dane's body showed no trembling or fatigue despite the extreme exertion. When he himself was that age, he hadn't even managed to form a manicore. He praised Dane's flawless stabbing technique, noting he had inherited Arkin's gift with the spear. The weapon itself was also of fine craftsmanship. Dane humbly thanked the Duke for recognizing his form. The elder smirked. This boy wasn't just a deadly warrior in the making, he also knew exactly how to carry himself. By comparison, his own son had lacked such skill and composure at 7. The encounter made Duke Thermion quietly consider the idea of a union between Leila and Dane as well. So he casually mentioned that his daughter was also practicing swordsmanship. Since they were close in age, he suggested they should look after one another once they both entered the academy. Dane answered politely, as expected. The Duke found himself even more pleased with the child's forthrightness. At last, he excused himself so as not to interfere further with the training. Yet before leaving, he couldn't resist asking one final question. Had the boy ever formally trained in swordsmanship? Dane slipped up in that moment. His old habits must have surfaced without him realizing it. With Duke Thermion's discerning eye, it was no wonder he noticed the subtle traces immediately. Dane replied that he had merely studied basic swordsmanship from textbooks, but had never undergone formal training. Still, the Duke found it uncanny. He sensed a raw battlefield awareness emanating from the child. Yet common sense insisted that such instinct could never belong to an inexperienced boy. At last, the Duke took his leave, and Dane courteously saw him off. Before departing, Thermion extended an invitation for Dane to visit should he ever come to the capital. The famed swordsman now had a personal interest in the boy's abilities. Dane quietly wondered if the man still carried memories of him. The mere thought of surpassing the warrior who once ended his life sent a thrill through him. With solid foundations and steady growth, he was certain he could rise above the Duke. Defeating Bout Thermion in this lifetime had become one of his aspirations. Immersed again in training, Dane lost all track of time until Hernan, his attendant, arrived to fetch him. Hernan had always lingered in the background, ever ready to serve. With such a faint and subtle presence, Dane thought the man might even be skilled enough to pursue assassination or stealth arts. The entire household was bustling today, preparing for the second banquet. Many nobles had already started arriving. In these lands, gathering more than 30 noble families on the precise day was no small task. Meanwhile, Dane's sisters had already activated a teleportation gate and returned to the academy together. With their midterms approaching, they had little choice. For Dane, it was time to wash up and change into formal attire once more. He reminded himself to take a closer look at the gifts his sisters had given him the previous night. After his rigorous training, he was dressed and tended to. Soon he entered the family hall with his parents, mingling among the nobles. All evening, Dane had to put his etiquette lessons to work, as he engaged in conversation with high society. He was paraded around as the birthday boy of the night. Every gaze in the hall was fixed on him. At last, he managed to slip away from the banquet hall and breathe freely again. The life of a noble was exhausting. His schedule had been more demanding than ever as the celebrated heir, but at the very least, he could always find comfort resting in their serene and beautiful garden. Mr. Gardner had poured his effort into making this sanctuary flourish in splendor, the sort of splendor that calms the heart. Dane gazed upon the blossoms, bursting with vivid hues while butterflies twirled lightly above them. His mind drifted back to his eldest sister's lecture, reminding him that flowers held the richest mana in nature. With a bit of free time on his hands, he figured he might as well test and study the mana within these blooms. Dane shut his eyes, focusing intently on the natural rhythm of magic coursing through the air. Without opening them, he began to latch onto the principle his sister had described. Slowly, he felt the flow of mana hidden inside the flowers. He had been dividing his energy across countless disciplines at once, yet his magecraft and summoning practice showed little real progress. Choosing which discipline to prioritize weighed heavily on him. Having too many talents could be a curse in moments like this. The young man was practically shackled by his own success. After lingering for minutes inside the current of mana, woven into the garden, his senses finally captured the flow within the petals. He marveled at how such tiny things contained such immense and surging energy. If one could align themselves with the rhythm of nature and claim it as their own, the principle would sink into their body and blossom into a magic circle. That was exactly what was happening now. His body's strong affinity for mana gave him an undeniable edge. What most could barely grasp with instinct alone, he was able to see clearly. A single walk into the garden had skyrocketed his sensitivity to mana. What once appeared faint and elusive now revealed itself sharply. He was mere steps away from unraveling the true workings of magic. Just then, he felt something rupture. At the same time, two noble children had wandered into the garden, tired of the chatter buzzing in the banquet hall. They were brothers. The older, a redhead, was sulking because everyone's attention centered on the prodigy from House Sagress instead of him. His temper flared, and he stomped directly onto the flower beds, crushing them beneath his shoes. The red-headed brothers, lost inside the vast garden, stumbled across Dane standing in silence. Judging from his plain clothes, they assumed he was a servant and barked at him rudely. He did not take kindly to the insult from this spoiled brat. The fool even dared to order him to guide them, and their wayward pride out of the garden. Watching them trample the flowers, Dane shouted for them to stop. The arrogant redhead had the audacity to act offended at being yelled at. Dane demanded to know why they were destroying the flower beds instead of using the paths. But the redhead, seeing his small frame, only grew more obnoxious. As expected, he puffed up his chest and flaunted his family name like every pampered noble brat. Dane could not care less. To him, they were nothing but crude thugs wrecking the sanctuary's beauty. The redhead despised being called a brute, yet proved the title true by seizing Dane's collar. He and his brother were sons of Count Tyron, one of the guests of the castle. Hearing that name dredged up a memory from Dane's past life. That noble was the very one he had captured after humiliating defeat on the battlefield. Dane remembered Count Tyron as a vexing parasite, the type one despised instantly. Looking at the brat's behavior, the saying like father like son fit all too perfectly. The redhead prattled on, bragging about their reputation in the capital. He even threatened that his family could erase Dane without a trace if he didn't hold his tongue. Dane had dealt with plenty of fools just like this before. He knew reason would never pierce the skull of such an airheaded brat. The boy raised his fist and swung toward Dane, still thinking he was merely bullying some lowly servant. Dane, however, refused to take the blow. He slammed his forehead straight into the brat's nose with full force. The strike landed true, nearly caving in the arrogant boy's snout. His younger brother panicked, crying out for his sibling. He rushed to his side, finding him slumped against the soil, stunned by the heavy blow. Touching his face, the redhead found blood on his hand and shrieked as though he had never shed a drop before. The sight of crimson enraged him further, and he swore vengeance against Dane. Amused by the threat, Dane stood tall and invited him to try. The redhead craved retribution, but his younger brother desperately tried to hold him back. Pride drowned out all reason. The brute lunged forward with another punch, but Dane simply slipped back with ease. It was no contest. Dane's movements were too fluid for such a clumsy amateur. While letting him flail, Dane noted the brat's dreadful footwork, like someone who had never even trained with a blade. Perhaps, Dane thought, the fool might actually be a mage or summoner. Punch after punch followed, none coming close to brushing Dane's hair. Blood still poured from the boy's nose as his patience wore thin. Dane, meanwhile, toyed with him using superior movement. An idea sparked. Maybe he could use the same natural mana flow he had sensed earlier and channel it with his will. If he succeeded, he could compress that current into tangible force. Why not test it now, in the heat of battle? The younger brother froze on the sidelines, mouth agape at the scene. Dane dug his heels into the ground, gathering mana into his palms. He visualized a sphere of raw energy, then launched it straight toward the brat's gut. The blast hurled him violently into the grass, scraping and cracking the stone beneath. He screamed, both body and pride battered. His younger brother hovered anxiously over him, sprawled across the crushed flowers. Dane, however, cared more about the flowers being ruined than the brat's pain. Yet the redhead refused to quit. He staggered back up, demanding Dane's identity now that he realized his opponent wielded magic. His brother begged him to stop, but humiliation blinded him to the risk. The brat summoned mana into himself, prying open a sinister-looking portal. Dane widened his eyes in recognition. This was summoner's magic. The mana swirled and merged until a spectral wolf materialized before them. Its fangs gleamed as it snarled with vicious hunger. The brat cackled, calling his summon Genpu, and finally named himself Count Tyron. He vowed to show Dane the cost of mocking his station. Dane listened as the brat ordered the wolf to tear him apart, yet he felt no fear. Compared to his sister Claire's mighty wyvern, this summon was pitiful. Count stood back as Genpu lunged at the unmoving Dane. Dane merely met the beast's eyes, unmoved. The wolf sensed danger. Advancing would only bring ruin upon itself. It spun around, aura shifting as all aggression toward Dane dissolved. The Tyron brothers stood frozen, dumbstruck. Count's prized summon had seemingly betrayed him. The wolf now acted like a docile hound, bowing to Dane's presence. Count screamed at Genpu to kill Dane, but the beast ignored him, wagging its tail happily. Feeling no hostility from the wolf, Dane gently stroked its head. Even he was baffled by how things turned out. Then he recalled how even Claire's beasts adored him. Her wyvern had even played with him. Back then, he thought it was just because of his bond with his sister. But now, without any blood ties, this summon was still showing affection. It could mean he carried an unusually high affinity with summoned creatures. Or perhaps Genpu's trust in its own master had collapsed entirely. Count could not comprehend it. Never had he heard of a summon defying its master. Dane, dominant on every front, goaded him further. The younger brother begged his sibling to stop humiliating himself, but Count stubbornly pressed on. Yet the younger one desperately wished for this farce to end. Terrified, the poor child had wet himself. Tears streamed as Count berated him, but Dane twisted the knife deeper, pointing out the castle's bathhouse. Using his brother's accident as an excuse, Count retreated from the fight. Even then, he foolishly barked at Dane to stay in the garden. Dane looked at the pitiful loser with contempt, noting that he even abandoned his summon. The young man lingered in the garden, honing his newfound grasp of mana. He cut the summoning link. In that instant, the wolf bound itself to him. Without ever performing a proper ritual, he had secured a contract through sheer affinity. He had now officially achieved success as a summoner. While reveling in that triumph, Dane heard an irritatingly familiar voice searching for him. Count Tyron had gone crying to his father, whining that some kid in the garden bullied him, and pointed straight at Dane. With nose still plugged and bleeding, the coward complained bitterly to his father about being beaten and losing his summon. Maggard Tyron, the bloated head of House Tyron and one of the capital's high nobles, stepped forward with pomp. He demanded to know if Dane had truly mangled his son and stolen his summon. Dane refused to cower before such swine. He stood firm and admitted his actions without hesitation. He noticed that House Tyron had grown far plumper than the time he captured him as a prisoner. Clearly, peace had been treating this disgrace far too well after his battlefield shame. House kept puffing himself up, declaring that this matter could not be brushed aside. Laying a hand on his children was something he could not ignore. The swine unleashed a barrage of questions, finally demanding that the boy reveal his identity. Dne lifted his head with pride and introduced himself without hesitation as Dne Sagress, the youngest heir of Arkin Sagress, Lord of the South and Patriarch of the Sagress Count family. The boy gave them a grand introduction fit for royalty, stunning the shameless father and son. Without realizing it, they had insulted the very birthday child himself. They had no idea they were clashing with the renowned rising star of the South. The Duke was equally startled by this unexpected reveal of the youngest Sagress. Thinking back, House recalled being captured by Argrich, bringing nothing of value to the war and earning the mockery of his peers. Now he saw a chance to flip the tables, intending to tarnish the Sagress name and use it as leverage to demand mining rights. Soon, he dreamed, the nobles who once mocked him would bow before him. With this in mind, the fat schemer turned to Dne and asked if he truly was the birthday boy. Dne simply nodded, confirming it. The man nearly burst from frustration. He hadn't come to celebrate some child's birthday. He jabbed a finger at his son Digron and demanded to know how Dne planned to atone for humiliating him. Not only had Dne injured a guest of the Sagress, he also allegedly robbed him of a summon, an offense House labeled unforgivable. The spoiled son eagerly echoed his father's words. Together, they warned Dne that his days were numbered. House vowed to personally confront Count Sagress and hold him accountable. Dne calmly acknowledged his threats, but stated firmly that before anything else, Digron must first apologize. At this, House fumed, demanding what nonsense he was spouting, while Digron ground his teeth in fury. Dne clarified that though he had struck and hurt the boy, it was solely in self-defense. And as for the summon, Genpu had chosen him on its own. The arrogant brat immediately shouted that this was impossible, and insisted to his father that Dne was lying. House paused, remembering that the second daughter of House Sagress was a prodigy summoner. Surely she had taught her brother some trick to sever a contract. Back and forth, the fat noble and Dne exchanged words, while Dne inwardly sighed, thinking this was all tiresome. Eventually, House slowed down, his jaw aching from so much barking. He declared he would say no more, and that they should hear Count Sagress himself on the matter. And as fate would have it, the Count appeared, accompanied by Duke Thermion. The trashy father and son nearly keeled over at the sight of the Count. What shocked them even more was Duke Thermion's presence. As darkness fell, Digron gave his version of events, claiming he and his brother merely lost their way in the garden, which was why he asked Dne for guidance. He spun his tale endlessly while Dne stood silently behind him, unfazed that his father listened to the charade. It didn't surprise him, for Count Sagress valued fairness and reputation, never favoring one side blindly. He always sought the truth. Once the brat finished speaking, he concluded by accusing Dne of headbutting him out of nowhere and using strange tricks to mock him. He claimed that in fear, he summoned Genpu, only for Dne to steal it and attack. With his words done, House stepped up, saying he only wished to warn Dne, but insisted that stealing a summon was unacceptable and must not be tolerated. At last, Count Sagress spoke, telling House that he would not judge by only one account. He wanted to hear Dne's side before deciding. He reassured House that Duke Thermion would also weigh in to ensure impartiality. The Duke smirked, stating he was willing to handle it if it was so serious. House sweated, knowing disaster loomed. Involving Thermion would only make things worse. Count Sagress gave his son leave to explain, and Dne prepared himself. He began by saying that Hauss's son had twisted the truth, though some parts were indeed accurate. He explained how the flowers nurtured with care were trampled without thought. He merely told Digron to leave, but the boy responded with anger and violence. Both father and son reeled at the blunt truth, with the brat desperately calling Dne a liar, but the Count urged his son to continue. Dane then recounted how Digron ordered Genpu to kill him. He stressed that he never stole the beast. Genpu chose to stand by him of its own will. The Duke was astonished at how elegantly this 7-year-old spoke, his words precise and noble. Dane once more affirmed that he had never stolen another's summon. Maggard lost his composure, stomping in outrage and calling it absurd. He argued it was impossible for a beast to abandon its summoner, insisting Dane must have used some underhanded trick. But Dane explained he was born with affinity for summons, and a beast estranged from its master could indeed submit to him. Maggard sneered in disbelief, but Dane firmly stated it was the truth. Maggard's face twisted in frustration, muttering that the child was making it all up. The Duke interjected, suggesting they test the claim directly with a summon. Count Sagress turned to Dane, asking if he could prove it, and Dane agreed. Maggard glared murderously at his son for dragging him into this mess. The brat shrank, realizing he was doomed if he failed to summon Genpu. He tried to call Genpu forth, but failed miserably, earning his father's furious shouting. Dane smirked inwardly, knowing he had already severed the bond. There was no way Digron could bring the wolf back. Then Dane offered to demonstrate himself, saying he would summon Genpu, but he needed Digron's summon sign. The brat erupted, outraged at Dane's audacity to demand his sign, spewing complaints. But Count Sagress cut him off, reminding him that by his own claim, Dane should not be able to use it. So there was no harm in trying. Maggard, drenched in sweat, had no choice but to order his son to hand over the sign. The boy nearly broke down in tears, but his father barked at him to hurry. Once Dane held the sign, he began channeling his magic. He explained that a summon sign carried a summoner's unique code, making it impossible for others to use. Yet because Genpu had already bonded with him, the sign was merely a medium, powerless to stop the connection. The moment Dane called out, Genpu appeared and lovingly licked his cheeks. Both Count and Duke were left astonished, while Maggard and his son quaked, their lies laid bare. The Duke was impressed, wondering if Dane was also training in spearmanship. His father confirmed it, though he admitted he did not know the extent of his son's skills. Meanwhile, Maggard realized his schemes had utterly collapsed. Count Sagress asked him directly if he admitted Dane spoke the truth. The fat man scrambled to save face, chuckling nervously and conceding they might have mistaken the situation. He downplayed his son's intent, claiming Digron only wanted to scare Dane and force the boy to agree. Trembling, Digron nodded, but Dane burned with anger at their attempt to wriggle free without accountability. Before judgment could be passed, a young lady entered the scene, stunning everyone present. Dane's eyes widened. Leila had appeared. The moment she stepped forward, she declared Digron's words to be lies. Her father asked why she had come, and she explained she heard voices during her walk. She respectfully greeted Maggard and Count Sagress before continuing. Maggard stammered, struggling to respond to the Duke's daughter, shaken by her sudden arrival. Count Sagress pressed her to clarify her claim. Leila confidently affirmed it, saying she had overheard their exchange earlier. Digron paled, panic rising at the thought of her hearing everything. She then exposed every detail she had heard. Dane smirked, pleased at this unexpected turn in his favor. In time, Maggard urged his son to apologize to Count Sagress. The boy mumbled weakly, but the Count told him to apologize to Dane instead. Maggard shoved his son toward him, barking at him to hurry up and apologize. The brat stammered out a hollow, reluctant sorry, but Dane was not impressed. He recognized the apology as fake, forced only because his lies had been exposed. Still recalling his past, Dane chose to rise above it. Rather than be obstinate, he would show magnanimity. So he accepted the brat's apology. The boy lit up, grateful to be spared, while Maggard sighed in relief, realizing how close he had come to disaster. Meanwhile, the Duke, likely Dane's future father-in-law, thought to himself that Dane truly was extraordinary. He had shown restraint despite being entirely in the right. Count Sagress declared that since Dane had accepted the apology, the matter was closed, and no further disputes would follow. Yet he firmly declares that he cannot overlook this matter, especially since Digron had deliberately struck at Dane with the clear intent to end his life. The plump patriarch begins to break out in cold sweat as he witnesses the Count's burning fury. When he tries to open his mouth, The Count cuts him off, telling him to keep quiet and commanding him to take his family and vacate the castle at once. The announcement sends tremors through the man's very core. If he is expelled now, his honor will be crushed beyond repair, and he is desperate to cling to his place in the castle no matter the cost. Clutching desperately at the Count's hand, he pleads for mercy, vowing to comply with whatever Sagress's demands may be, begging for forgiveness just this once. But the Count brusquely pulls his hand free. He makes it plain that he has no further use for this bloated man. Soldiers will soon arrive to formally escort him out. With that, he strides out with his son, leaving the desperate man behind, who continues to wail for forgiveness. Sagress then tells Duke Therm it is time to depart. The Duke immediately calls for his young daughter as they begin walking away. As they move off, Dane turns his head for one last glance at them. He feels a quiet satisfaction, believing they are receiving the fate they deserve. Since they instigated all of this, it is only just that they bear the consequences. Duke Thermion then casually asks whether it is true that Dane defeated Mogard's spoiled son with a mana bullet, and Dane confirms it without hesitation. The Duke cannot help but marvel aloud at Dane's extraordinary gift, not only skilled with a spear but also adept at summoning and magic. Such ability is rare, perhaps unseen in history. The proud father beams, declaring that he, too, is proud of such a remarkable son. Meanwhile, Dane basks in the praise, while Leila trembles in disbelief at what she is hearing. The Duke continues, remarking that beyond talent, Dane possesses composure. Most children flare up during battle and insist stubbornly on being right, but Dane does not. The Duke is certain this boy will mature into a fine man. The father places a gentle hand on Dane's head, saying that time will tell. They must wait until he grows to see his true path. He adds that the peaceful resolution was possible thanks to Leila's testimony. Without her, the matter might have turned bloody. Hearing this, Duke Thermion is surprised that the Sagresses hold such a favorable opinion of Leila. Seizing the moment, he tries to minimize her role, suggesting that if the Count esteems her so highly, perhaps it is time to consider marriage discussions. Sagresses is startled at this, immediately sensing the Duke's eagerness to secure his daughter's hand. To avoid the subject, he abruptly changes course, noting that the sun is setting and the banquet will soon begin. With that excuse, he makes a swift exit, promising to meet them later in the hall. Thermion then instructs his daughter to take her time heading back with Dane. He himself hurries after the Count, saying he wants a private word, leaving the two youths behind. As they walk together, Leila turns to Dane and asks why the summoned beast ignored its summoner and followed his command instead. She explains she has witnessed many famous summoner duels in the capital, but never anything like that. Dane only shrugs, admitting he does not know either. It simply happened. Naturally, Leila pouts, annoyed that Dane is concealing the truth even though she was the one who helped him escape the predicament. But the boy remains unfazed, reminding her that he had also helped her. He recalls the time when he assisted her with her sword practice. Leila reflects on that memory and grudgingly admits that he has a point. Dane then decides that since they have aided each other once, they can do so again. He tells her she may ask him for anything. Instantly, she brightens with excitement, exclaiming that she wants to learn something right away. Dane is caught off guard by her impatience and wonders what could be so urgent. He asks her directly what it is she wishes to learn. She immediately blurts out that she wants him to teach her the mana bullet. Dane questions why she is so eager to master it, and Leila quickly explains that she wants to grow stronger faster. She hopes to establish at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. Dane asks why she is in such a rush when she is still so young. The answer comes when she reveals that her wish is to bring joy to her mother. Her mother cherishes her deeply, and Leila is convinced that becoming stronger will make her proud. The mention of her mother reminds Dane of overhearing that Countess Thermion has been bedridden. With that thought, he feels compelled to assist her. Leila twirls in glee, declaring she is ready to train tomorrow, or even tonight, since she is unsure how long she will remain at the mansion. Dane simply shakes his head, telling her she may begin whenever she pleases. He assures her that once she grasps the rhythm of mana, learning the bullet technique will not be too difficult. Leila then eagerly asks what he expects in return for teaching her. Dane falls silent, making it obvious that the request in his mind is not something as simple as demonstrating magic bullets. The scene shifts back to the banquet hall, where guests are buzzing with whispers about the disgraced fat noble. Word has spread that Count Tyron was expelled from the castle, and everyone wonders what crime led to such disgrace. Some guests mention that Tyron's eldest son provoked an incident by picking a fight with young Master Dane, only to be harshly humbled. Laughter circulates as they imagine the pompous man arriving only to leave humiliated. Rumors also spread that young Master Dane is a prodigy summoner. One wonders aloud whether House Sagress will now rise as a prestigious summoner lineage. A large man with a bold mustache steps forward, introducing himself to Dane as Baron Oppin. He asks if Dane knows anything of the Oppin territory in the east. Dane bows respectfully and answers that he has heard it is famed for grilled trout and sapphires. The Baron laughs heartily, saying Dane is absolutely correct. He boasts that Oppin's trout and sapphires are the finest on the continent. Then he nudges his daughter forward. He remarks that he almost forgot to introduce her. The young girl steps up, announcing herself as Sylvia Oppin and greeting him politely. Dane is taken aback at the sight of her, awkwardly returning her greeting and stating his name. His nervousness is puzzling, but the reason will soon become clear. Sylvia suddenly darts closer, with a sly smile, whispering that she has heard he is the heir to House Sagress. Dane stammers uncertainly, but Sylvia waves it off, insisting he stop pretending. She claims she has heard of his many talents and boldly declares that she will be under his care from now on, hinting that they may become family in the future. Now it is clear why Dane is so flustered. This girl is far too straightforward, wasting no time at all. Just then, Leila arrives, catching Sylvia in the middle of shaking hands with Dane. As expected, Sylvia freezes at the sight of a possible rival. Leila, meanwhile, glares daggers at Dane, demanding to know who this girl is. Sylvia immediately recognizes her and greets her warmly, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of Baron Oppin. Leila tries to respond politely, but her face betrays her fury. Though she says it is nice to meet Sylvia, the tone makes it clear she is not pleased. The two exchange smiles, yet their expressions drip with murderous intent. Watching this, Dane is reminded of past encounters, sensing that both girls are fully prepared for a clash. Eventually, Leila seizes his hand, declaring that she is borrowing him since they already have an appointment. She pierces him with a death glare, asking if he remembers their plans. Dane, utterly clueless, agrees anyway, apologizing to Sylvia and promising to speak with her later. Sylvia forces a smile, replying that they will certainly talk again. As Leila drags Dane away, Sylvia simmers with irritation at having him snatched from her grasp. Leila herself remains fuming, seething at Sylvia's audacity. Dane feels cornered beneath her burning gaze, lamenting that even the Duke's daughter, second only to the Emperor in influence, cannot measure up to the boldness of an Eastern baron's daughter. No wonder Sylvia yielded so easily. Once outside, Leila grills him about his relationship with Sylvia, asking if there is any chance of engagement. Dane swiftly denies it, insisting it was nothing more than a polite greeting. Leila brightens at his response, and Dane notices her mood lift instantly. After a short walk, they reach a secret place known only to Dane. He is certain no one will disturb them here. The moment they enter the hidden spot, Leila bursts with joy, dancing happily at the beauty of the place. She also feels relieved that no one will see whatever they do here. Dane agrees, noting it is a perfect training ground. But before they begin, he asks if she has ever sensed mana. Leila admits she has, but not enough to form a core. She has attempted to draw it in by breathing. Her explanation reminds Dane she has not reached the emission stage yet. He had learned to sense mana naturally in battle, so he is surprised a noble household taught her this way. He decides to begin with something simpler, instructing her that the first step is to recognize the mana she absorbs. Leila looks uncertain, so Dane elaborates. If she wishes to release mana outward, she must first control it within. The key is imagination. He tells her to close her eyes and envision mana swirling inside her. After a while she tries, but nothing occurs. Dane can read her face and knows she does not quite grasp it. She makes another attempt. Once again, nothing happens. Frustrated, she protests to Dane, demanding to know why it is not working. Dane calmly reassures her that it is normal on her first try, and urges her to focus once more. Meanwhile, Count Sagress is secretly watching the two youths. He feels a surge of pride seeing his son already teaching others, despite his tender age. It convinces him that Dane has truly matured. Suddenly, Duke Thermion sneaks up behind him, asking what he is doing there. Sagress nearly jumps at the sudden voice, but the Duke quickly tells him there is no need to be so startled. He teasingly asks if the Count is spying on two young lovebirds. The Count frowns, demanding what he means by that, and how the Duke even got here. The Duke chuckles, amused that the Count thought he could hide. He points out how clumsy Sagress was at sneaking, especially given that his wife is the Empire's legendary assassin. Poor Sagress is left speechless, caught red-handed. The Duke continues to tease, warning that if the castle's master lurks around peeping, tongues will surely wag. Irritated, the doting father defends himself, saying he was only following his son. The Duke laughs, pointing out that he too was merely following his daughter. Indeed, both fathers are utterly hopeless. Side by side, they resemble mischievous youth spying on their children as though they were peeping at schoolgirls. Back with the youngsters, Dane retrieves a dimensional pouch, and Leila is amazed that he already owns such a thing. When he explains that his eldest sister crafted it for him and recently gifted it, Leila feels a pang of jealousy. Unlike him, her elder brothers had all but ignored her after entering the academy. From the pouch, Dane then draws out a mirror. Curious, Leila asks what it is for. He answers that he thought it might prove useful. A mirror, he explains, makes it easier to visualize something than relying only on imagination. He instructs her to stand before it so she can see herself clearly. She promptly positions herself in front of the mirror, ready to begin. She starts doing the magic limbo once again. This time, Dane can clearly sense that she's putting real effort into it. She takes in a deep breath as she steadies herself. Meanwhile, the doting fathers quietly squat on the ground, almost like they're taking some awkward countryside dump. Duke casually remarks that Lilia seems to be getting fond of Dane. Sagress questions if that's really the case, and Duke explains it is, since it's actually rare for Lilia to warm up to someone so quickly. Sagress wonders out loud if that's true, because from what he sees, she just looks like a cheerful child. Duke Thermion goes silent for a moment before finally saying, she only appears bright on the outside, but what's inside is another matter entirely. He then explains that ever since her brothers left for the academy, and with her mother bedridden ever since, things haven't been the same. They can't be together the way they used to, which made it hard for Lilia to open her heart to others, and that's exactly what's been happening. The Count points out that if Duke already knows all of this, then why does he keep acting so cold toward his daughter? Thermion is genuinely moved that his old friend noticed, and admits he's doing it deliberately. He explains that when he raised his sons, he gave them too much affection, and they grew up spoiled because of it. Sagress warns him not to assume that Lilia will turn out the same way. If she hears about this, she'll be hurt. And now it finally makes sense why she asked Dane for help, instead of going to her father. Thermion points at his friend, teasing him about still nagging like he used to. But the Count snaps back, asking when he ever nagged, since everything he said was simply the truth. Duke smoothly changes the topic, asking when the Count plans to send his son to the capital. He adds that if it's soon, the ducal house will gladly open its doors and let him stay at the ducal castle. Sagress goes quiet. He looks back at his son, and after seeing how happy he is, simply says he'll let Dane choose for himself. He's free to walk his own path, just like his older sisters did. Meanwhile, we catch Miss Sagress sneaking a glance at the two overly devoted fathers. She's clearly embarrassed by how shamelessly they're spying from the sideline, but in the end she just smiles, realizing that the love they have for their children is strangely powerful. She decides not to ruin the moment and pretends she saw nothing. Back with the kids, Leila thanks Dane for helping her out and calls him a real genius. She admits that, although everyone calls her a genius, she feels like a total beginner compared to him. Dane, while casually checking if both fathers have finally left, assures her this is only the start. She'll definitely grow stronger too. She then asks if he plans to go to the academy, since that's where all the Empire's geniuses gather. Dane replies he isn't sure yet, saying he doesn't think it's necessary, since he can still get strong through self-training. The girl scolds him for being so narrow-minded, reminding him the academy isn't only about studying. It's the gateway to building a noble faction and the best way to form connections at a young age. Dane is honestly amazed that a 7-year-old understands the real world so well. He finally admits he already knows all of that, but he just isn't interested in the academy yet. There are still mountains of books waiting for him in the library, and plenty he can learn from his parents. Leila admits that's true, but then asks if he doesn't want to spend time with other kids his age, especially since both his older sisters are already attending the academy. Running out of arguments, Dane tries to brush her off by saying he'll consider it in the future if he feels like it. She then tells him to visit her house once he plans to head to the capital, and that's how they promise to meet again. Speaking of promises, she suddenly remembers to ask when he'll make his request now that he's taught her how to use mana bullets. Dane just shakes his head and says he'll tell her when he goes to the capital. She's completely shocked, screaming in disbelief, most likely because that means he is going to the capital after all. Finally, the day of her departure arrives. Lilia's carriage begins rolling down the road. Dane stares at a stone-like object in his hand, a gift from his future father-in-law. The story then shifts back to when the Duke handed it to him. When Dane asked what it was, the Duke said it was his birthday present and hoped he would like it. He further explained that the symbols of House Tyron are vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. Their history traces back to their progenitor, who was a blacksmith. Because of him, their house holds the finest forge in the Empire. In fact, the greatest forge on the entire continent. Every Tyron-crafted weapon that defends the Empire was forged there. Every type of ore from across the land can be found in that forge, and all manner of mystical weapons and artifacts are created within the continent's greatest forge. The Duke then revealed that if Dane presents this insignia at the forge, they will craft any weapon he desires. That's when it's revealed this stone-like object is no ordinary rock. It's an insignia, essentially a certificate proving the honor and craftsmanship of whoever holds it. Count Sagress is utterly stunned to see the Duke give away such a precious insignia, something even the Imperial family covets. The Duke simply pats his son-in-law's head and tells him to grow strong and support his father. His potential bride waves him a final goodbye, and that's how they part ways. Back in the present, Dane's mother kneels beside him. Seeing his gloomy face, she asks if he's sad about their departure. He admits he is, saying Leila was basically his first real friend. His mother reassures him that once he goes to the capital, he'll meet her again, and by then he'll have grown more handsome, which will surely impress her. Well, she's probably right. Dane can't stay here forever, and there will be plenty of chances to see her again. So he wishes her well until they cross paths once more. Meanwhile, inside the Duke's carriage, his mind is still occupied with thoughts of Dane. He finds it odd that every time he looks at the boy, he's reminded of that warrior, Argrich, who displayed the strength of a triple-class warrior at such a young age. He's certain that if Argrich had survived, he would have become one of the Hexa-class knights of the Drenic Empire. That's why the Duke hopes to meet Dane again when he has grown stronger. A few days later, we find our boy sitting alone in front of the egg. He has been feeding it mana every morning and night, wondering if it's too soon for it to hatch. This egg holds a mysterious familiar, and even someone who isn't a summoner can infuse it with mana, imprint themselves as its master before it hatches, and control a summon that normally wouldn't stick around. Dane knows his mana quality must align with the familiar, and there are probably many hidden conditions still unmet. He's also heard that some eggs never hatch at all, simply because their requirements aren't fulfilled. So he prays this one won't end up that way. Even after adjusting the flow and intensity of his mana, nothing happens. After pouring in so much effort again, he finally puts the egg away, realizing he's just being greedy to hope it would work on the first try. Just then, the butler shows up at the gate, asking if Dane is ready. At that exact moment, the egg starts to tremble and make noises. Dane dashes back toward the egg, certain he heard something. The butler rushes into the room too, asking about the noise. Dane tells him to hold on while he checks the egg first. But once again, disappointment sets in. There's no change after all. Since he can't sense anything different, he tells the butler he must have just imagined it. When asked if the egg reacted, Dane answers no. Once he finally heads into the training hall, he begins with sword practice. His movements are sharp and flawless. The butler, impressed and excited, claps and asks when he learned such swordsmanship. Dane brushes it off, saying he just felt like swinging a sword around. But the butler insists he's a genius, even talented with the blade. Staring at the sword, Dane reflects that trying new weapons like the spear was fun, but he always wanted to wield a sword. Sadly, he never got to during training since his father constantly kept watch. Still, he's relieved he hasn't lost his touch. The butler scurries off and returns with a tray full of snacks. He tells Dane to eat something before diving back into practice. Meanwhile, Count Sagress is gazing out the window, deep in thought. He's grown weary of hosting this annual banquet, but at least he discovered that many nobles are now paying attention to the South. Most want to build good relations with him, which makes sense. Ever since the war ended, the South, with its perfect climate and endless luxury, has become irresistible to nobles. Maybe their interest was inevitable. Still, despite all this attention, it pales compared to the focus on Dane. The conflict with Count Tyron's eldest son was beyond Sagress's expectations, but Dane handled it with calm maturity. He laid everything out clearly in front of the adults and even showcased his undeniable talent. Sometimes, the Count can't help but think his son is far too mature for his age. A part of him wishes Dane would act like a normal kid once in a while. As the hour for training draws near, he knows it's time to head for the training grounds. He takes out the legendary spear, Dragon Tail, planning to let Dane try it out today. But as soon as he steps into the grounds with the spear in hand, he freezes when he sees Dane, swinging a sword instead. Now he can't help but wonder, why the sword? His suspicion grows. He's convinced that meddling Duke must have said something, because otherwise Dane wouldn't suddenly switch to swordsmanship after all his spear training. So he just stands there, watching his son pull off impressive moves with the sword. Honestly, Dane looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. The strength behind his swings is something even seasoned swordsmen would struggle to match. His father wonders when Dane ever learned this, but one thing is clear: Dane is truly gifted with the sword too. Finally, he calls out, asking when his son picked up all these techniques. Realizing the secret can't stay hidden anymore, Dane admits the truth. He never actually learned them. Hearing this leaves his father even more baffled, making him wonder if this is yet another hidden talent waiting to surface. He mutters aloud, listing everything Dane already knows: spearmanship, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. He admits that if it weren't his own son, he'd never believe a child could show skill in all these areas. Then he suddenly asks Dane if he ever feels curious about the world beyond these walls. Dane tilts his head, looking confused, not quite catching his father's point. The father clarifies, saying if his son truly wants to see what's out there, he should. He sincerely believes this land is too small to contain Dane's talent, and if he stays boxed in here, he'll be the one losing out. Kane feels a wave of sadness hit him as he realizes his father has accepted he can't keep his son by his side forever. At last, he says he'd like to experience the outside world. His dad smiles warmly, quickly shifting to the point. He says it's time to start preparing his son for life beyond these walls. He admits it's bittersweet watching him grow up and leave, but he knows he has to respect Dane's own wishes. Then, with a proud grin, he presents the spear he brought today, saying this one is something truly special. Dane instantly realizes what it is. His father erases any doubt, explaining clearly that this is Dragon Tail, the same spear that resonated with Dane on the day of his first birthday. He holds it out, urging his son to take it. The moment Dane, wraps his hand around the spear. It reacts immediately. A surge of overwhelming power courses through the weapon, flowing straight into him. His father chuckles, remarking how much stronger the reaction is now compared to when he was just 1 year old. And really, who could be surprised by that? With pride, he declares he'll make Dane master the spear before he leaves, so he had better be ready. He promises that one day Dragon Tail will belong to him, but first, he must become strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane eagerly swears to train hard and live up to his father's guidance. Later, back in his room, Dane's mind won't settle. He keeps thinking about the world outside. He's always wondered about it, even back during his years on the battlefield. As a soldier, life was nothing but war, setting up camps, cleaning weapons, choking down bland food, then gearing up for the next fight. Back then, the only exits he could see were either the war ending or dying in battle. And truly, it felt like those were his only choices. But now, with a chance to live freely, he can hardly picture what life beyond the battlefield even looks like. Still, as Dane, he knows he has to seize this chance. He doesn't know how his gifts will play out, how the world will accept him, or what he'll accomplish. But for the first time, the path is open. He can travel, explore, and aim for anything. At first, all he wanted was to stay here, basking in the warmth of this home. But thanks to his father's question, his thoughts have shifted, and now he's made up his mind to step outside. And the excitement is growing. Just as he's lost in thought, his mother suddenly pops into the room, startling him. He blurts out, asking when she slipped in, and this mischievous assassin calmly says he was so deep in thought he didn't even hear her knock. Anyone can tell she's lying. She clearly snuck in like only an assassin could. She then asks if he really wants to see the world outside, and he answers yes. He says his father told him it would be a waste of talent to stay here, and after thinking it over, he admits he's curious too. He starts to apologize to her, but she pulls him into a hug, telling him there's no need. He mentions how his sisters aren't around, and he's worried about leaving her alone as well. She reassures him she'll be fine, because she knows just how exceptional his talents are. She even says that even if he didn't want to leave, the world itself would eventually demand him. She admits she'd love it if he could stay by her side longer, but she knows the world won't allow that, so she tells him to go and chase whatever he truly desires. Dane promises that even when he leaves, he'll return often and tell her about everything he sees out there. She thanks him with a soft smile, then says it looks like it's her turn to teach him something before he leaves, just as his father is teaching him. He asks what kind of teaching she means. With excitement in her eyes, she blurts out that she's going to train him in assassination. She starts rattling off all the techniques and knowledge she wants to pass on. And Dane can't help thinking this is going to be exhausting long before he even sets foot outside. Still, she insists she'll cram him full of skill, and he nods, assuring her he'll learn everything she gives him. Looking at her, he realizes he'll be getting special lessons straight from his mother. Lessons filled with love. Time passes, and we transition south to the region of the Dne Empire, Sagress County, a land blessed with warm weather and abundant natural wealth. This place became a cornerstone of the empire, helping it stay strong through the war. Under Count Sagress' generous rule, it has flourished into a place of peace and comfort. And now, with the war finally over, the last small rebel groups have been subdued, ushering in a true era of peace for the people. On a bright afternoon, townsfolk are buzzing with chatter about how young Master Dane stopped by one of the shops recently. They laugh about how the shopkeeper's eldest daughter literally fainted the moment she saw him. The ladies of the town can't stop gossiping. They gush about how he grows more handsome by the day, wishing they could just catch a glimpse of his face. There's even a rumor he's still single, which sparks some hope, until one friend rolls her eyes and reminds them he's only 14. So stop thirsting over a kid. Another lady chimes in, saying rumors claim Dane doesn't look 14 at all. He's already as tall as Count Sagress, and some swear he could easily pass for 20. Enough of the chatter. Let's go see for ourselves how much our boy has grown. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Sagress County, to a land infused with ancient magic, known as the Forest of the Last Days. Here, Dane is carrying out a mission assigned by his mother, Leila Sagress. In one hand, he grips a spear, in the other some kind of cloth, Maybe a map, maybe something else, it's hard to tell. Whatever it is, he's already charted his path. With only 3 hours until sunset, he knows he must leave the forest before night falls. So he sets out at full speed, leaping between branches with the fluidity of a trained shadow. The most crucial part of this mission is avoiding capture by his opponents. During the test, Dane has to evade traps and nests planted by his mother, while surviving the other threats lurking within the forest. After bounding from branch to branch for a while, he lands back on the ground. He takes a deep breath, steadying himself, drawing in the life and energy of the forest, then exhaling slowly. Once his focus sharpens and he blends into his surroundings, hidden traps begin to reveal themselves. Right in front of him, nearly invisible strings glimmer faintly in the light. He knows the moment he touches one, the trap will spring. Simple design, but that simplicity makes it dangerous. Thankfully, this one looks fairly easy to disable. But then, rat-like monsters suddenly burst into the clearing, spotting Dane right away. Without hesitation, they charge at him. Turns out it's an entire pack, and he definitely wasn't expecting them here. Even worse, the whole pack is closing in at a frightening speed. Before they hit the strings and set off the traps, he needs to handle them, but he hesitates, knowing a single misstep into the trap could be deadlier than the rats. Still, there's no more time. He has to move. He bolts forward, and just as the rats stampede through the strings, a volley of sharp needles launches from every direction, skewering the unlucky rats that charged first. Looks like luring them straight into the trap was part of his plan all along. He exhales in relief, glad the pack fell for it and saved him the trouble. But then he notices one rat still alive. It closes the distance in a blink and leaps straight at him. Dane kept trading blows, with the last russet beast standing before him. He struggled against its insane speed, which nearly matched his own pace. The oversized rat suddenly skidded to a halt, then spun around to launch another strike. This time, it switched tactics, spewing a strange liquid projectile from its mouth like a long-range weapon. Dane carefully judged the situation as the substance zeroed in on him. He had no clue what exactly it was, but the ominous feeling it gave off told him it was dangerous. With a sharp spin of his spear, he dispersed the attack and neutralized it cleanly. The young fighter clenched his teeth, knowing he couldn't afford to waste more time with this bulky rat. Staying on the defensive would only drag things out, so it was time to seize the initiative and strike back. A blue aura began to gather around his body as he locked onto his opponent. Then, with a brutal flurry of movements, Dane unleashed his refined spearman skills in full force. His body flowed effortlessly through the air, tracking the enemy's every motion with perfect precision. In one clean stroke, the russelt's head was split neatly in half. Dane didn't even glance back at the result. He simply dashed onward, focused solely on continuing his mission. By the time the sun was setting, he finally arrived at the end of the trial. His body was at its limit, panting heavily and fighting the urge to vomit from exhaustion. At least he had broken free from that cursed forest and everything lurking inside. Just then, a violent aura surged out from the tree line, making him fear that his ordeal wasn't over yet. He shot to his feet in alarm, regretting the moment he had let himself rest unguarded. But as he braced to confront whatever was coming, he suddenly froze. It was only his mother, Lily. She had deliberately revealed her presence to test her son, and he had passed with flying colors. His total time through the forest had been 3 hours and 30 minutes, beating even Lily's own record. She had been shadowing him the entire time. No mother could simply abandon her child in such a deadly place, after all. Lily knew better than anyone how gifted her son was. But for her, as a mother, it still carried a different weight. And after watching him practically ace this trial, Lily couldn't find a single weakness in his survival instincts or adaptability. She cupped his cheeks warmly and teased that, at the rate he was growing, he might end up scouted as an assassin. To mark his achievement, she wanted to give him something special. Lily drew out her most treasured possession as the Empire's top assassin, her dagger. She believed the weapon would now suit her son far better than her. From that moment on, Dane became the owner of the Night Horn. Lily handed over the legendary blade with pride, since she no longer had use for it herself. Night Horn had been forged from the rare ethereal ore, an ore able to absorb and embody the properties of anything it touched. If he desired, Dane could even use it to collect poisons, fusing and storing them within for his own use. Dane bowed in gratitude for the priceless heirloom, vowing to treat Nighthorn with the respect it deserved. With that gift, his assassin training under his mother officially came to an end. Just as the two of them prepared to leave and head home, a chilling scream tore through the air nearby. The sound came echoing from deep within the forest. They decided to investigate the source. A few days later, the scene shifted to the interior of Sagress County's Annex Tower. In one of the guest chambers, a man jolted awake, coughing violently and shrieking in terror. His long white hair and beard framed a face filled with confusion as he gasped desperately for air. Looking around the lavish room, he tried to grasp where he was. The last thing he remembered was eating a strange mushroom back in that damned forest. The door creaked open. Dane stepped in carrying a pitcher of water, warning the man not to move too much since his body was still detoxifying. Dane explained that he had ingested a poisonous red-nosed mushroom, but luckily, Lily and he had arrived in time to save him. The old man recalled seeing those mushrooms, never imagining they were so deadly. Had Dane and Lily shown up even a bit later, he would have been nothing but a decaying corpse. Dane handed him a cup of water. He figured the man must be desperately thirsty. The young warrior studied the strange elder closely. He noticed the man's belt bore the insignia of the Nixian magic tower, proof this was no ordinary traveler. Without Nighthorn's power absorbing the poison within him, the old mage would never have survived. Now calmer, the elder asked Dane where they were, and the boy truthfully answered that they were in Sagress County's Annex Tower. The man must have wandered too far south, poisoned by the mushrooms and staggering all the way down here. Dane urged him to take it easy for now, since the Count would come by to see him soon. He also introduced himself as Dne Sagress, the Count's youngest son. The elder's eyes lit up with recognition. He had heard of Arabella Sagress, the prodigy courted by every magic tower in the Empire. Dane mentioned they had stumbled across the old man during his training session with his mother. The man nearly spat out his drink hearing that. That cursed forest had been nothing short of hell for him. Even as an 8-chain mage, he had lost his way, his mana flow reversing mid-spell and tearing his body apart. Ancient mana saturated the entire forest, combined with countless invisible traps scattered everywhere. The forest was Sagress territory, naturally perilous for outsiders, and with ancient magic twisting the mana flow, modern mages stood no chance. It was truly a nightmare for them. The old man realized then that without Dane, he would have been long dead. He also recognized that this boy might be a once-in-a-generation talent if he was already training so freely in such a lethal environment. Dane had even crafted the antidote that pulled him back from the brink. By appearance, the boy was still in his teens. Yet despite his age, he possessed the knowledge and precision needed to create such a difficult antidote. The elder found it hard to believe how blessed the Sagress family truly was. Not only did they already have 2 prodigies in magic and summoning, but even their youngest child was monstrously gifted. If the continent had still been at war, House Sagress could have risen as the most powerful noble house in the Althian Empire. The man expressed his gratitude to Dane, admitting he owed his very life to him. He was a bit taken aback, though, by the boy's blunt and fearless response, but he made it clear that he always repays the debts he owes. Introducing himself properly, he revealed his name, Sidrin Gauss. Until recently, he had been the head of the Nixian Magic Tower. Proud of his name and station, he invited Dane to ask for any reward he desired. Dane only smiled faintly at the mage's self-importance, recognizing him as the type who survived comfortably by storing everything in subspace. Sidrin was unsettled by Dane's composure. Normally, people trembled or bowed in awe before a tower head, yet this kid seemed unfazed. Trying to reassert his authority, Sidrin insisted that Dane request something freely without holding back. Dane paused for a moment, considering what to say. Sidrin smiled expectantly, ready to showcase his generosity, but Dane only asked for more time to think. He never once gave Sidrin the satisfaction of feeling superior, brushing off the offer with calm indifference. Turning toward the door, Dane wished the mage a smooth recovery and suggested he rest longer. With that, the young man left the chamber. Sidrin remained seated on the bed, dumbfounded by the boy's casual demeanor. Never before had anyone treated him like some run-of-the-mill magician. He had intended to depart after a day or two, but now he had stumbled upon an intriguing youth in the south, and his curiosity about Dane had only deepened. Later, Dane explained to Herman who Sidrain truly was. The attendant was shocked, exclaiming that 8 chain mages were the apex of their craft, the elite among elites. That meant an immensely powerful figure was now indebted to Dane. On this continent, magic towers were more like sovereign states than simple organizations, which meant Sidrain carried immense influence. Still, the question lingered. Why was the head of a magic tower wandering such a forest? That place wasn't just dangerous, it was feared, called the Forest of the Last Days. Even its name was enough to warn that no ordinary person should ever tread there. Dane glanced down at the sword he carried and instructed Herman to fetch him a new one. The blades he had been using were now too light and too short for his growing frame. Fortunately, the Count had returned with plenty of weapons from war spoils. Starting tomorrow, Dane could finally practice with a proper longsword. For now, he would keep using the lighter blade to finish up his session. He also remembered the crest Duke Thermian had given him, a voucher to forge any weapon he desired. 7 years had already passed since then. Looking back, Dane held those memories fondly, and he knew that if he ever visited the capital, his first stop would be the Duke's territory. After practice, Dane ran into his father outside the training hall. He had thought his father would still be busy outside the castle, but surprisingly, the man had returned early. The Count explained that business wrapped up faster than expected, and he had rushed back to meet the head of the magic tower, now recovering in their guest quarters. He was hoping Sidrain Gauss might take Arabella under his wing, since she would soon need a worthy master. Dane also considered the possibility, but doubted whether the old mage could handle his sister's fiery temperament. He'd heard Arabella once punched a senior for being irritating. Regardless, Count Sagress commended his son for saving a life, while Dane thought he had simply done what needed to be done. The Count reminded him that he had still gone above and beyond, doing what most people never could. Dane truly had grown into a remarkable young man. As the years passed, Count Sagress found it increasingly difficult to even catch sight of his daughters. Arabella had completed her extended term of study and was now choosing which magic tower to enter, while Claire had already been appointed as an assistant professor. Such was the cost of raising children, who turned out to be extraordinary. Sure, Claire and Arabella were remarkable in their own right, but the Count also placed great expectations upon his only son. He often wondered how the world could handle someone with so many abilities. The Count had long awaited the day when his rival, Count Thermian, would finally see just how much Dane had advanced. Years had gone by since he was reborn as the son of House Sagress, yet the thought of crossing blades with Duke Thermian still filled him with fierce determination. At the same time, he found himself wondering how Leila was doing in the capital. Her last letter had arrived nearly a year ago. Dane was eager to find out what she had been up to when he eventually traveled to the capital. A few days later, Sidrain complained about feeling restless from being stuck in the guest room, though he had not yet made a full recovery. The doctor had firmly advised him not to stray far and strictly forbade the use of magic. His magical reflux had not yet been cleansed, and the poison lingering in his body had still not been completely purged. He would need more time to heal. With no other choice, Sidrain endured. It had been years since he'd been unable to wield magic, so the situation was certainly unfamiliar. Still, he couldn't tolerate being confined to the room every day. So he wandered outside, despite having no clue about the annex layout. The doctor fretted that if the old man caused any trouble, he would be the one to shoulder the consequences. In the short time Sidrain had stayed in the annex, the housemaids had already started whispering rumors about him. They claimed that mages were either prodigies or lunatics. Some of them had spotted him walking up and down every floor of the tower dozens of times. And now, he spent hours gazing blankly at flowers in the garden. Although they had heard he was supposedly an immensely powerful mage, all they saw was a strange, eccentric old man. They even worried for Lady Arabella's safety. Sidrain, however, was utterly captivated by the garden's intricate design. He never would have guessed that the arrangement itself carried such extraordinary magical properties. Dane eventually tracked him down after searching everywhere, only to find the old man lost in thought in the garden. Sidrain wasn't thrilled about being held in a foreign household until he recovered fully, yet he knew that everyone was only looking out for his well-being. All in all, it wasn't such a bad place to rest and recuperate. He could see why so many nobles journeyed south once the holiday season began. Dane himself loved the southern lands, though it was a shame he would have to leave soon. Curious, Sidrain asked the boy where he was heading. Dane answered casually that he would soon be going to the capital. Sidrain immediately assumed the boy was off to the academy. After all, both of his sisters were already prominent figures within that renowned institution. While the daughters of House Sagress were famous for their unparalleled gifts, Sidrain's curiosity was aimed squarely at Dane, so he infused mana into his eyes to examine the young man more closely. Inside Dane's body, he saw a surging torrent of raw power, raging without restraint. His eyes widened in disbelief, for he had never before witnessed mana of such density. If the prodigies of Dane's age could be compared to a gentle stream, then Dane was a raging torrent, clearing everything in his path. Normally, so much raw energy packed into a body so young would be unbearably unstable, always on the verge of bursting outward. But here, that wasn't the case. Dane suddenly called out the old man for probing his mana without asking, bluntly labeling it rude. Sidrain froze mid-examination, then awkwardly praised the boy for noticing, apologizing for his thoughtlessness. Yet within, the archmage still wrestled with the impossibility of Dane containing such wild energy. In all his years, the boy was unlike any case he had ever encountered. Dane, puzzled by the man's reaction, wondered what was wrong. Sidrain had been so fixated on the sheer density of the power that he only now realized this boy had no magic circle. With mana so immense, a circle should have been inevitable. Horror twisted the archmage's face as he grasped what kind of disaster must have unfolded within Dane. Peering into the boy's core, he discovered not one but two mana cores. To see such a feat achieved at this age was beyond belief. Yet instead of awe, fury overtook him that Dane had chosen such a path. To him, the notion of wielding a spear while carrying such overwhelming magical potential was sheer madness. Using those cores rather than forming a circle was, in Sidrain's eyes, outright heresy. The boy had discarded the greatest gift the archmage had ever laid eyes on. Dane, baffled by the tirade, simply asked if he couldn't just make use of both cores and circles together. That remark only infuriated the old mage even further. Clutching his head in exasperation, he struggled to even begin explaining the depth of the hole Dane had dug for himself. He finally asked if Dane knew why the lifespans of magic swordsmen were notoriously short. It was because they bore both cores and circles, concepts that constantly clashed. When the compressed mana of the core surged into the circle, unable to withstand the pressure, would shatter. That grim truth had become an unspoken law. Dane had some vague knowledge of the concept, but never imagined the consequences could be so severe. To Sidrain, it was unbearable to watch the greatest talent he had ever seen wasted on training with a mere spear. Dane anxiously asked if it was truly impossible for him to walk the path of magic without a circle. Sidrain explained that while not absolutely impossible, the chances were next to none. Refining mana without a circle to cast high-level spells was nearly theoretical, and from all the attempts Sidrain had personally witnessed, everyone had ended in abject failure. Even so, Dane wasn't dissuaded from trying the path himself. Though he had never properly tested it before, he felt confident that he could still cast spells without relying on a circle. To Sidrain, the boy sounded insane. Without delay, Dane began rearranging a magic code he was familiar with, putting his theory into action. By manipulating the runes and channeling the surrounding mana, the process unfolded seamlessly. With the adjusted code, he unleashed a fire spell, its explosion carrying remarkable force. In that instant, every doubt in his heart vanished. It was only a basic one-chain spell, but he had done the impossible, casting magic without a circle. Sidrain's jaw dropped. It defied all logic, for without a circle, spellcasting was supposed to be impossible. In all his years at the helm of the Nixian magic tower, he had never once witnessed anything like this. Dane pressed on, refining the code further and surrounding himself with a shimmering mana barrier. He explained that Arabella had once pointed out his unusually high affinity for magic, and wondered aloud if that was why he could bend mana in such improbable ways. Perhaps that was part of it, but what he had just accomplished lay completely beyond the scope of theory. Sidrain Gauss, who had stood at the peak of mages for decades, now felt for the first time what commoners must feel when beholding the impossible. He was staring at a talent that shattered the boundaries of the world itself. Meanwhile, Dane was simply amused at having got the spell to work. The Archmage's knees trembled, overwhelmed with excitement. Dane possessed mana purer and denser than anyone alive, combined with an unmatched affinity. He wasn't just gifted, he was singular, a one-of-a-kind prodigy. Unable to contain himself, Sidrain immediately asked Dane if he would become his personal disciple. The old man poured every ounce of persuasion into convincing him to accept. To let such a rare gift go untrained would be nothing short of a crime against the world. Dane, however, was growing weary of the elder's persistence, especially when Sidrain pressed if he even knew how to handle a two-chain spell. The boy admitted he had never studied two-chain codes, so higher-level magic was beyond him. Sidrain burst out laughing, boasting that under his guidance Dane could master 8-chain spells in no time. Yet still, Dane politely declined. Sidrain's patience began to fray. Just then Count Sagress entered, chuckling at the sight of the Archmage so engrossed with his son. When asked what they had been discussing, Dane bluntly explained that the old man had been trying non-stop to recruit him as a disciple, despite repeated refusals. At least Sidrain had the sense to show respect before the Count, openly praising Dane's potential as a future great mage. He emphasized that the boy's future shone brighter than any could imagine, for he was already casting chain-level spells without a circle. As a warrior, Count Sagress understood enough to know how staggering such a fact was. By this point, he no longer even felt shock at his son's inhuman feats. A boy with no formal spell knowledge, yet able to cast naturally. It was beyond comprehension. The Count also praised the former tower head for recognizing Dane's ability so quickly. But even the word talent was insufficient. This was a genius capable of becoming the greatest magic spearman. Hearing that term, Count Arkin envisioned his son abandoning the spear to take up the sword. His cheerful mood vanished, replaced with simmering fury. The title of magic swordsman was something he could never accept. Dane winced, knowing full well that Sidrain had touched on a subject best avoided in front of his father. Yet oblivious to the tension, the Archmage went on, stressing how Dane could become the Empire's mightiest fighter as a magic swordsman, even vowing to take full responsibility. By the time he noticed the Count's darkening mood, it was far too late. Count Arkin erupted, roaring that his son would never, under any circumstance, become a magic swordsman. Sidrain countered, insisting that sword and sorcery combined would be the perfect path for a genius of his caliber. Arkin doubled down, shouting that his son would never walk that road. If anything, he would forge the path of a magic spearman instead. Only then did Sidrain finally grasp the root of the issue. Dane simply kept his head down, staying as quiet as possible, as his father gradually reined in his emotions. Poor Sidrain had never before encountered a family as unusual as the Sagress. To mages, discipleship carried immense weight. Powerful sorcerers often passed on their legacies through the ancient custom of inheritance, a tradition maintained even into modern times despite widespread magical education. What Sidrain Gauss sought wasn't just a pupil, but a successor to carry forward his life's work and that of generations before him. The fact that even an 8-chain archmage was desperate to recruit him filled Dane with unshakable confidence in his own ability and future. Within his body, he felt a strange, unknown force beginning to stir. Now that he had gotten used to the fundamentals of magic, he recalled a gift Arabella had given him years ago, a crystal ball that allowed him to contact her whenever he wished. At this point, hearing her opinion on the matter could be valuable, So Dane pulled the ball out and infused it with his mana. He reached out to Arabella telepathically, who happened to be studying inside the Academy's library. When she finally recognized his voice, she froze in surprise. Then, dropping everything she was doing, Arabella lit up with joy that her little brother was calling her. As expected, Arabella was stunned when she heard Dane had managed to use a one-chain spell without relying on a magic circle. She always knew his mana affinity was unusually high, but never imagined it was to this degree. Since a circle's purpose is only to purify and circulate energy, it could mean Dane's mana was already pure enough to be used raw. To test that theory, Arabella decided she would send a mana stone through the transmission device in Dane's room to measure his mana's purity. Dane was grateful he had Arabella's support in things like this. Now that she was already a 6-chain mage, her help gave him plenty of reassurance. Arabella reasoned that since Dane could already cast chain-level magic, it would be impossible for him to avoid drawing attention at the Academy, even if that's the last thing he wanted. In the end, talent always catches eyes. Still, Arabella promised her little brother she would completely crush anyone who dared to bully him. Speaking of bullies, Dane asked if the rumor about her breaking the nose of a senior, the second son of the Duel Duchy, was true. Just the mention of that slimy punk made Arabella fume again. Realizing she was in a public space, she tried to compose herself before anyone noticed. Anyway, she theorized that over time, Dane's mana purity would naturally continue to rise, which was another possibility worth exploring. Unfortunately, their talk had to end when one of her professors suddenly called for her. They said their goodbyes, and Arabella promised to send the mana stone soon. That was when it finally hit Dane. He might actually be forging a path that had never been walked before. With mana this pure, he half-joked to himself. Maybe he really did have a dragon's heart beating inside his chest. Meanwhile, Sidrin was still stuck recovering in the annex. He had just used a bit of mana to examine Dane, which aggravated his magic reflux and set his recovery back. He might be confined even longer now. If the kid would just agree to be his disciple, he could inherit the most illustrious mage legacy of them all. The old man racked his brain, wondering what more he could offer to make Dane accept, if even the promise of 8-chain magic wasn't enough. Maybe dangling some priceless artifact or an inheritance refined through generations would do the trick. But if he laid all his treasures out too soon, Sidrin could end up tricked and empty-handed. While he was stewing over ideas, Dane knocked on his door. Sidrin immediately wondered if the boy had come to apologize, or perhaps finally changed his mind. But Dane had only come because he had something to discuss. Of course, Sidrin instantly assumed the young man was finally ready to accept discipleship. But Dane crushed that hope right away. It wasn't that he had no interest in magic. When asked if he already had a master, Dane answered no. That wasn't the reason he kept refusing either. Thinking the boy was just messing with him, Sidrin pressed to know what he actually wanted. The truth was simple. Dane didn't know the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic yet. Learning it from his sister would be difficult since she was far away. The best option was learning directly from Sidrin, a genuine archmage. Besides, the old man still owed him, so rejecting this request outright wasn't possible. Dane then admitted he had no intention of walking only the path of a mage. He wasn't aiming to just be a magic spearman either. He wanted to become a magic spearman assassin summoner. As far as Sidrin knew, such a ridiculous class didn't even exist. And Dane still wanted to tack on swordsman to that absurd title. The sheer audacity of the boy's ambitions made Sidrin want to tear his hair out. With goals like that, Dane's refusal to become his disciple was clearly set in stone. But then, an idea sparked in the old man's mind. Rising from his chair, he asked if Dane would be interested in a letter of recommendation. Since the boy aimed to attend the academy, having one from the former head of the Nixian Magic Tower would instantly boost his reputation. Dane paused to think it over and realized it wasn't a bad deal at all, so he accepted the offer. And while they were at it, he made another request. Sidrin chuckled to himself, convinced the boy was finally softening. At last, he could begin tightening his grip on this unparalleled genius. Dane, seizing the moment, asked if he could also learn the rearrangement code for two-chain magic. For someone like Sidrain, that was hardly a challenge. After all, the old archmage knew the rearrangement codes for every two-chain spell in existence. Dane was still young. Handing him a recommendation letter and some two-chain magic codes wasn't too big a deal, even if Sidrain wasn't in his best condition. Lessons could begin right away. Dane smiled slyly. He had just reeled in a massive catch. Extending his hand, he declared that with all this settled, Sidrain's debt for being rescued was now fully paid. After all, the old man had said it himself. Since Sidrain owed him a great favor, Dane had every right to ask for what he wanted, and that's exactly what he did. The old mage did not enjoy realizing he had been played. He truly thought he was gaining a disciple, but Dane's stance didn't change. It was still a solid no. The great archmage Sidrain had just been tricked by a 14-year-old. Refusing to let it slide, he argued the boy had asked for 2 favors, when he only owed repayment for 1. Dane begged to differ. First, he reminded the old man. He saved him unconscious in the forest. Second, he purified the poison raging through Sidrain's body. He could have added that he also carried the old man all the way back to the annex, but he'd let that slide as a bonus. Sidrain had no counterarguments left. He had been beaten soundly and logically by a teenager. The archmage could only wonder how such a bold child even existed. At last, Sidrain and Dane arranged their lessons in the training hall. The old mage had partially accepted that Dane might never become his disciple, but he still intended to stay close, just in case the boy changed his mind one day. He simply couldn't let such talent go to waste. The lecture began. They would need to work around Dane's unique ability to cast chain-level magic without a circle. Since 2-chain codes were far more intricate than 1 chain, Dane would have to focus intently. Countless aspiring mages fail to break through at this very stage and end up abandoning the path. Dane leaned in, glad to have such an accomplished teacher by his side. Sidrain noticed the spark in the boy's eyes and resolved not to go easy on him. His pride as an archmage was still on the line after all. The leap to 2-chain codes was monumental. The caster had to calculate their own mana output, account for atmospheric density, and consider the state of their own body, all at once. Magic's sheer complexity is the reason so many people give up on it entirely. Sidrain laid out the technical explanation, expecting Dane to ask for a simpler version. But when he asked if the boy needed clarification, Dane simply smiled and told him to continue. To Dane, absorbing both the rearrangement of codes and knowledge he'd never encountered before was eye-opening. To confirm his grasp of the principle, Sidrain asked him to recite the laws of magic rearrangement. According to Dane's notes, the first law was coexistence. Magic power can exist within the physical world, alongside other sources of mana. By applying coexistence, mages combine their own power with ambient mana to activate spells. The second law was conservation. If mana gathered enough of a particular element, it could display different attributes through conservation. Not only did Dane grasp the essence of magic, he even added his own interpretations. Most would find magic theory unbearably dull, but not this boy. He had the talent, the resources, and the drive. How could such a perfect candidate for a mage exist? Moving forward, Sidrain explained that codes grew exponentially more complex with each chain. Demonstration would be easier than more theory. He carefully drew out a thread of mana and formed a simple grid to demonstrate a 1-chain spell using the most basic rules. But complexity skyrocketed from 2-chain onward. He twisted the mana into a storm of runes and energy, displaying the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic. Dane focused intensely, tracing every intricate knot in the pattern. Sidrain then shifted the code into the 2-chain fire spell, Fire Arrow. With magic codes, repetition is the key to mastery. He assumed Dane was beginning to appreciate just how complicated magic truly was. By his estimate, most people required at least a year to progress from 1-chain to 2-chain codes. No matter how brilliant, the human mind can only grasp fragments of the code at a time. Sidrain planned to observe Dane's progress over a week, feeding him the method to master 2-chain step by step. But Dane wanted to try it right then and there. Sidrain allowed it, fully expecting him to crash and burn. Yet as soon as Dane drew his mana outward to shape the first code. It felt like the archmage was watching a seasoned master at work. The boy calmly used his hands to guide the pure mana swirling in the air. He recreated the exact grid Sidren had shown as the foundation of a one-chain code. With every line precise in length and width, the accuracy was terrifying. Sidren was floored. Dane could have stopped there and already been hailed a prodigy. But the boy wasn't finished. He broke down the grid piece by piece, reshaping it into a swirling storm of mana. Sidren's jaw dropped as he saw a flawless reproduction of the two-chain code he himself had only demonstrated once. When they asked how he managed it so quickly, he calmly explained that he copied by observing and memorizing every rule and pattern. He visualized all the elements in his mind as he built the magic code, and to his surprise, the process came naturally. Sidren couldn't stop being astonished over and over again. Even though he himself was called a magic prodigy, it had taken him some time to reach two-chain, yet this boy, who didn't even possess a magic circle, pulled it off in mere minutes. As if trying to send the old man into shock, Dane suddenly declared that he was going to attempt the fire arrow spell too. He directed mana and runes through his body at a flawless pace. Step by step, he reorganized the code with precision until multiple fire arrows manifested before him. Sidren stared at the perfectly formed fire arrows, utterly unwilling to believe what his eyes were showing him. Watching what this boy could do drove the old mage into an existential crisis. If he had possessed Dane's gifts in his youth, he would have long since reached the peak of 9-chain. Dane moved the fire arrows at will. He sent them soaring across the training hall, while the old archmage struggled to steady himself. Even Dane was caught off guard that everything flowed for him on the very first try. One thing was undeniable. The world would be shaken to its core once they learned that a mage with no circle could perform such miraculous feats. Sidren realized that Dane's talent would have to be kept hidden, otherwise people with dangerous motives would certainly come for him. At the same time, he was nowhere near giving up on claiming the boy as his disciple. Since Dane had mastered the first code with such ease, they could continue forward and learn even more. Sidren also thought carefully about how much he should reveal in the letter of recommendation he was writing to the Academy. That night, Dane lay on his bed reflecting on the lesson, firmly deciding that he would devote himself to both the theory and the practice of magic. In his past life, he had been trapped in a world where learning magic wasn't even an option. In an existence where every battle could have been his last, finding the time to study magic had been nothing more than a dream. All his focus had gone into wielding a sword and surviving. Up until a certain level, the study of magic leaned more toward theory than actual spellcasting. But in this new life, he finally had time, resources, and raw talent, all aligned for him to learn far more than before. Dane could now merge the theory he had gained from Arabella with the innate talent he had been born with, and with just a little guidance, he was already showing explosive growth. Being taught by a former tower, Master made him eager to see what kinds of magic he would encounter in the days ahead. 2 weeks later, Dane approached his father with a request. He wanted to create something called a magic reagent. Since the required materials couldn't be found locally, he would need to travel beyond their territory. His father was startled at how quickly his son was advancing, but Sidren supported him, assuring Count Sagress that Dane was more than ready, having already mastered 4 rearrangement codes. For even a genius, learning a single code usually required a full month. Count Sagress also knew that reagents themselves were extremely rare and hard to acquire. Dane had only even learned about their existence by reading through books in the family's magical library. Sidren had already accepted that this boy was simply built differently. In fact, he was thrilled that Dane was interested in something as dry as magic reagents. At last, the Count approved the plan, believing it would be an invaluable experience for his son. The journey outside would also allow Dane to see their lands with his own eyes. Dane smiled and thanked his father for trusting him to set out on his first venture. He soon departed on a short trip to the outskirts of Sagress territory. Traveling with him were Sidren and Herman. Even on the far edges of the county, the people recognized and spoke of him with admiration. Dane returned their warm greetings with equal kindness and a smile. Along the way, Sidrain concluded that Count Sagress must be a benevolent lord, judging by how genuinely happy the people were. The South had plenty to boast about: tasty food, pleasant weather, and friendly people. Sights like these were rare in the capital. That was why Dane cherished this territory so much. Their small caravan wandered the outskirts for a while, making their way toward the magic supply shop. Since Dane had never visited it before, he relied on Herman to guide them there. The group picked up their pace and arrived at their destination before long. The shopkeeper was stunned to see young Master Dane step into her modest store. She praised his silver hair and vivid emerald eyes, to which Dane politely replied, "Not many customers from the fiefs came by to buy magical supplies these days," she said, but foreign magic enthusiasts had kept her shop afloat. She also recognized Sidrain, the former master of the magic tower, and expressed her gratitude for his presence in her humble store. The old mage was in high spirits now that someone finally acknowledged him. She invited the two to look around freely and told them to call her if they needed assistance. Since it was Dane's first time in a magic shop, Sidrain encouraged him to take his time browsing while he chatted with the shopkeeper. Even at a glance, Dane noticed an impressive array of goods: potions, gems, charms, and every sort of magical trinket. Yet something about it gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. He also realized that whenever he touched the items, he could sense their magical reactions. He dismissed it as just a result of his high affinity and kept exploring. Out of nowhere, a faint ringing sound echoed in his ears, almost demanding his attention. He felt an unusually strong pull from one section of the shop. As he moved closer, the owner casually told him that everything in that area was just for decoration. Sidrain soon called Dane over to look at potion materials with him. The old mage had already picked out several raw ingredients, including moonroot, which alone could be used in 50 different concoctions. The shopkeeper assured them that every ingredient she stocked was processed at the highest quality. Dane, however, was still distracted by the ringing in his ears. Drawn further into the decorative corner, he felt a strange force pulling at him. There he spotted a stone that radiated pure mana, the clear source of the sound. Without thinking, Dane rushed toward it as though his body was moving on its own. Herman, alarmed by his young master's strange behavior, hurried after him. To Herman, it looked like Dane was simply staring at an ordinary rock, lodged in the wall as decoration. Dane himself wasn't entirely sure what was happening, only that the stone was unmistakably calling out to him. He pulled it free from the wall and held it in his hands. As he suspected, channeling more magic into the stone only intensified its reaction. It seemed possible that the object was responding exclusively to his mana. Meanwhile, Sidrain was still happily gathering up raw ingredients. Dane went over and asked the shopkeeper what the story was behind the stone he had just taken. She repeated what she had said earlier, that it was nothing more than decoration. But what kind of decoration radiated a stronger magical reaction than everything else in the shop? Sidrain asked if the woman had perhaps been swindled with the rock. She admitted that years ago, a peddler had given it to her in exchange for a large payment. Excited, she had unwrapped the parcel only to find a plain rock inside. Hoping against hope, she even had a mage appraise it, but the result confirmed it as nothing but an ordinary stone. Based on Dane's reaction, though, it was clearly anything but ordinary. The shopkeeper urged the boy to forget about it and focus instead on her actual magical artifacts. She tried hard to sell him an array of valuable enchanted items, but Dane's attention never wavered from the strange stone in his hand. It was the only thing he wanted. She demonstrated a scroll card that could automatically record and catalog information, and in the end, Dane purchased both the scroll card and the useless stone. Deep down, he knew this was not something he could simply walk away from. Even Sidrain was left baffled by what was going through the boy's head. On the way back, the old mage teased him, asking if Dane had suddenly taken up an interest in decorative art, or if he truly believed the stone was special. When Dane explained that it reacted to his mana, Sidrain kept an open mind. Though he himself had seen nothing unusual, his curiosity was definitely sparked. Still, with too many people around, they decided not to probe further. Their small caravan hurried back to the castle. Once there, Sidrain set up a priceless appraisal device to test the stone properly. He was confident this tool could reveal the truth. Granted, another mage had already deemed it worthless, but Sidrain arrogantly insisted that no one's appraisal could rival his machine. He had poured his fortune into this cutting-edge analyzer, and believed it could assess anything placed upon it. Both master and boy were equally eager to uncover the mystery of this so-called ordinary stone. Sidrain carefully set the object onto the platform. Then he told Dane to imbue the slab with his magic to trigger a response. The moment Dane did so, the stone erupted with an incredibly dense surge of magic. The center of the device lit up, its radiance swirling and forming into complex shapes. Sidrain watched closely, monitoring every flicker of light, never taking his eyes off the stone. Seeing his treasured tool finally expose the secret within the stone allowed him to regain some pride after being humbled by the boy time and again. The mana from the slab filled the room, twisting into glowing runes suspended in midair. Dane recognized them immediately, thanks to the lessons he'd had with Sidrain these past weeks. The stone contained a magic code, but the old mage declared it was no ordinary one. It was astonishing, a code whose structure, arrangement, and details had never been documented before. It looked as intricate as a 6-chain, maybe even a 7-chain code. The stone carried a hidden code inside it, and Dane's mana seemed to be the only key that could unlock it. Of course, bringing the code to light was only the first step. Deciphering its meaning and why it responded only to Dane was a far more difficult task. Even Sidrain, a man deeply steeped in magical knowledge, admitted he had never seen such a code. But his pride as a mage drove him to unravel its secrets. If he succeeded, they might finally discover what set Dane's magic apart from all others. While Dane and Sidrain devoted themselves to decoding the stone's magic in the Sagress training hall, Arabella was busy pursuing her own studies back in the laboratory of her private academy. Her workroom was filled with orderly stacks of books and the many artifacts she had collected through her research. Arabella had stored her younger brother's mana signature inside a magic stone, confirming without a doubt that Dane's power carried something unusual. His magic bore a trait unlike anything known in the present world. She conducted endless tests and buried herself in research papers. Yet even after all her efforts, she still couldn't place this anomaly into any existing field of magic. She exhausted every possible method, using reagents, gates, even magic engineering, yet the mystery remained. Still, Arabella was convinced the truth existed, hidden somewhere just beyond her grasp. At that moment, she recalled hearing rumors of a field of magic thought to be long forgot, a discipline that had vanished from history itself. Could Dane's power be connected to that lost path? Driven by that thought, Arabella began rummaging through her mountain of books and notes. She searched for an ancient tome that discussed alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even primitive magical code. As she searched in a hurry, another dusty book slipped from the shelves and fell open at her feet. She picked it up and realized it was an ancient magic text, its pages yellowed with age. That triggered her memory. She had once studied the legendary magical kingdom known as Arcana. This civilization, said to have existed over 2,000 years ago, had inherited ancient magic from an earlier age and practiced arts long since extinct. Arabella chuckled to herself, dismissing the thought. There was no way Dane's magic could be tied to such a relic of the past. But with no other answers at hand, she resolved she had nothing to lose by trying. She placed the crystal containing Dane's mana into her magical typewriter and compared its reaction with the knowledge written in the old book. After a few moments of focus, Arabella suddenly opened her eyes in shock. The crystal had begun to react. She hastily wrote down its properties, her mind racing. Was this alchemy, divination, or something altogether unknown? She only prayed it wasn't necromancy. When the analysis was complete, she felt as if lightning had struck her mind. All she could mutter was, "What in the world are these results?" Meanwhile, over at the Sagress training grounds, Dane and Sidrain continued their trials, trying to draw out further responses from the mysterious stone. At last, Sidren succeeded in breaking the slab seal, revealing something hidden within. With care, the old mage reached inside and withdrew the object. It was a simple silver bracelet radiating dense magical energy. To the casual eye, it seemed like a common trinket from any market. Sidren at first thought the material itself was unusual, but it appeared ordinary. Since the stone had only responded to Dane's mana, Sidren reasoned the bracelet must function the same way. Dane slid the bracelet onto his wrist. At first it hung loosely, far too big for him. Then it flared with light, resonating with the mana coursing through his body. As expected, it responded to no one else but him. Strange glowing characters began to appear across the bracelet. Sidren bent closer, studying them. Dane, anxious, asked if the old mage could decipher the symbols. To his surprise, Sidren's face broke into a wide grin. The characters were ancient runes, a script that no one in this age could read. By ancient, Sidren meant the language of Arcana. Dane only knew fragments of Arcana's history from stories Arabella told him as a child, tales of a time when magic ruled every aspect of life. Yet suddenly, and for reasons still unknown, that age of prosperity had collapsed. Only relics and legends remained. And now, these lines of magical code added to the puzzle. Sidren had long known Dane's magic was exceptional, but he never imagined it linked directly to Arcana. This revelation made him even more determined to take Dane as his apprentice. After all, the Forest of the Last Days, which had once bested Sidren, was said to contain remnants of Arcana's disruptive magic. With that, Dane's mysterious power finally had a place in history. Unfortunately, all they held for now were indecipherable lines of runes. Sidren urged Dane to study slowly and in secret, stressing the danger of exposure. Their quiet was broken by a terrible sound echoing across Sagress' lands. Both widened their eyes in shock. Something terrifying was coming. The sound of the alarm was unmistakable, and Sidren quickly realized it signaled a monster attack. That was all he needed to fire himself up. His body was healed, his blood was pumping, and he was eager to repay the Sagress for their kindness. Bursting with energy, he told Dane to grab a spear or anything at hand. But Dane remained calm and motionless. Instead, he quietly reached into his coat. He pulled out a pendant. Sidren frowned, asking why that object was ringing and why it carried the sound of an alarm. Dane calmly explained it wasn't a monster alarm at all. It was the signal that his eldest sister was contacting him. The old man's excitement drained away instantly, and he scolded Dane for not saying so earlier. Dane laughed awkwardly, pointing out there was no reason for monsters to appear here in the first place. With that misunderstanding cleared up, Dane connected to the call while the old man stood nearby, clearly disappointed. The moment the connection opened, his sister demanded to know why he had taken so long. Dane apologized and asked for the reason she had called. She began explaining his magic code, but she suddenly stopped and asked if there was someone else beside him. At the mere mention of magic, Dane stiffened in realization. He understood instantly that she had already uncovered the truth of his power. She had figured out his magic was ancient, and Sidren, overhearing, shrieked in shock, demanding to know how she knew. As the conversation continued, Arabella pressed for details. Dane explained how he and Sidren had discovered the same truth through their experiments. He told her that the stone's exclusive reaction to him had revealed the connection to Arcana's lost kingdom. The old man clenched his jaw in frustration. That she had deduced the same answer on her own was beyond belief. Her genius surpassed anything he had imagined. Arabella then asked Dane if anyone else knew his secret. He answered quickly, no. Relieved, she warned both him and Sidren to guard it carefully, because exposure would bring catastrophic consequences. She apologized for not greeting Sidren properly before diving into business. The old man chuckled, saying he already knew much about her from Dane, and promised absolute secrecy. If the truth spread, it would endanger not just Dane but the entire House Sagress. Arabella praised the old mage for grasping the situation so clearly, as expected of the wise Sidren. The old man then asked if their exchange was being recorded. She reassured him it was not, and once the connection ended, it would vanish. Relieved, the old mage revealed he planned to return to the magic tower to investigate further. Arabella thanked him, but he brushed it off as nothing more than his duty as a mage. Speaking of the magic tower, he mentioned hearing she was considering which tower to join, and asked if she had chosen. Arabella realized at once he was hinting toward his tower, and she carefully sidestepped the question. She said she had ruled out the Nixon magic tower, since it didn't focus on the field she was interested in. That answer left the old mage annoyed once again. Now it was clear where Dane's clever streak had come from, his sister. He swallowed his irritation and laughed it off, saying she didn't need to join anyway. Meanwhile, Dane watched nervously, concerned by his sister's bluntness. Arabella chose to end the call, saying they could discuss details later. After a round of goodbyes, the connection ended. Sidrain commented on how remarkable Dane's sister had become. Dane agreed, mentioning that the artifact they used was also her creation, and adding that such compact crystal balls were currently popular among young mages. The old man admitted it was impressive, but he showed frustration as he claimed he had no use for such devices. At his level, 8th chain, mages didn't waste time with idle talk. Dane understood, but inwardly thought that maybe the real reason was simply that the old mage had no friends. Later, Dane revealed everything to his parents about the ancient magic. His mother looked worried, but his father declared that anyone who targeted Dane would face their wrath. His mother agreed, saying she would never hold back when it came to protecting her son. Dane felt uneasy about their fierce protectiveness, yet he admitted there was nothing safer than being under their care. Then Sagress asked if this meant their bloodline might carry dormant ancient magic. His wife agreed it was possible, and decided to check her family records first. The possibility was intriguing enough to stir her curiosity. The thought of tracing their lineage filled her with determination. Both parents found the idea fascinating, eager to see what history might reveal. Dane, meanwhile, couldn't help but wonder what might be unearthed if both family lines searched deeply. Still, he reminded himself it wasn't something of great importance to him. Even if others saw it as significant, he did not. Yet despite that, he couldn't help but remain curious. His mother then reminded him that he had already surpassed many limits. Staying here might hold him back, so he should prepare to move toward the capital. The mention of the capital startled him. His parents reminded him that now he was 14, he was eligible for the academy. Sagress admitted he had wanted to keep Dane longer, but there was nothing left for him to learn here. His mother placed a reassuring hand over his. She told him not to worry, because she trusted his judgment. With warmth in her voice, she assured him he could leave whenever he was ready, stressing again that the choice is completely his to make. Dane is caught off guard by this, since he honestly didn't expect his family to already accept the idea of him leaving this place. His father, however, is certain that his son will make him proud, and he urges Dane to go and explore his gifts to the fullest. Shane takes it all in with a smile, saying he understands what they both mean, and he promises he'll start preparing himself for academy life. The three of them share a warm smile, as the decision is officially settled. And at this point, Dane is feeling fired up as well, ready to finally step into the next chapter of his life. Later, Dane informs Sidrain about his plan to leave the mansion. The old man asks if this is truly his own decision, and Dane confirms it, though he admits it's happening a little earlier than he first intended. The old man gives his blessing too, pointing out that keeping such talent locked up here would only waste his potential. At the same time, he advises Dane not to reveal all of his skills right away. While the academy celebrates ability, there will always be those who grow jealous. Dane already knows this much, since Arabella had warned him before and even told him about some wild situations she had personally gone through. The old man goes on. He explains that life at the academy is tough for ordinary students because of its competitive atmosphere. But he reminds Dane that House Tyron is no ordinary family. He also notes that Dane still has 3 months before enrollment begins, meaning he should aim to leave this place in about 2 months. Dane accepts that advice. Then he turns the question back, asking the old man what he plans to do next. Sidren answers without hesitation. He says he's heading back to the magic tower since he has business there that needs his attention. He thanks Dane for shaking him out of his boredom, and in return, he promises to pass along any leads he finds about ancient magic. Dane is truly grateful to hear this. The old man then reminds him that with only a short time left here, lessons should be his top priority. Sidren intends to speed up the training, though he warns that the third chain is far more difficult than the second. Dane gives his word that he'll study hard enough to reach it. Then he mentions that he has a gift prepared for the old man. Sidren perks up right away, clearly curious about what it could be. Dane brings out a small box, explaining that his sister had sent it to him just yesterday through teleportation magic. He adds that it's currently a hot trend among young people, and this particular version is a brand new compact crystal ball that hasn't even been released yet. Arabella herself developed it, and Dane managed to pull some strings to get one. The old man eagerly grabs the item, his face lighting up with excitement as if it's the best thing he's seen in years. He offers his compliments. He praises how beautiful the stone looks, and even though he insists he doesn't really need such a thing, he still graciously accepts the gift Dane has brought, no matter how much he pretends otherwise. The grin on his face betrays him, making it obvious he's thrilled to own it. Dane then patiently explains how to use the crystal, almost like a teenager teaching their grandmother how to use a smartphone. As night falls, he returns to his room. He sits quietly, thinking about how much he needs to accomplish in the short 2 months he has left. He admits that his real passion is summoning, so he sets a goal for himself: to take official summoning classes, get registered with a summoning sign, and hopefully earn the chance to sit for the qualification exam. Since Claire works as an assistant professor, he hopes this means he'll see her more often during lessons. Speaking of summoning, he suddenly remembers he almost forgot to imbue magic into his familiar. Quickly, he picks up the egg and channels some of his mana into it. For the past 7 years, Dane has faithfully done this every morning and every night. Yet still, the egg hasn't shown any signs of life. But because the magic he pours in is being absorbed instead of wasted, he's certain the egg will hatch someday. The scene then shifts to the academy, where students are buzzing about the upcoming enrollment exams, which consist of 2 parts. The first is a general exam, and the second is a specialization exam. The general one focuses on knowledge of the Empire's culture, history, and other basics, something Dane should breeze through. Arabella goes over the details with her brother through the crystal. She reassures him that scoring high here matters, since it influences his admission results. Next comes the specialization exam. As the name suggests, students must select a field of study and then be tested by a professor in that area. Arabella is certain her brother won't struggle with this part either, since she herself had cleared it with ease. She even grins and says, "Yep, for her it really was that easy." Then she warns him that once he picks a major, it's locked in, meaning he needs to think it through carefully. She even teases that she'd love it if he chose magic. But as Dane swings his sword in the training yard, he can only give her an awkward smile, realizing she still hasn't given up on trying to rope him into the magic department. To brush it off, he tells her he'll give it some thought. Then he asks if there really isn't any way to change majors once enrollment begins, like she said. Arabella explains further. She confirms that's basically how it works. The only alternative is to graduate and then return, though he could still take certain classes outside his major. But once a student reaches their 3rd year, they're usually barred from taking upper-level courses in another field. In short, he only gets one real shot at picking a major. She also tells him that exceptionally talented students can attempt the autonomous major system. Dane perks up with interest, asking how it differs from the normal path. His sister casually says that unless he's planning to fail, he shouldn't even think about it, since nobody has ever passed that exam. But the way Dane pauses shows he's already tempted, hinting to her that he's entertaining the idea of something bold, though he quickly assures her he won't act recklessly. With that, he says he'll contact her later, once the call ends. Arabella wonders if she's pushing him too hard toward the magic program, but she still believes it's the best route for him. Later, Sidren hands Dane a recommendation letter, just as he promised. Dane is genuinely happy to see it, especially because the old man clearly put serious thought into it. He didn't write the usual bland words, but crafted something that truly reflects Dane's strengths and potential. For Sidren, it was a sincere effort, something he doesn't often give, so he tells Dane to consider it an honor. Dane grins and promises the old man that he'll live up to those expectations. But Sidren grumbles, saying it would have been even better if Dane had accepted him as his disciple. He points out that, technically, their relationship already fits that description, but he doubts Dane will ever openly admit it. Judging from Dane's awkward smile, the old man may be right. He clearly doesn't want to think of him that way. Anyway, the old man asks if Dane has finished his preparations. Dane replies that there isn't much to pack, since the academy dorms provide everything. Sidren agrees that the facilities there are excellent, but adds that only a privileged few control access to them. Still, he insists Dane won't lose to those arrogant nobles. Dane gives an awkward laugh, since he's heard rumors that the academy has basically turned into a hangout spot for spoiled noble brats. Sidren warns him to keep this in mind. Many students there will bare their fangs if they think he's looking down on them. Dane reflects that it's no different from the battlefield, something he knows all too well. He promises he'll remember that, and Sidren tells him to reach out anytime he needs help. Now that he has that compact crystal, he should make the most of it. The old man also reminds him that staying here would have been awkward, since Dane's father offered him a post as a mage advisor. But that's something for much later, maybe when there's nothing else left to do. For now, Sidren is sure Dane understands why the magic tower needs his focus. Dane quickly realizes he must be talking about researching ancient magic. The old man thanks him once more, and our boy returns the gesture, grateful for all the time this eccentric elder has invested in him. They share a smile, both looking forward to the day they meet again, and Sidren is eager to see just how far Dane will go. With that, the old man walks away, telling Dane not to bother seeing him off because it would feel awkward. Dane wishes him a safe trip, though he feels a quiet sadness. He's grown attached to this mentor. The next day, Dane's father asks if he's planning to leave now that Sidren has safely departed. His mother's main worry is whether he'll face hardships on the way to the academy. But his father reassures her that with the teleport gate Arabella arranged, nothing should go wrong. The doting mother, she smiles softly, admitting she's just worrying for no reason. Even so, she feels proud for raising children so well. Unlike other noble houses, where siblings fight constantly over succession, the father notes that one day, House Sagress will face that same decision, but he believes that whichever sibling steps up, they'll be more than fit for the role. Just then, Dane walks into the room, and his parents welcome him warmly. His father asks if he's ready to leave, while his mother reminds him to take both Nighthorn and the mark she gave him. Dane beams back, assuring them he has both. His mother reminds him to show the mark at the place she mentioned whenever he needs help. Dane nods, though he wonders about those people, curious if they're her old friends or colleagues. She confirms they're some of her closest companions, and though it's been years since she saw them, she's certain they'd gladly lend a hand. The moment Count Sagress overhears this, his expression tightens like he's suffering from serious constipation. He worries that if Dane follows his mother's advice, he might accidentally drift toward the path of a full-fledged assassin, so he quickly interrupts. He tells his son to seek out Duke Thermion as soon as he reaches the capital, since the Duke will support him until he's settled into the academy. At this, Dane's doting mother begins to cry, heartbroken to see her son all grown up and about to leave. Her husband gently reminds her that there's no need for tears, and that it would be better to send him off with smiles and good wishes. Meanwhile, Dane gathers his courage. Even though he had planned this departure, he had always carried some hesitation deep inside. But now the time has truly come for him to set off. Herman personally escorts him toward the teleportation gate. The Count quietly orders his man, Gilad, to shadow Dane with utmost care and make sure he arrives safely at the teleport gate. Gilad acknowledges the command and moves immediately. Elsewhere inside the castle, Dane's doting mother summons her own familiar, the entity known as Shadow. As expected, she gives Shadow the same order Count Sagress gave to Gilad, to ensure that Dane teleports without incident. Shadow accepts the order and vanishes at once to carry it out. Soon after, Herman lays eyes on the massive teleportation device for the very first time. He is completely shocked by its enormous scale. Dane also stands there, openly acknowledging how truly magnificent it is. The butler comments that Lady Arabella must be an incredible person, and Dane agrees, noting that it makes sense why it took her an entire year to construct. The butler, clearly excited, then asks if stepping onto the platform alone will activate the teleportation. Dane confirms with a simple yes. He then explains how much effort must have gone into it, because teleportation magic is unlike other spells. It requires exact precision in the arrangement of codes. Furthermore, the magic has to be continuously infused, while the code is being rearranged before the spell can finally activate. The gate Arabella completed is a flawless device where every condition for teleportation has been perfectly met. Herman then wishes Dane good fortune and tells him to take care of himself. Dane responds warmly to the gesture. He then takes his first steps toward the portal, just as his sister had suggested he should. The moment he does, the gate bursts open and an arcane blue energy engulfs him. Teleportation begins at once. The scene shifts to a bustling street filled with townsfolk going about their daily lives. And in the middle of all this activity, we see Dane seated proudly on his horse. A big smile spreads across his face as he realizes this is the grand entrance to the capital city. As he rides through the crowd, an unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out to him, saying he has been waiting for him. The man who appears before him is clearly a knight. He introduces himself as Louis Asmar, captain of the First Corps of Knights for House Tyron. Seeing the captain himself come out to greet him is overwhelming for Dane, as he had never expected such a reception. Louis declares that he and his men will be escorting Dane from here onward. At that moment, he turns to his subordinates and orders the knights to secure the route. The soldiers respond immediately without the slightest doubt. As they proceed, Dane feels grateful to be under Louis Asmar's care, while the captain himself feels honored to serve as Dane's escort. Soon, Dane starts to feel a strange sensation in his chest. He never thought he would step into the heart of the Dne Empire, a land he once despised, and yet here he is, standing as one of its most promising figures. As they move deeper into the city, Dane is stunned to see how vibrant and full of life the capital actually is, far beyond anything he had imagined. Louis then explains that they are now entering the estate of House Tyron. This immediately perks Dane up, and as he lifts his gaze, he is absolutely awestruck by the grandeur before him. However, even in that moment of admiration, he can't shake the unsettling sense that someone is secretly watching him. It makes him wonder if he is simply imagining things. As he approaches the entrance, the household servants line up neatly to welcome him inside. Their formal greeting leaves him completely astonished. They stand in a flawless formation, their manners and discipline impeccable, a sharp contrast to what he was used to in the southern region. At last, Dane comes face to face with Duke Tyron. He promptly greets the head of the house and drops down respectfully to pay his formal respects. Tyron accepts the greeting warmly and invites him inside, eager to hear all the details about his long journey. Once inside, Tyron remarks on how much Dane has changed since the last time they met, 7 years ago. He confidently states that even youths 1 or 2 years older than Dane would pale in comparison to his strength and aura. He adds that Count Sagress must surely be a proud father. Then, acknowledging that this estate may not rival Count Sagress' castle, he tells Dane to enjoy his stay until the Academy's entrance exam. He also promises to assign a servant who will fulfill Dane's every need. Dane thanks him and immediately asks about Leila, wondering how she has been and what she's been up to. Tyron replies that she is doing well overall, but asks whether Dane has had any disagreements with her lately. Dane, puzzled, asks what he means, and Tyron explains that whenever Leila hears Dane's name these days, she tends to look displeased. Dane insists he doesn't recall having any quarrels with her. Tyron takes note of this and suggests it might just be the pressure she's feeling because of the upcoming entrance exam. Still, he's certain that someone like Leila will easily pass. Meanwhile, Dane wonders what could have caused her to act this way, and assumes maybe it's just a phase of adolescence. Thermion then advises him to rest for now, saying they can talk again later, though he hints that Dane should try to be gentle. Dane doesn't quite understand what that means, but Thermion assures him he will find out soon enough. A servant then escorts Dane to his assigned room. He looks around, thinking about how he'll be living here for a week until the entrance exam. He tosses his bag onto the floor and decides to unpack before heading out to check the training grounds. Just then, a certain young lady walks straight into his room without knocking. She immediately tells him to follow her to the training ground. The moment he hears her voice, Dane instantly recognizes who it is. When he turns around, he sees Leila. She has grown a lot since the last time they met, and her growth in certain ways is quite noticeable. She looks visibly annoyed and demands to know why he took so long to arrive, clearly upset at being kept waiting for days. Dane, on the other hand, can't contain his happiness upon seeing her and quickly asks how she has been. Leila retorts that she's been doing just fine, but before they can really catch up, her anger spills out. She's furious that he never once wrote her a letter, despite promising that he would. She presses him, asking why he didn't bother to send even a single note over the years, or at least inform her of his arrival. Dane, scratching his head, admits he completely forgot and apologizes. Naturally, Leila isn't satisfied with such a half-hearted apology. He tries to remind her that at least he showed up like he promised, insisting he was simply too busy preparing for the capital to think of anything else. He pleads with her to forgive him just this once. Not surprisingly, she pouts like a stubborn wife, her annoyance written all over her face. Dane then asks if there's anything he can do to make it up to her. He apologizes again, promising to fulfill whatever request she makes. Leila arches an eyebrow, asking if he really means that. Dane gives an awkward smile and agrees to anything she says, hoping to diffuse her anger. He finally asks what he should do to make amends. She pauses to think, then suggests they settle it with a sparring match. Dane is stunned by the unexpected challenge, definitely not what he was expecting. Still, he reluctantly agrees to go along with it. Meanwhile, Leila smirks, clearly pleased with herself. She warns him, asking if he's really sure he won't regret it, because she's no longer the weak little girl who once learned how to release mana from him. Dane is taken aback by her confidence. It's obvious she has grown tremendously over the past 7 years. Speaking of growth, he recalls how she once mentioned winning a competition in one of her letters. Leila is surprised he remembered and proudly explains that she won the Dawn-Terra Cup, hosted by the royal family. As far as he recalls, that tournament was meant for those under 15. She confirms it, explaining that the competition was fierce, and if he had joined, she's sure they would have faced each other in the finals. Dane reassures her that they can make up for that now. She then asks if he's absolutely certain about sparring, warning that if he gets hurt so close to the entrance exam, it might cause problems. Dane shrugs it off, saying there's no need to worry, though in the back of his mind, he wonders why they'd even get hurt in the first place. With that settled, Leila decides their sparring match will be held tomorrow, since it's already too late in the day. The following morning arrives, and we find them outside, fully prepared for their spar. Leila turns to him and asks if he has brought a practice weapon, because she definitely doesn't want to hear that he's still using a bladeless sword. Dane simply readies himself, knowing there's no way he can back out now. Leila smirks again, her confidence radiating as the tension between the two begins to rise. And so, their long-awaited reunion is about to turn into a duel. Neither of them intends to hold back, and both know this spar will decide more than just who's stronger. For Dane, it's a chance to prove himself after 7 years apart. For Leila, it's an opportunity to show how far she has come on her own. The training ground falls silent as the two prepare. Their eyes lock, neither willing to be the first to back down. With a deep breath, Dane braces himself, and with a fierce grin, Leila raises her weapon. The spar between the two is about to begin. He tells her again that this is just going to be a friendly spar, so it makes sense to use practice weapons. After all, no matter how skilled she is as a warrior, She can't be ready for every situation. He asks what she would do if she got hurt while they were only supposed to be sparring. She tries to reassure him, saying there's nothing to worry about, because the Empire's best healer is right here under their roof. But Dane points out the obvious. What if something serious happens before the healer even has a chance to act? Leila falters for a moment, struggling for a response. He reminds her that if she insists on using real blades, she has to be mentally prepared for the risks. She thinks he's making this whole thing unnecessarily complicated, when it's just supposed to be a spar. In the end, she gives in and agrees to use practice gear, instructing a servant to fetch some. While the servant heads off, Dane looks at Leila and can't help but feel genuinely happy seeing how confident she has become. Just as the rumors say, it won't be long before she reaches the level of her two older brothers, both of whom already serve as knights. In fact, there's a real chance House Tyron could soon see its first female head of the family. Dane wonders if teaching her how to release mana was a pivotal moment in her growth. And from the looks of it, it clearly was. As we glance into Leila's thoughts, she silently thanks him. With his guidance, she picked up the basics of handling magic far faster than others her age, and now she's already formed 2 monocores. She has been waiting for this day for so long, and she wonders if Dane would feel discouraged if she managed to defeat him. The servant finally returns with the requested training equipment. Dane takes up a wooden spear, gives it a few practice swings, and loosens up his muscles. Then he settles into his stance. He asks if she's ready. Leila nods and takes her stance too, dummy sword in hand. She recalls her bout against a spear user in the Dne Cup. It hadn't been all that difficult for her back then. Since the spear is a long-range weapon, its advantage drops sharply once the distance is closed. With that in mind, she rushes forward recklessly, aiming to strike Dane. But before Leila can even land her swing, Dane slips out of sight right in front of her. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from her reach. She searches for him, startled by his sudden disappearance. Only confusion fills her face as she realizes she has no idea where he went. Leila freezes for a moment, completely bewildered. Her mind races, but she can't keep up with his movements. And before she can even process what just happened, Dane has already tapped her, proving his speed, ending the sparring match before it even begins. She quickly spins around and demands to know since when he got behind her. Dane reminds her she should be grateful they're only using practice weapons. If they had been real blades, she could have been in serious danger. But Leila refuses to accept defeat. She insists she's sure her sword had already reached him. Dane gives her another chance but warns that the same trick won't work twice, so she needs to be more careful. Leila steels herself, inwardly admitting she lost just now only because she was nervous after not seeing him for so long. This time she swears she won't hold anything back. That's when she spots her father watching from the balcony, quietly observing everything. Dane notices the Duke as well, surprised that he showed up, simply to witness his daughter's potential, to see her true ability firsthand. Dane understands the doting father's concern. After she won the Dne Cup, she's been working harder than ever, and naturally he worries about her. But Dane is sure this match will ease those worries once the Duke sees her real growth. Leila feels a surge of determination, because her father is watching. She's ready to prove herself by giving this spar everything she has. Dane nods in acknowledgement and tells her to show him everything she's got. As they clash again, their exchange of blows grows incredibly fast. This time, Leila is fighting with all her strength, yet despite her full effort, Dane tells her she still has more to bring out, urging her to push harder. The Duke narrows his eyes, leaning forward slightly, and for a second he almost interrupts. But instead he lets out a chuckle, proud of his daughter. He's glad that, for now, the two look evenly matched, though he's curious how the fight will ultimately end. But suddenly something shifts. The air grows heavy with a strange, unsettling presence. He notices the cheerful smile Dane wore just moments ago is gone, replaced with the sharp focus of a warrior ready for real combat. To the Duke, it feels eerily familiar, like something he's seen before, triggering old memories. Meanwhile, the duel presses on. Leila throws everything she has into overpowering Dane, but it's obvious she still can't match him. Her next rushed move leaves her wide open, and Dane swiftly sweeps her legs, making her stumble. He makes sure her fall isn't too rough. Duke Thermion doesn't look pleased seeing his daughter lose so many times in a row. He asks his knight Asmar if Leila's arrogance might cool down after this, but Asmar replies that Thermion surely already knows the answer, so his input isn't needed. The Duke agrees, saying he noticed the signs even before the Dawn Cup, but after her victory, she completely changed. As the match drags on, the Duke admits he had considered sitting her down for a stern talk, but decided it would be better if she learned the lesson herself. Asmar agrees with that approach. The Duke then questions his knight again, asking how many monocores Dane might possess. Judging by Dane's skill, Asmar guesses at least 3. But the Duke immediately disagrees, saying it's more likely 2, with only a slim chance of 3. Asmar asks why he thinks so. The Duke tells him to look more carefully. What's overwhelming Leila is Dane's spear technique or his superior speed. It's his tactical awareness, something Leila has never experienced before. We then shift to Leila herself, completely shaken as Dane dismantles every attack she tries. To clarify, Dane tells her outright that her sluggish movements make it easy for him to predict her next steps. Every strike is too predictable, and that gives him the clear advantage. Meanwhile, the Duke asks Asmar if he doesn't see it too, the aura of a seasoned swordsman in Dane. The knight agrees at once, but admits he can't figure out how someone so young could already fight like this. The Duke confesses he's just as baffled. He recalls that Leila's biggest leap in growth happened 7 years ago, after their return from the Southern Inspection Tour. Meeting Dane back then left a huge mark on her, and he believes this time will be no different. Asmar agrees, adding that even he's shocked by this boy. The young lady may have won the Dawn Cup, but against Dane she's completely outmatched. To him, it looks like Count Sagress must have put Dane through brutal training, but Duke Thermion doesn't see it that way. On the contrary, he says Sagress isn't the type to train someone harshly. Besides, Dane doesn't seem like someone who would even need that kind of training. Asmar isn't sure what the Duke is implying, so the Duke makes it clear. This boy isn't ordinary, he's brimming with natural ability, a true genius. He even speculates that Dane likely didn't enter the Dawn Cup simply because he wasn't interested. Outwardly, Asmar agrees with his lord's conclusion, but inside, he finds it absurd. The Dawn Cup is the dream of every young man and woman in the Empire. Why would they not care about it? Still, Thermion insists that no one else his age has skills anywhere near this level. And right as he says that, his daughter collapses to her knees, exhausted. Watching her struggle, Thermion reflects that maybe these battles are exactly what Leila needs to soften her sharp attitude a little. He hopes that this sparring session will help her recognize her own shortcomings. If she can drop her arrogance and focus on honing her swordsmanship, she could eventually surpass even her brothers. Switching now to Leila's point of view, she's been facing one humiliating defeat after another. She's finally realizing that Dane isn't just a tough opponent, he's operating on a completely different level. She always knew their talents were different, but seeing the massive gap firsthand leaves her shocked and speechless. Seeing her exhausted, Dane decides to wrap things up for the day. It turns out Dane was only doing what Duke Thermion had intended, playing along to remind Leila that she isn't the best. As they walk back, Leila, still fuming, lashes out at him, demanding to know how on earth he trained to reach this level. Dane replies casually, saying that he just practiced diligently. That simple, almost dismissive answer rattles Leila even more. She feels like he's downplaying all the effort she's poured into her own training, as if implying she hasn't worked nearly as hard. Dane, ever blunt, tells her again that she just needs to work harder. With that, he turns to leave, but Leila isn't the type to back down. She declares firmly that next time she won't lose. Dane, already anticipating their next match, doesn't say much. He leaves her behind, letting her stew over their dynamic. To Leila, Dane is the only person her age she truly respects. Yet he's also the one she desperately wants to surpass. She's determined to prove that she's not just a child waiting to be taught. But no matter how hard she tries, Dane always seems to be a step ahead. Still, she tells herself to wait and see. Next time, she'll be the one who wins. A few days later, we learn that the Imperial Academy's entrance exam isn't just a test. It's practically a festival. Talented individuals from all over the empire flock to the capital, bringing their families and attendants along. This floods the capital with thousands of visitors at once. This year, around 6,000 applicants have registered. With no prerequisites other than paying the exam fee, anyone could participate. But the competition is brutal. Nearly 2/3 of the applicants failed to clear the first test. Now, with the pre-selection over, only 2,000 remain, preparing for the next stage, the specialization exam. Inside the academy, the professors gather to discuss this year's influx of applicants. With over 2,000 students passing the first round, things are bound to get busy. One asks how many will pass the next stage, and a lady confidently replies, "At most, 200. They begin speculating about which students might make the cut. The man leading the discussion is Professor Dne, Dean of the Magic Department. The confident lady speaking is Ingrid, Dean of the Spearmanship Department. Dne asks when the test scores will be released, admitting he's especially curious about who ranked first. Someone comments that the top scorer in swordsmanship is most likely the young lady from House Tyron, winner of the Daunter Cup. Nobody doubts the exceptional way Duke Tyron has raised his children. The conversation continues with Delphine, the sharp-eyed dean of the summoning department. Sitting beside her is Estrenad, the dean of the swordsmanship department. While everyone tosses out guesses about who will emerge as the top student, Dne sits quietly. Then he cuts through the chatter, calling out their reckless assumptions. He produces a letter that instantly grabs everyone's attention. Someone asks what it is. Dne explains that it's a recommendation letter from Sidrain himself, complete with the Nixon magic tower seal infused with mana. The entire room freezes in disbelief. For the first time in years, Sidrain has recommended someone. Still, a few doubt whether this student could possibly outshine the Daunter Cup champion. Dne presses on. He reminds them that Sidrain, known for never taking on disciples, actually sent a recommendation. Not only that, the child in question is just 14 years old and already a 3-chain mage. Curiosity peaks as everyone waits for the name. Dne lets the suspense build before finally revealing it: Dne Sagress of House Sagress. The room falls silent in shock. What makes this even more staggering is the fact that there are already 2 prodigies from House Sagress enrolled in the academy, and now a third is about to join. Everyone agrees this will cause a stir. Estrenad points out that House Sagress is renowned for spearmanship, so a mage's recommendation feels unusual. Perhaps Sagress is about to become equally famous in magic. Lady Ingrid agrees. She had assumed Dane would choose spearmanship, making this a surprising twist. Dne, however, is thrilled. With Dane joining the magic department, especially with his sister Arabella already there, the department will only grow stronger. After all, the Imperial Academy is most famous for its magic. Suddenly, a woman rushes into the meeting to announce that the test results are in. A glowing system window displaying the results appears before them. It shows that the swordsmanship department has admitted 1,367 students, the magic department 227, and the summoning department only 152. The swordsmanship numbers are astonishing, especially compared to the other departments. Leaving the room in awe, Estrenad can't help feeling smug, satisfied with the sheer number of candidates entering his department. He's confident Dane must be among them too. Every professor eagerly scans the results, but to their shock, Dane's name isn't listed under any department. An older professor asks the messenger if there are any applicants not listed. She replies that there is one application for the autonomous major. The mere mention of the autonomous major makes the professors look as if they've swallowed stones. Then the messenger drops another bombshell. Dne Sagress scored first overall among all 6,000 applicants. The revelation stuns the room again. One professor even yells out in disbelief. Later, we return to Dane. A month has already passed since his arrival at the academy. Time has flown. His sparring match with Leila feels like yesterday, yet here they are, having taken the first test and now awaiting the results. Thankfully, it hadn't been too difficult. That's when Leila comes rushing up to him, eager to talk about the results. She can't wait to find out his score, but we already know Dane ranked first, which doesn't surprise us in the slightest. For Leila, though, it's another crushing defeat. She can't hide her frustration at being bested once again. Dane, on the other hand, takes great satisfaction in her expression. He's determined to humble this fiery rival, who insists she deserves to be on top. Leila, still seething, demands to know how he studied so effectively. Dane explains that he focused on past exam papers his sister had sent him, though even then, the military science section was a real challenge. But Dane had an edge. He's lived through battlefield strategy in his previous life. Leila, however, can't fathom why 14-year-olds are being tested on war strategy and military politics. Dane twists the knife further by casually saying he found it fun. That pushes Leila over the edge. She glares at him, questioning if he's lost his mind. To her, military science, arts, music, and the Empire's history are all subjects no 14-year-old should grasp. But Dane, as savage as ever, shoots back that this is his specialty, earned through real experience on the battlefield. Then Leila asks which subjects he chose for the second test. To her shock, he says 3. The number alone throws her off, because it means he applied for the autonomous major. With each revelation about him, Leila grows more agitated. She demands to know what other talents he's hiding beyond spearmanship and summoning. Dane just smiles, brushing off the question but promising she'll find out soon. Frustrated, she presses harder, asking why he'd picked the autonomous major. She can't make sense of it. Dane answers calmly, it's because he wants to study them all. Leila immediately points out that the autonomous major has one of the worst pass rates. Dane doesn't flinch. He explains that students in the autonomous major can attend any class they want until graduation. Plus, they don't have to declare a fixed major, and can even conduct research with professors from every department. Narrowing her eyes, Leila asks if he thinks people fail simply because they don't know these perks. She even speculates that he just doesn't want to end up in the same department as her. Dane flatly denies it, which only fuels her anger. She demands to know how he plans to succeed, pressing him again about his abilities beyond spearmanship and summoning. Dane briefly considers telling her more, but honestly, she's so noisy it's exhausting. If only she could talk less. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the academy. Professors gather to discuss Dane once again. They explain that to pass the autonomous major, a student must succeed in the exams for 3 separate departments. The idea that Dane chose this path shocks them. Spearmanship, magic, and summoning. Each field is vastly different, making it nearly impossible to master all 3. Professor Delphine notes that while a few students have managed to clear 2 departments, most can't even pass one. Dne agrees, pointing out it's always smarter to specialize. Focus on the spear if it's spearmanship, or on magic if it's magic. In fact, it's been 200 years since the autonomous major was created, and almost no one has ever passed. When the program was first introduced, the standards weren't as strict. Back in the days of conquest, the academy needed every talented person it could get. If someone showed potential in multiple fields, they were trained accordingly. But now, things are different. The requirements have grown harsher over time. These days, applicants prefer to excel in one discipline rather than be mediocre in several. One professor even questions why the major still exists when no one applies or succeeds. Dne reminds them that it's a symbol, a mark of prestige reserved for the Empire's finest. Delphine argues that it hardly matters anymore. It has declined to the point of existing in name only. Dne counters, saying that he reviewed the records and found that in the last 1,000 years, only 2 people have ever passed. One eventually dropped out, while the other became the previous emperor. Hearing this, Ingrid remarks that unless someone is a true genius, completing the autonomous major is flat-out impossible. Delphine then points out that Dane is the youngest son of the war hero Arkin Sagress. He isn't from some ordinary household. She admits she's curious, and genuinely looking forward to seeing what he can pull off. The professors also entertain the thought that Dane might just be a cocky brat. If they take it easy on him, he might somehow scrape by. But with their status as professors, they can't afford to take chances or go soft. Regardless, Dne finds himself intrigued. If Dane really is just a punk overflowing with confidence, confident enough to challenge one of the Academy's symbols. Dne wants to see it with his own eyes. The moment finally arrives, and we're now at the site of the second exam. Dane steps up before the professors, introduces himself by name, and states that he's applying for the Imperial Academy's autonomous major program. Dne questions him directly, asking if he even understands the weight of applying for the autonomous major. Of course, Dane has done his research. With confidence, he declares that he's fully aware of the obligation to pass the exams in all 3 majors he selected. Professor Ingrid reminds him that it isn't too late to reconsider. She deeply respects Count Sagress, the Empire's strongest spearman, and she truly does not want to see the son of such a remarkable figure suffer defeat and then be forced to return home in shame. Dane acknowledges her concern and even thanks her for the sentiment. But he makes it clear that he came here with full determination, ready to give it everything he's got. The professors expect nothing less. After all, if Dane were the type to give up after hearing a few words of caution, he wouldn't have applied to this program in the first place. With that in mind, Dne explains that the exam will consist of 3 separate tests tied to the majors Dane chose. Failing even one will mean automatic failure. Now that the rules have been made perfectly clear, Dne signals the head of the summoning department, Professor Delfinso, to begin the test. She steps forward and positions herself right across from Dane as the two face each other. Dane reflects for a moment on Delfinso's reputation. He's heard that she stands at the very peak of the Althian Empire's summoners, holding the record for calling forth 3 summons above second rank at the same time. The woman finally speaks, explaining that the summoning test is straightforward. Dane just needs to satisfy her with his summoning skills, however he can manage. Hearing this, Dane feels a surge of excitement. He'd expected the test to be more of a freestyle challenge, no rigid standards, rather than simply showing off some flashy magic trick like she might assume. He then asks her directly if she could perform a summon herself. His response catches her completely off guard. She sharply demands to know what in the world he thinks he's talking about. Even the other professors are left staring in disbelief. It's unheard of for an applicant to ask a professor to perform a summon. At the same time, this sparks curiosity about Dane's motives. Since he doesn't have a summoner's mark, Dne had assumed he'd discuss theory instead. But now it seems Dane wants to use this chance to witness a real summon firsthand. Although Delfinso dislikes being ordered around by this cheeky brat, she's willing to grant his request. Still, she warns him that this isn't something one gets to see often, so he'd better keep his eyes open and not miss a thing. With that said, she begins chanting her summoning spell, and as the massive incantation takes shape, the air grows heavy, and everything around them scatters under the crushing pressure. Even the professors themselves are left awestruck, and then they see the beast she has called forth. The dreaded mad summon, Eater Ark. A single roar from the monster is enough to make everyone question their life decisions. Dane knows this creature's reputation well. It's the most vicious among the third-rank summons, notorious for attacking anything in sight, except for its summoner. Honestly, Dane hadn't expected to witness something like this in what's supposed to be an entrance exam. But now, things are definitely about to get more interesting. Having fulfilled his demand, Delfinso turns back to Dane, telling him it's time to show whatever he was planning. The spectators are still stunned, because even among 4th-ranked summons, Eater Ark is one of the most brutal. Even if several dual-class knights fought together, they would still struggle to bring it down. Even Professor Ingrid has no idea why Delfinso would choose to summon something this massive. Meanwhile, Dane calmly keeps walking straight toward the beast, which makes Delfinso panic. She urgently warns him to back away immediately, because if he gets any closer, it's obvious the creature will attack. But Dane ignores her warning. After stepping dangerously close to the monster, he simply states that he's just proving his ability as a summoner. Delfinso acknowledges his point, but she didn't mean for him to throw himself into the fire just to prove it. Yet Dane only extends his hand, assuring her that she doesn't need to worry. With one firm gesture and a few words quietly exchanged with the beast, the massive monster that had moments ago seemed utterly terrifying suddenly lowers its head. It submits like a docile pet, obeying Dane's command. The entire room is left stunned at the sight. Meanwhile, Dane casually pets the enormous creature, as if it were nothing more than a stray cat. Even the monster's own summoner, Delphinso, reacts with disbelief like everyone else. After all, it's considered impossible to tame the vicious Eater Arc so easily. That's when she notices it. A mana thread linking Dane to the beast. Though faint in color and not a full subjugation, it completely strips the Eater Arc of its hostility. The fact that this is happening before their very eyes is something they still can't fully accept. Delphinso wonders if Dane analyzed the mana thread in that brief moment, as he approached Eater Arc, then quickly replicated a similar thread to connect himself to it. Since Dane lacks a summoner's mark, this would have been the most effective method available. She realizes this boy possesses incredible talent that even outshines the praise she once received from her own teachers long ago. With such potential, she wonders just how far his future might take him. Finally, she steps forward, telling Dane that what he's shown is already more than enough to assess his ability. She commends him for his strong courage, his cold judgment, and solid fundamentals, before officially granting him a pass. The other two professors are just as shocked. This kind of sight is almost unheard of. Later that night, when Dane returns to Duke Thermian's palace, he recounts everything to Leila. She's absolutely stunned to hear the entire test wrapped up in just 20 minutes. As much as she doesn't want to admit it, she begrudgingly concedes that this achievement makes him the top student. But Dane quickly reminds her that she was ranked first in the swordsmanship department, so technically, she's a top student too. Of course, Leila flat-out refuses the title for obvious reasons, leaving her fuming in frustration. Dane tries to lighten her mood, pointing out that her father even threw a party to celebrate her success. But Leila can't get past the fact that the gap between her and Dane's talent feels impossibly wide. To her, Dane doesn't feel like a rival at all, more like an unstoppable natural disaster. With that, she walks off without another word. Later, Dane comes face to face with Duke Thermian, who advises him to give her space if that's what she wants. But Dane isn't so sure letting her sulk is the right approach. The Duke, however, reassures him that there's nothing to worry about. Leila will overcome it in her own time. The Duke shifts the conversation, asking whether Dane has informed his father about his success. He's certain Count Sagress would be incredibly proud to hear it. Dane confirms, saying that everyone back home was indeed overjoyed. The Duke smiles, reminding Dane that earning a place in the autonomous department is no small accomplishment. He mentions how even those within the academy were stunned by his feat. Now that the exams are done, he advises Dane to rest and prepare for enrollment. Dane thanks the Duke for his care and guidance. Then Thermian brings up another matter, asking if Dane has thought about what kind of weapon he plans to forge. Dane replies that he's considering a sword, though he hasn't fully decided. When the Duke presses him on why he's hesitant, Dane explains that his body hasn't completely matured yet. On top of that, he still isn't sure exactly what kind of sword he wants. He plans to take his time, think carefully, and place his order only when he's ready, since this is an opportunity he refuses to waste. Thermian chuckles, clearly amused by his thoughtful answer. Suddenly, the butler arrives to inform the Duke that the madam wishes to see him. With that, the Duke departs, leaving Dane to quietly reflect on how the Duchess's illness hasn't changed. It's been the same for years. Just then, Leila reappears and shares that fortunately, her mother hasn't worsened, but she hasn't improved either. The situation has stayed the same for several years. Dane feels a wave of pity, especially since he's never seen someone in a family remain so ill. He doesn't dare claim he understands what Leila is going through. 2 days later, the scene shifts back to the academy. The host greets all the incoming freshmen of the Imperial Academy, introducing himself as Archwald Hamid, the headmaster. He praises the new students for earning a place here after such fierce competition. He believes the Empire's future is bright, and that every one of them is a precious talent. Among this year's freshmen, many stand out as exceptional. Yet even among those exceptional students, one figure shines brighter, a student who passed the autonomous major exam. Including this student, only 2 people have passed in the last 100 years. This student cleared the autonomous major with unanimous approval from the deans of magic, spearmanship, and summoning alike. The crowd erupts, stunned to hear that someone has actually passed the autonomous exam, something almost beyond imagination. The headmaster then calls forward the top student, Dne Sagress. Dane walks up to the stage with calm confidence, while the audience goes wild. They can't believe that this young upstart is the one who conquered the autonomous exam. All around, voices buzz with talk of Dane and the Sagress family name. Among those present is Count Sagress himself, flanked by his relatives. Duke Thermion, standing close by, is practically glowing as he praises Sagress for raising such a remarkable child. Inwardly, though, he can't help feeling down on himself, thinking he's accomplished nothing after raising two sons. His daughter, at least, is stepping into the academy, yet his sons don't even bother showing up. The eldest is away on a mission, while the second one flat out ran off. Sagress, meanwhile, seems to have it all together with his two daughters, and Thermion feels a pang of jealousy. He gazes at his own daughter. A wave of sadness washes over him. He regrets that her mother isn't alive to see this milestone. As all of this plays out, Dane is right there in the spotlight, with every gaze fixed on him. Delphine leans forward and asks Dane's sister if he'd always been this good at getting along with his summons since childhood. His sister answers without hesitation, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Delphiniso isn't surprised. This is exactly the response he expected. It convinces him even more that Dane was born with a natural gift for warmth and connection. In his mind, Dane is an extraordinary case, far above the average summoner, even without any visible contracted beast by his side. The sister then muses aloud, wondering if Dane's unusual level of friendliness might even let him summon creatures from beyond the horizon. For that to make sense, a bit of background is needed. Beyond the horizon refers to another world, once linked to this one by summoning, until that connection vanished more than a century ago. Isso finally chimes in with his conclusion. It might just be possible. He believes the beings from that other world have the freedom to choose their summoners, which would make such a feat entirely within reach. At that moment, the principal steps up to Dane, meeting him face to face for the first time. He hands the boy a document and tells him he has high expectations, hoping this exceptional student will bring out the best of his abilities at the academy. Dane accepts the paper with a bright smile, proud of the recognition. Meanwhile, the rest of the scattered students regroup, lining up to take part in the oath-swearing ceremony led by the representative of the first years. Later, we see Dane drifting in his own happy thoughts, basking in the joy of his very first big accomplishment. He's officially made it into the academy, after all the effort and persistence it took, and he's resolved not to squander this second shot at life. This is only the beginning, and he's determined to reach far greater heights. The scene then shifts to the Academy's grand auditorium. A handful of representatives finish up their welcoming speeches about the Academy, after which the students are given a short break before the next activity. They're invited to help themselves to refreshments set out at the back and rest for a while. During this break, Leila, acting like a nagging but caring partner, starts fussing over Dane. She warns him that with his sudden success, plenty of people will have their eyes on him, some with good intentions, others with not-so-good motives. She urges him to be cautious about offers and to always think before he acts. Dane waves her off, insisting he knows how to handle himself. But Leila doesn't let up. She presses the subject of student clubs, stressing how important they are, while Dane bluntly tells her he has no interest. By this point, senior students have already started prowling, trying to scoop up promising freshmen for their clubs. That gets Dane thinking. He recalls his eldest sister, once telling him that the academy is full of fun clubs to join. Suddenly, an excited upperclassman yells out Dane's name, trying to recruit him on the spot. Within moments, more join in, forming a noisy crowd around him, all shouting over one another in their rush to sign him up. The scene becomes pure chaos. Leila doesn't waste time. She grabs Dane's hand and bolts. She drags him along, sprinting to escape the mob. But their path is quickly cut off by another group, just as desperate to snag Dane for their club. The whole place erupts into even more madness. Students yell and hype their clubs with unrestrained energy. Leila runs like her life depends on it, Dane in tow. But no matter how fast she goes, the crowd refuses to give up, chasing them relentlessly. While running, Dane can't help thinking how familiar this feels. He's used to being hunted by enemy soldiers, sure, but being chased this hard simply because he's the top freshman. That's definitely a new one. The scene cuts to another area of the academy, where Kelthus Redfield makes his quiet entrance, walking without fuss. In the background, a group of seniors whisper among themselves, sneaking glances at him. Clearly, this man's reputation precedes him. Word has it that Kelthus stepped down from his post as commander of the Imperial Knights and immediately took up a professor's role. He's admired as one of the Academy's finest professors, though Kelthus himself has no desire to play the role of model teacher. From here on out, though, his peaceful life is bound to get a lot more complicated, and it's all because, for the first time in decades, a student has entered the autonomous department. Until now, Kelthus had it easy. He could churn out papers with minimal effort and still pass as accomplished. But now, actual classes will demand his attention. The focus shifts onto Kelthus himself. He's quietly wishing the freshman orientation would just wrap up already. It's clear he's not thrilled about anyone entering the autonomous department. What irritates him the most is that this happened precisely while he's serving as its head. Soon after, he notices Dane waiting outside his office. He calls him in. He's a little surprised to see Dane show up so early. Our boy doesn't forget his manners, greeting the professor respectfully. Once they're both inside the office, we get a peek at Kelthus's inner thoughts. He's clearly annoyed. He clawed his way to this position just to enjoy some peace and quiet. Teaching was never the plan. If he wanted to keep training others, he would have stayed in the Knight Order, but he's had enough of that life. Anyway, with no choice now, Kelthus turns to Dane and asks why he picked the autonomous department. Dane replies simply that he doesn't want to be locked into a specific field. Kelthus presses further, asking if he'll decide on one later. Dane answers yes, saying that eventually he will, but for now he doesn't want to miss the chance to study broadly in the autonomous department. Kelthus looks increasingly irritated, realizing he might be stuck with Dane as his student. Then a spark of relief. He remembers Dane skipped the swordsmanship test. That can only mean the kid isn't confident with a blade. So Kelthus takes the shot, asking if our boy knows anything about swordsmanship. The unexpected question leaves Dane momentarily taken aback. Kelthus quickly clarifies he isn't trying to offend him, but in the autonomous department with Kelthus as his professor, at least some swordsmanship is expected. Dane catches on. This professor clearly doesn't want him here. He gives a straightforward answer. He's not interested in swordsmanship. That's the opening Kelthus was waiting for. He pounces, telling Dane he wants to test him. See, with his authority, Kelthus can evaluate Dane directly. And if the boy really is that bad with a sword, the professor could use that as the perfect excuse to boot him out of the department. Kelthus promptly decides to head to the training grounds to test Dane's sword skills. Once they arrive, he gestures at the rows of blades hanging along the walls, instructing Dane to pick whichever he wants. Our boy scans the impressive lineup of swords. As he takes in the sight, he wonders how such a well-stocked training hall even exists in an academic building. And more puzzling, why stockpile so many weapons when there hasn't been an autonomous student in decades? After a pause, Dane just shrugs and picks a random sword. Kelthus doubts his choice, but Dane affirms it without hesitation, showing no second thoughts. With the weapon decided, Kelthus lays out the rules. Simple enough. If Dane manages to tag him even once, he passes. To give him a fair shot, Kelthus adds a handicap. He won't move more than 2 steps during the duel. Dane accepts the terms instantly, and then the two square off, ready to begin. Kelthus feels both relieved and uneasy. Relieved at how easily Dane accepted, uneasy because of his confidence. That quick acceptance, without hesitation, almost feels like Dane believes he can actually win. The match begins, and Dane rushes forward at full speed. He swings, aiming to tag his teacher. Kelthus dodges with ease, stepping aside. But even as he brushes it off, he notices something. Dane is fast. Faster than he'd expected. For a second, he wonders if maybe this boy really does belong in the autonomous department. But there's no time to think. Dane keeps pressing, unleashing swing after swing, each strike sharper than the last. At one moment, Kelthus finds himself dangerously close to being tagged, the realization jolting him. As Dane swings again, Kelthus is forced to draw his own sword to block. A fraction slower, and it would have been over, in Dane's favor. What really stuns him is the style itself. Dane's swordsmanship is wild, irregular, but brutally effective. Kelthus realizes this isn't dumb luck. This kid knows how to fight, and his unpredictability makes him dangerous. After a rapid exchange, Dane pulls back to catch his breath. Kelthus studies his stance, baffled. It stirs a memory of a fighter he once crossed blades with on the battlefield. What unsettles Kelthus most is that Dane's stance isn't refined, nothing like the polished form of a knight-order soldier or noble duelist. It's raw, shaped by experience rather than training, and there's no time to unravel it now. Dane lunges again, blades clashing once more. Their exchange picks up speed, faster and faster. The two blur together in motion, steel clanging in a furious rhythm. Kelthus can hardly believe his eyes. None of it adds up. None of this was in the realm of possibility, not in anything he'd imagined. He's a hexaclass swordsman, among the elite, and yet here he is pouring mana just to keep pace with a 14-year-old boy. It's maddening and exhilarating all at once, proof of Dane's monstrous potential, but also a challenge Kelthus never thought he'd face in what was supposed to be a simple test. He even starts to slip, his footing unsteady, despite his vow to stay within 2 steps. Every swing from Dane feels heavier than it should, and the way this boy fights, it drags something out of his memory. It's too familiar. Kelthus flashes back to the battlefield, to the day he fought a lone knight who carried that same raw, relentless energy. He remembers how stunned he was, watching that fearless warrior tear through the battlefield, a man who fought with reckless abandon, owing nothing to banners or crests, just pure chaos ripping through both sides. The memory fades, and Kelthus snaps back to reality, just in time to feel the cold edge of Dane's blade tap against him. He's been tagged. Dane cracks a small smile, but holds back from laughing. It would feel rude toward his teacher, so instead he just says, almost innocently, "I think my sword hit you." Kelthus hates to admit it, but a deal's a deal. He gives Dane a reluctant pass. Dane finally exhales, relief washing over him. Keeping up with Kelthus had been brutal, and without the handicap the professor gave himself, he knows he wouldn't have stood a chance. But Kelthus is just as shaken. Even with a handicap, a student should never have been able to pressure a hexaclass professor like that. Now it makes sense why Dane wasn't nervous about the swordsmanship test. With talent like this, of course he was. Curious, Kelthus asks why he didn't apply to the swordsmanship department instead. Dane simply replies, "I thought my family would be sad." The answer leaves Kelthus scratching his head. Then it clicks. Dane's father is a legendary spearman. His sisters shine in magic and summoning. No wonder he applied to those 3 departments. He was trying to meet his family's expectations. And the truth finally hits Kelthus. It wasn't about confidence at all. Dane just didn't want to practice swordsmanship. With the evaluation over, Dane bows his head politely. "Thanks, Kelthus," and he quietly leaves. The professor watches him go, the harsh truth settling in. His plan to chase the boy away and return to his easy life has already failed. There's no walking this back now. As the door shuts, Kelthus closes his eyes. His thoughts drift to the past, back to a strange conversation with a colleague. He'd asked him about the night outside those walls, and the man had answered with just a name, Argrich. Later, Dane meets his second sister, who's shocked to hear he actually passed. After all, Professor Kelthus isn't known for going easy on anyone. He's the type who's only ever attended one faculty meeting, and that was just because the headmaster personally dragged him there. The man hates being bothered. He basically does whatever he wants, which is exactly why she was so worried. Relief, not celebration, is written all over her face. Normally she would have cheered, but this time she just looks glad he's safe. And Dane likes that about her. She genuinely cares about him, not the achievement. Then, his eldest sister comes running over. The three of them together draw whispers from the crowd. All the children of House Sagress in one place. People already admired Arabella and Claire, but now the youngest is proving himself just as remarkable. Soon after, a senior student named Max Hauer introduces himself. He's in charge of dorm operations. He explains that the dorms are divided into 3 halls, ranked by student performance. The best is Dancer Hall, named after the first emperor. Since Dane topped the entrance exam and passed the autonomous major test, Max informs him he'll be staying there. He describes the luxurious setup, restaurants, training halls, libraries, lounges, even projection rooms, and whispers of secret facilities. Dane has no clue what that last part means, but he doesn't pry, he just listens. Max adds that while Dane won't need to worry, students with dropping grades can get kicked out. Both Arabella and Claire managed to stay until graduation, which only boosted the family's prestige. With that, Max hands him his room key, explaining there's a spare if he ever loses it. Just swing by and grab a replacement. He also warns Dane about some of the odd students living here. Not dangerous, just odd. Check it out for yourself, Max says. And if Dane ever needs him, just call through the crystal ball. With that, Dane heads toward his new room. The place is lavish, almost overwhelming, but something feels off. He doesn't sense a single soul around, as if the whole building was abandoned in an instant. Uneasy, he spreads his senses. Right away, the faint smell of machine oil brushes his nose, and the soft squeak of gears turning reaches his ears. That's all he needs to know. This is a trap, and he's already standing in it. Instead of panicking, Dane just smirks at how sloppy it is. The ones watching through a hidden window are baffled. Why has he stopped? Did he figure it out? Arnold, the guy with glasses, insists it's impossible. His family, the Cullards, have been hunters for centuries. Their traps are foolproof. Arnold himself is the eldest son of the barony, a third year from the shooting department. One of his friends voices concern that this might be too risky, maybe even dangerous, but Arnold assures them he stripped out anything lethal. This is just hazing, and it's his first time running it, so he's pumped. Still, some of them doubt if messing with a Sagress is a smart move. Arnold brushes it off, saying everyone went through hazing, so Dane will too. He's convinced the kid's going to be wrecked. A girl chimes in, Priscilla Naril, a 4th year from House Naril in the theology department. She's not so sure. Dane's autonomous, his sisters are prodigies, and if he's on their level, the traps might not even work. Arnold laughs it off, swearing Dane hasn't sensed a thing. He made sure every trap was painted over and greased to silence them. No way. That's when Dane finally starts moving. The seniors cheer, showtime. What they don't know is Dane already sees through everything. He deliberately steps on the first trap. A water balloon drops, only for Dane to pop it midair with a mana bullet. On to the next. A stink bomb, a truly rancid mess that fills the hall. Arnold's losing his cool. There's no way Dane's dodging them all right. Yet here he is, breezing through. Arnold insists it's pure coincidence. Priscilla doubts it, but Arnold claims the early ones are just warm-ups. The real finale is coming. His friends place their bets on him. Priscilla stays skeptical, and sure enough, Dane shrugs off every trap like their child's play. Marching forward, ready for the big one. He's already mapped out the entire hallway, every trap's position, and charges ahead with a grin. Boxing gloves launch at him from every direction. He dances through them with perfect footwork. A cartoon-style pitfall bursts with feathers as he sidesteps. Spikes shoot from the floor, but they're just as useless. The seniors watching are floored. The young master of House Sagress makes it look effortless. Years ago, even Arabella and Claire got caught by these same tricks during their initiation. Arnold is seething. They spent days setting this up, yet Dane slips through like it's nothing. Still, his pride as a hunter won't let him quit. He's banking on the last trap. Curious, Priscilla asks what it is. Arnold grins, keeping it secret. Just watch. Down the hallway, Dane finally stops. Looming in front of him is a monstrous sight. A dragon, alongside a skeletal stag cloaked in deathly aura, both charging with ferocity. Dane doesn't flinch. He studies them calmly, surprised anyone would waste such powerful summons on a prank. Then he notices something off. Their lower halves don't look right, glitching, bending at the corners of the hallway. He smirks. Illusions. Just smoke and mirrors, loud and scary but fake. A normal student would have bolted. For him, it's even easier than the earlier traps. No need to dodge. He just shifts the flow of mana in the air, unraveling the mirage. Watching from the control room, the seniors are stunned. Instead of running, Dane looks completely unbothered. Arnold's stomach drops. There's no way a freshman just cracked such a complex illusion this quickly. Even upperclassmen struggle with that. Priscilla groans, already seeing the writing on the wall. Their entire plan has completely backfired. Once he had gathered enough mana, Dane unleashed a spiraling surge of pure energy straight ahead. The force ripped clean through the dragon's illusion, showing no hesitation or mercy. The moment it struck the right points, the image destabilized, releasing smoke that quickly filled the corridor. With his precise command over magic, pulling off tricks like this was no harder than breathing for the young prodigy. Honestly, he found such a hostile welcome to be little more than dull entertainment. After making sure the way was clear, he decided it was time to hunt down the creator. When he locked onto the culprit's position in the room nearby, frightened screams echoed down the hall as seniors scrambled for their lives, chased by the vicious beast called the Eater Arc. Naturally, being the one who set all these traps, the group turned to Arnold for guidance on what to do next. Yet none of them had the faintest idea how to handle such a brutal counterattack. As the Eterarch closed in on them, the monster let out a savage roar that rattled their very bones. Their shrieks rang out in panic, moments before the feral wolf could sink its fangs into its defenseless prey. That was when Dane stepped in to put an end to it. His tactic for flushing out the rats hiding in the other room worked flawlessly. Hearing his voice, the seniors turned toward Dane, stunned. They pleaded with him to do something, realizing this disaster was probably his fault in the first place. Desperate to survive and escape the bloodthirsty beast, they swore to apologize for their childish pranks. Dane lifted his hands, mysterious runes materializing in the air as mana responded to his will. Behind the Eterarch, a massive portal took shape, constraining its movements and gradually drawing it in. With a single flick of his wrist, Dane sealed the portal, erasing the creature as though it had never been there at all. Arnold and his crew were left in shock. The proud heir of the hunting clan wondered if that monster had merely been another illusion. A few moments later, the seniors finally scrambled up from their humiliating positions. One of them coughed awkwardly and admitted the initiation ceremony had been an undeniable failure. The bespectacled senior stepped forward and introduced himself as Dragon Valentine, a fifth-year alchemy student. He smoothly added that he was the sole direct descendant of Marquis Valentine, offering his hand for Dane to shake. Dragon even tossed in some flattery, remarking on Dane's striking looks and strong build. No surprise given the beauty and talent his sisters were famous for. Unsure why this guy was rambling like that, Dane kept it polite, shook Dragon's hand and gave a courteous reply. The senior with glasses kept praising Dane, marveling at his uncanny knack for detecting and evading traps. Everyone knew he was the first student accepted into the autonomous department in decades, so perhaps failure should have been expected. Dragon slyly shifted the blame, pointing out that Arnold had orchestrated everything, and noted he was the heir of House Tyron, a family renowned for hunting expertise. Hearing that, Arnold flushed with embarrassment at being exposed. Dane, however, chuckled at learning who had masterminded the trap-laden dormitory hallway. Trying to steer the mood, Dragon called everyone over for a proper round of introductions. First up was the blonde-haired lady, Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Dragon warned Dane not to bother her since she aspired to be a cleric, but Priscilla refused to let him speak for her. She declared she was a kind and beautiful young woman, abandoned child of House Tyron, and explained that joining the theology department meant sacrificing dreams of marriage and all that came with it. Dane forced a smile and stumbled through a polite reply, clearly awkward. When their hands brushed, Priscilla's eyes widened as if she had just seen a ghost. In that fleeting moment of contact, she felt a mana density unlike anything she had ever encountered before. The sheer magnitude was unreal, far beyond what someone Dane's age should possess. The overwhelming force shattered Priscilla's assumptions about magic itself. Staring down at her hand in disbelief, she saw Dane watching her with the expression of someone who expected exactly that reaction. Arnold, still bitter over his traps being rendered useless, scoffed. He refused to believe they were simply overreacting to an unusually strong mana presence. Meanwhile, the other seniors shifted into damage control. Shal Hasbro stepped forward, introducing himself as a second-year martial arts student. He immediately clarified he was nothing like the shallow brutes from the Physical Beauty Club. Dane remembered spotting those bulked-up gym fanatics trying to recruit new members earlier. Shal went on to explain that while muscles matter, martial arts aren't just about bulging biceps. He even invited Dane to learn more about his program if he was interested. The only one left who hadn't introduced himself was the trap specialist. The seniors pushed Arnold to swallow his pride and greet the freshmen properly, but the heir of House Cullard just kept sulking like a spoiled child. Eventually, he caved and extended his hand. Arnold Cullard and Dne Sagress locked eyes, and it was clear Arnold was seething after watching his carefully laid traps get dismantled so easily. Dane considered softening the blow with a little praise. He remarked that the traps were impressive, complimenting Arnold's solid knowledge of trigger mechanisms. Still, to Dane's assassin-trained eyes, they were a bit too obvious. He noted the paint was the problem. Arnold blinked at such a pointed critique of his craft. Dane added that next time, instead of F6 black, he should mix F3 silver and D6 black at a 4:6 ratio. Given the brightness of the hallway, that blend would be much harder to notice. After thinking it over, Arnold grudgingly admitted Dane's suggestion made perfect sense. Apart from the paint issue, the traps were actually excellent. Any other student would have fallen for them. The other seniors were left in awe. Who would have guessed a freshman would end up teaching Arnold a lesson about traps? They realized they were witnessing genuine talent. With introductions wrapped up, the seniors offered to lead Dane to his room. Together they strolled through the hallways toward the place he would call home throughout his academy years. Despite their earlier prank, Dane decided these seniors actually seemed like fun company. Watching their lively banter, he couldn't help but feel as though he'd gained a few goofy friends. One thing was certain, things were only going to get more interesting from here. The very next morning, Leila scolded Dane for signing up for 6 courses tied to his majors right out of the gate. It made sense, though. With 3 majors, he had to take 2 classes for each, on top of all the liberal arts courses crammed into his schedule. At this rate, sleep might not even be an option. Typically, first years maxed out at 4 classes. Leila urged him to reconsider and drop a couple before the day was over. Dane reassured her he could handle it. He even doubled down by taking 2 liberal arts courses and tacking on military science as well. The guy was basically choosing hard mode. Leila just couldn't relate. Military science had traumatized her during the entrance exam, where she lost a huge chunk of points. But Dane, the academy's top student, actually liked military science. After saying their goodbyes, they agreed to meet again later in swordsmanship class. For now, Leila headed off to her first period liberal arts class. She had chosen understanding cosmetics and skin. Fierce swordswoman though she was, Leila was still a young woman with her own interests. Meanwhile, Dane arrived at his first class, drawing curious stares from his peers. They couldn't fathom why the academy's top freshman would pick this particular subject as his liberal arts choice. Many considered approaching him afterward, but worried he'd come off as cold and distant. Their whispers filled the room. The subject of the first period was Introduction to Military Science. From his reading the previous day, Dane realized some points aligned with what he knew, while others clashed with real-life battlefield experience. Theory rarely matches practice perfectly. If it did, no nation would ever lose a war. The fact that military science was still taught during times of peace only highlighted the importance of theory and fundamentals. When the professor strode into the room and reached the lectern, every student stood in respect. The burly man waved them down, insisting they sit quickly. He began his opening remarks while thumbing through the textbook. The instructor was a middle-aged man with stark white hair, his eyes carrying the weight of battle scars that spoke of real combat experience. His name was Francisco Gavious, and he specialized in military theory. He started by taking attendance before diving into the lecture. From his seat, Dane studied the old man closely. One glance was enough to know this teacher had truly spent time on the front lines. That alone made Dane eager for the class ahead. The professor's first words were a sharp critique of military theory. He said theory collapses on the battlefield because soldiers have free will and commanders must weigh lives against victory. Still, theory matters. Without it, the field itself can't be understood. This course, he said, would teach them to correct mistakes and see the real value of military science in war. As he scanned the room, he wondered aloud how many would grow into true elites. Then he posed a simple question. What is the most important element in war? Out of all the students, only one raised his hand with confidence. Professor Gavious gave the young man a nod of approval. Of course, it was none other than our boy, Dne Sagress. He boldly stated that the most important factor in war is the supply line. The professor's eyes lit up at such an excellent answer. He emphasized that victory and safe returns are only possible when supply lines are fully secured. The veteran found it fascinating that the strongest response had come from the very first student. To push him further, Gavious asked Dane to outline the three most crucial aspects of supply lines. Without pause, Dane replied with a thorough explanation. First, strict military management. Since the line from the capital to the front stretches across long distances with complex logistics, if even one person is out of step, corruption slips in. That corruption inevitably leads to shortages. From his own time as a soldier, Dane knew most supply failures came from greedy individuals intercepting or skimming resources. Impressed by the first answer, Gavious told him to continue. Second, Dane stressed standardization. When supplies are uniform in weight, size, and specifications, mass production becomes easier and more efficient. This not only speeds delivery but also prevents confusion among frontline units, keeping their effectiveness intact. Hearing Dane reel off complex points that no textbook could cover, the other students began murmuring in bewilderment. Even Professor Gavious looked astonished at such seasoned insight. Finally, Dane explained the third key: local procurement. Wars drag on, and when management and standardization falter, the quality of supplies inevitably declines. Procuring resources locally ensures at least a baseline of self-sufficiency. Soldiers can grow food or purchase from nearby towns. Though not perfect in quality or volume, it works as reliable emergency support. Dane spoke from lived experience, not theory. The entire class sat in stunned silence at his words. Professor Gavious, thrilled, asked what year Dane was in. On hearing he was just a freshman, the man nearly choked. He couldn't grasp how someone so new to the academy knew such battlefield intricacies. He repeated Dane's answers for the benefit of the whole class. They reminded him of hardened soldiers and officers who had survived countless campaigns. For a boy of Dane's age, it was unfathomable to keep his past hidden. Dane claimed he simply grew up hearing war stories from his father. Curious, Gavious asked who his father was. When Dane revealed he was the son of Arkin Sagress, the professor's jaw nearly hit the floor. The revelation that he was the son of the Blue Whirlwind put everything into perspective. On top of that, he was the same student rumored to have passed the autonomous major exam. No wonder he stood leagues above the average freshman. Taking over again, Professor Gavious told the class their studies would match up with the principles Dane had outlined. They'd use the textbook as a guide, but the focus would be on practical application. That, after all, was the true purpose of military science. The professor was overjoyed to see such a promising seedling among this year's intake. Once first period ended, students spilled out into the corridors, filling the academy halls with noise. Dane could be seen hurrying away, exasperated at how he'd nearly been roped into graduate school on his very first day. After class, the professor even called him back, suggesting he pursue deeper study in military science. Recommending grad school to a freshman, now that was insanity. Fortunately, Dane's second sister had already given him guidance for moments like this. Claire had told him that if anyone offered him a place at the Imperial Graduate School, he should simply run away and not do anything else. Judging from appearances, Professor Gavious didn't seem like the sort of person who would give up easily. Putting that problem aside for the moment, Dane unfolded his map and plotted a route to his next class. It was his first day, so he still hadn't learned the lay of the land. To make matters worse, the academy was enormous. He had agreed to meet Leila at Central Fountain Square, which was quite a distance from where he was standing. After scanning the map, he finally located the spot. From the looks of it, cutting through the misty garden appeared to be the quickest way to reach his destination. After walking for a few minutes, Dane arrived at the place known as the Misty Garden. People said that if the sky grew even slightly cloudy, the garden would be swallowed by a thick blanket of fog. That fog made it extremely easy to lose one's sense of direction inside the garden. As a result, most students avoided the sprawling grounds whenever they could. On top of that, the mystery surrounding the Misty Garden had spawned some frightening ghost stories. Dane glanced around and was pleasantly surprised the area looked much nicer than his eldest sister had described. Since the weather was fine, he figured it would be safe to take the shortest path and cross to the other side quickly. Right. As he cheerfully made his way through the garden, an ear-piercing scream suddenly sliced through the air, a cry for help. He turned toward the direction of the pleading voice and paused to consider what he should do. Pinpointing the voice's origin, he realized it came from beyond the thick greenery. Dane bolted. His mother had always said that when someone needs help, you should act without hesitation. Mind you, his mother was an assassin. There was still plenty of time before his next class, so he figured he could squeeze a rescue mission in. Thanks to Dane's exceptional speed and sharp perception, he quickly located the lost student. It was a young man lugging a heavy backpack. He thanked Dane for answering his calls for help. He'd feared he'd be stranded. Fortunately, he hadn't been hurt. He was simply exhausted from walking in circles for a long time. The young man introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, a first-year exploration student. Dane found it rather ironic that an exploration student would get stranded on campus. Ernest admitted he might have gotten a little too carried away exploring the academy, excited enough to get lost and run out of stamina. From what Dane could recall, the Dillon barony was a noble house from the west, and its crest bore a boat and a sailor. Ernest was impressed that Dane knew about his family. They were a house famed for exploration. For generations, Ernest's ancestors had sailed vast seas and ventured to unknown lands. Looking at the young Dillon, Dane thought he didn't seem cut out for such grand adventures, given how scrawny he looked. Dane recognizing his family made Ernest proud. He politely asked Dane his name, and the young genius gladly introduced himself. Upon learning that he was the first autonomous department student in 50 years, Ernest nearly fainted with shock. His eyes lit up, and he praised his luck at meeting such an extraordinary individual. Dane's awkward laugh died away when he noticed something around Ernest's neck. The youth insisted he wasn't wounded anywhere, yet there were obvious wounds and scars across his body. Bruises marked his neck and his hands. From what Dane could tell, those injuries weren't the sort you'd get from ordinary exploration. He chose not to pry too deeply into the matter, since it might be a personal issue. Dane steered the conversation back to exploration. Ernest enthusiastically explained that he was obsessed with exploring every new thing he encountered. People, objects, places, name it, and he'd be eager to dive in. He opened his huge backpack and gleefully showed Dane the chaotic pile of exploration gear crammed inside. For now, his goal was to explore and map out the whole academy. On his first day of classes, he'd been drawn to the Misty Garden. Ernest was convinced something was hidden in that area. The story that the fog rolled in simply because of a bit of cloud cover made no logical sense. It just didn't add up. Dane admitted the boy might be onto something, and asked if he'd found anything that could demystify the mist. Unfortunately, Ernest didn't have a single clue yet. All he had was a hunch that some kind of force was at work in the garden that no one had figured out. He thought perhaps no one had taken a closer look at the strange phenomenon. Maybe some had tried, but something had stopped them from uncovering it. The reason was unknown at this point, but Ernest vowed he would not rest until he discovered that unknown element. Maybe it was connected to a legacy from a lost ancient kingdom, or summons from beyond the horizon. The youth's infectious enthusiasm for uncovering the unknown was beginning to rub off on Dane. That was when he remembered he was supposed to meet Leila and go to class together. They needed to go as soon as possible. While Ernest packed up his gear, the clear blue sky began to cloud over, and then the rain started to patter down. Within seconds, the entire garden was hit by a sudden downpour. This was bad. According to the stories, rain makes the fog come in much faster, and with the rain pouring down, the place would be swallowed quickly. That would make getting out of the garden nearly impossible. Just as they feared, a mysterious fog began rising from the ground itself. This fog robbed people of their sense of direction. Ernest hastily pulled out a compass, bracing for the worst. Unfortunately, the unknown force made the compass spin out of control, so it was impossible to tell which way they should go. Ernest began to panic. Without the compass's help, they stood little chance of leaving their spot without risking getting completely lost. Dane urged Ernest to use his exploration skills, but the youth proved useless in this case. In any other place, he might have found a way out. The misty garden, however, was an entirely different beast where unknown forces interfered. It finally dawned on Dane that he might be trapped here on his very first day of school. Adding to his exhaustion, the rain and fog made Ernest feel heavy and sluggish. He apologized for being a burden and for dragging Dane into this mess. Dane reassured him they'd be fine. They just had to wait and see for a moment before making a move. As the fog rolled in to envelop him, Dane felt a familiar sensation. Rather than weakening like Ernest, he began to feel strangely invigorated. While Dane resonated with the fog, Ernest sobbed, feeling guilty for getting another student trapped. Ernest stopped crying when a blinding light and raging energy erupted from the young sorcerer. Dane's mana surged and danced wildly, visible to the naked eye as it pushed the fog away from his vicinity. His mana moved so violently that it nearly knocked Ernest to the ground. Watching the fog clear around Dane, Ernest's explorer instincts were utterly mesmerized. What on earth is happening? With a determined look, Dane told his new companion that he already knew the way out. Contrary to what he might have expected, the young man may have just stumbled into a fortunate encounter. There was a real chance he could uncover the misty garden's secret today. So the pair pressed through the garden as if the fog didn't exist. With Dane leading, his mana continuously cleared a path while Ernest followed closely behind. Many mages had tried and failed to solve the fog's mystery, but Dane pushed deeper without showing any signs of difficulty. Everywhere he passed, the fog seemed to give way. Ernest was certain he stood before a truly peerless genius. After a few more minutes moving through the garden, they reached their destination. Ernest thought they were out, but they could not have been further from the exit. Instead of finding a way back to the normal areas of the campus, they had actually gone deeper and arrived at the center of the misty garden. An ornate structure, intricately detailed and lavishly designed, rested atop a pool. Ernest never expected he would find the magical fountain at the garden's center. Most students who ventured into this place sought out that very spot. They gathered there because of a legend Dane had never heard. Ernest explained the legend's details. People said that if you reached the fountain before the mist cleared, you would be united with the person you desired most. It was just another typical romance tale wrapped in a fantastical legend. But Dane felt there was something odd about the fountain. He wondered how its magic could remain active for so long. If it was so difficult to reach, how did it keep functioning without maintenance? Hearing Dane's sensible questions, Ernest couldn't refute the logic. If no one was continually supplying magic to the fountain, then perhaps there was a power source strong enough to sustain it for long periods. A kind of battery that didn't need replenishment. If that were the case, it was possible the entire garden was one giant mechanism. Considering how unnecessarily complex and twisted the garden's layout was, Ernest's hypothesis might be true. If the garden was one big mechanism powered by an unknown source, then the magical fountain before them could be an ancient relic. Given all the unanswered questions, It was reasonable to suspect the mist was related as well. Dane stepped closer to the fountain and rested his hand on its structure. Feeling its surface and the sensation against his skin convinced him of what it might be. Something inside him began reacting. It felt as though his mana had met an old friend. There was no doubt about it. This fountain was radiating ancient magic. As he poured his mana into the structure, unknown symbols and runes surfaced. At the sight of the symbols, Ernest jumped in surprise. He recognized them as an ancient, secret language. At first he wasn't sure, since they'd been too blurry to read. But once Dane touched it, the symbols grew clearer. This was the language used by the lost ancient kingdom of secrets. Given his background, studying ancient languages like this was essential for explorers from the Dylan family. After all, it would be infuriating to reach an ancient ruin only to be stun-locked, because you couldn't read what was written in the ancient texts. Of course, Ernest had yet to master every language out there, but he vividly remembered learning the secret language with his father from a very young age. Pulling out his notes and pen, Ernest stepped up to try decoding the ancient symbols carved into the fountain. Dane stepped back. It looked like the boy's explorer instincts were really kicking in, so it was better to let him work. The first character Ernest decoded read, qualification. He continued to glance between the symbols and his notes, careful not to miss any detail. After some painstaking translation, at last, he managed to decipher a significant portion of the inscription. Carefully arranging the words he had translated, he pieced together a coherent passage and completed the interpretation. If his reading was correct, the message declared that those deemed worthy must demonstrate their strength. The repeated mention of qualification and proof clearly implied some kind of trial. If that was true, then could this test of qualification be tied directly to ancient magic? Dane leaned closer toward the fountain. The nearer he stood to the center, the stronger that strange, familiar sensation became. Ernest scratched at his hair in frustration. By any logical standard, if the inscription was referring to an ancient test, no one in the present era should possibly meet the conditions. But Dane wasn't convinced of that. Raising his hand again, raw mana gathered around his wrist, twisting into a dazzling glow. Bewildered, Ernest asked what exactly he was trying to do. Dane, however, was wholly focused on the precision of his control over the mana in the air. From what he understood, runes drew power simply from their very form. If he employed the bracelet he and old man Sidrain had unearthed, then perhaps this ancient fountain would finally respond. As he suspected, the runes etched into the bracelet resonated with the markings on the structure. Strange new symbols flared across the bracelet's surface, impossible for either of them to read. Yet the mere fact of a reaction was enough to make Dane grin in anticipation. Acting on pure conviction, he stepped closer to the fountain and pressed his hand against the mysterious symbols. To his surprise, the entire structure suddenly came alive. The hidden runes and sigils swirled like illusions, flowing with the shifting currents of water. At last, the secret inscriptions blazed in unison with the glow from Dane's bracelet. Both young men braced themselves, their eyes fixed on what was about to unfold. Ernest panicked immediately as the earth began to rumble, the fountain trembling at its very core. A crystalline centerpiece quivered at the heart of the structure. In alarm, Ernest demanded to know what Dane had done to make the entire fountain sink into the ground. The young prodigy only smiled. He had gambled and won. He had unlocked the hidden trial of the misty garden. All at once, mana surged violently toward them, nearly blasting the frail explorer off his feet. From the eerie mist to the activation of a forgotten relic, Ernest had endured shock after shock without reprieve. Who could have imagined that Dane, of all people, would be the one to pass the ancient trial? As the fountain drained of water, something within its core began to radiate light. The sun broke through, scattering the clouds and unveiling a brilliant jewel-like core. Ernest immediately guessed that this gem must be the very power source sustaining the fountain, or perhaps it was even responsible for the strange phenomena of the entire garden itself. Opportunities like this were beyond rare, and Dane was ready to claim it, no matter what kind of ancient power he had to confront. The arcane energy emanating from the fountain's center swirled toward Dane's feet, shaping itself into an intricate web of runes. He could sense remnants of long-forgotten magic eerily similar to the mysterious energy already lying dormant within his body. To his astonishment, the unreadable symbols etched around the fountain slowly began to make sense in his mind. Arcana, the civilization that thrived before its fall into ruin. This was the legacy of the forgotten empire. He was stunned. What once appeared as meaningless scrawls now revealed their meaning to him alone. It was as though fate itself had chosen him to comprehend the language of the ancients by inheriting the legacy of Arcana. Then came a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest. Agony rippled outward, consuming his entire body. Dane clenched his teeth and focused inward, straining to identify the source. Something was happening deep within his heart. Threads of pure mana wrapped tightly around the organ, binding it and forcing their way into every vein and crevice. With one final surge, the ancient energy dug into his being in a blinding flash. As the torment faded, Dane realized he had just formed a magic circle. Normally, a core and a circle could never exist together within the same body. Their functions contradicted each other entirely, destined to clash without end. To possess both was unheard of. The imbalance would cripple efficiency and tear at the body from within. That was why even the strongest magic swordsmen, despite their might, were plagued with fatal heart conditions and shortened lives. For this reason, Dane had never wanted to create a circle that functioned solely for magic. He had already established his cores, and cultivating a circle would have been reckless. But now, the ancient empire's legacy had forcibly etched one into his heart. Ernest, noticing his pallor, asked worriedly if he was all right. Dane's face was pale and tense. Forcing a weak smile, he reassured his new companion that he would manage, though his mind was reeling. The young explorer asked in awe if Dane had truly absorbed all that overwhelming power just now. Even with his untrained eyes, he could clearly see that the mist and the runes had forged an inexplicable link to Dane. Naturally, Ernest was brimming with questions. He had witnessed the entire phenomenon firsthand. Yet for now, some things were better left unsaid. Dane offered an excuse, claiming he had handled the strange occurrence using techniques his magically talented sister had taught him. After all that had happened, Ernest's adventurous spirit burned hotter than ever. He eagerly suggested they continue exploring the academy together in the future. They could exchange discoveries and share any strange locations they stumbled upon. Considering the possibility of other magical relics like the fountain, Dane accepted. With the fog lifted and the chaos subsiding, Ernest reminded Dane that he still had a class to attend. Inheriting an ancient legacy had made Dane forget his promise to meet Leila before lessons began. He clasped Ernest's hand, apologized for leaving in a hurry, and admitted he was on the clock. If he kept her waiting, that fiery girl would surely let him have it. With a quick farewell to his new friend, Dane sprinted toward his next lecture. Watching him vanish into the distance, the young explorer's face lit with a smile. He had stumbled upon an extraordinary companion today, and deep down he sensed that traveling alongside Dane would lead to even greater discoveries. Once Dane was sure he had put enough distance between himself and Ernest, he tested his speed, pushing himself harder and faster. Oddly enough, every movement flowed with newfound ease. Mana pulsed wildly around him, amplifying his already lightning-fast agility. He could distinctly feel both the circle and his cores working within him. Against all logic, they existed in perfect harmony, without the slightest sign of conflict. Normally, a circle would disrupt the energy flow from the cores, draining efficiency. Yet here no such interference occurred. No matter how much mana he conjured, there were no signs of backlash or instability. To his delight, the result was the opposite. His magic now flowed in constant cycles through the circle, then looped back into his core, purifying the energy further with each repetition. With such an impossible stroke of fortune, Dane's first instinct was to contact his eldest sister. Moments ago, he had feared for his life. Now he was exhilarated by the limitless potential opening before him. Thanks to his boosted speed, he quickly arrived at the sandy expanse of the Hangston district. He made it just in time to meet Leila, and together they strolled toward the district's renowned entrance. The gateway, however, was oddly constructed. Leila explained that they were about to step into the infamous magic barrier. She elaborated further, saying that the structure had been devised by Saul Hengston, one of the Academy's legendary mages. Once a year, it activated for freshmen blessed with magical talent. Passing through it would trigger a light. Depending on the color, a student's magical quality and grade would be assessed. The barrier had originally been designed to weed out infiltrating dark wizards, but once such enemies vanished from the world, the device was repurposed for student classification. Curious, Dane asked her about the colors tied to each grade. Leila happily explained that without magic talent, no color would appear at all. With modest talent, the barrier glowed yellow. Those with stronger gifts would shine blue, while prodigies of overwhelming talent radiated red. Leila had studied every detail of the academy well before enrolling, eager to prepare for the new chapter of her life. Both of Dane's sisters, Arabella and Claire, had produced red when they first entered. No surprise given their terrifying aptitude. Unable to contain her excitement, Leila dashed up to the barrier, eager to see her own result. The moment she stepped onto the threshold, a vivid crimson light engulfed the space. Considering her remarkable abilities, the result was hardly unexpected. Dane beamed with pride as the red glow reflected in her bright eyes. He congratulated his childhood friend, genuinely happy for her. Then, eager to test it for himself, he fixed his gaze on the structure. With calm, confident steps, he advanced into the barrier. In his mind, he fully expected to trigger a red light as well, especially after absorbing the ancient magic. He was certain he surpassed even ordinary red-class prodigies. But when he turned back to check the result, he was struck dumb by the radiant green glow. That wasn't supposed to happen. The established classifications never included green. Even Leila, who had studied all the Academy's systems, was completely stunned. She stared at Dane in disbelief, and asked why he couldn't just be a normal genius for once. Dane himself had no explanation. He could only respond with an awkward smile. Once they passed through the district gates, Leila and Dane hurried to the lecture hall, where students from every department had gathered. The magic department's lessons were famous for drawing massive audiences. Most outsiders only attended the orientation before leaving. Among today's notable visitors was a senior named Arthur. Judging by the crowd's reaction, he was someone important. This was Arthur Diamat, fifth-year representative of the magic department. He had come specifically to meet one person, the Academy's only interdisciplinary student, Dne Sagress. The juniors had already been warned of Dane's arrival, but the boy himself had yet to show. Arthur instructed them to bring Dane straight to him when he arrived. As Arabella's younger brother, Dane drew the attention of all who admired her, including Arthur himself. Suddenly the hall erupted as two students walked in. Those seeing Dane for the first time craned their necks for a look, marveling at his striking face and emerald eyes. And beside him stood none other than the infamous Leila Thermian. Dane froze under the weight of so many stares, unused to such attention. Leila, of course, only made things worse by teasing him about his sudden popularity. Arthur Diamite turned his head and smirked the moment he spotted his senior's younger brother. He was the first to stride up to Dane, giving him an extravagant greeting and praising the commanding aura he had shown during the entrance ceremony. Dane, however, was baffled. Why was some random upperclassman suddenly acting all friendly with him out of nowhere? He cut the big guy off with a sharp question, asking flat out who he was, and what he was even doing in an introductory class for the magic department. Annoyed by Arthur's piercing stare, Dane stood his ground and pushed the man to introduce himself first. The hot-tempered fifth-year representative wasn't amused by Dane's blunt tone, and their first impressions of each other dropped straight into the gutter. The juniors, who already knew Arthur's reputation, held their breaths, fully aware that clashing with a senior was basically academic suicide. Arthur snapped back, claiming he had only come over to show respect to senior Arabella's little brother, yet was met with arrogance right away. He warned that Dane's attitude might end up staining the Sagress family's good name. Dane wasn't backing down. From his perspective, The rude one here was this oversized oaf demanding respect while throwing his weight around. Arthur clenched his teeth in irritation. This whole exchange was spiraling out of his control. If he let this slide, the rumors would spread quickly and damage his reputation. He was already scheming a way to handle Dane without stepping on Arabella's terrifying toes. In short, he was stressing about the wrong Sagress. Without further provocation, Arthur escalated things by summoning mana into his hand, clearly intending to discipline the mouthy freshman. Dane immediately noticed the mana forming in his senior's palm and prepared himself to respond. Just before the two could trade blows, a heavy textbook slammed onto the lectern, and a stern voice demanded to know what was going on. The professor had arrived. Seeing faculty intervene, Arthur hastily claimed he was only here to greet the newcomer. Department head Dne cut him off, ordering him to save the socializing for after class and to quit interrupting the lesson. Arthur waved it off with a casual excuse, acting as though he hadn't been rattled in the least. Once the commotion settled, Leila leaned toward Dane and warned him to stay cautious, since Arthur clearly looked like trouble. As he left, Arthur whispered instructions to one of his lackeys, telling him to lure Dane to a certain place when the chance came. The crony hesitated. He was loyal, sure, but messing with Arabella's younger brother sounded like a one-way ticket to disaster. Arthur promised he would smooth things over with their respected senior later. All he wanted, he insisted, was to teach the little Sagra a lesson. Moving on, Professor Dne announced that the first day would be simple orientation. Everyone would be dismissed afterward, but since this was a practical combat course, it was essential to measure each student's mana first. He placed a mana measuring device on the table, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the ornate artifact. The device was simple to use. Just place a hand on top and channel mana through it. To demonstrate, Dne sent his own mana into the artifact, making it glow with a brilliant blue light. Behind him, 8 fully formed magic circles appeared, proof that he stood nearly on par with a tower master. The students were blown away. Most of them had never even seen an 8-ring mage before. After showing off his power, Dne explained that even within the same circle count, the depth of color signaled a higher level. At times, no circles appeared at all, though that didn't necessarily mean the student lacked talent. He reassured them not to worry, since many had yet to properly form their circles. That was why they wouldn't rely solely on circle verification today. Given the Academy standards, those accepted into the magic department should at least know beginner-level spells. Dne then summoned a multitude of glowing spheres, explaining they'd use these balls to measure mana with far greater accuracy. No gimmicks. Dane eyed the blue orbs with curiosity, wondering how on earth these round things could measure mana better than the device. Once more, the professor gave a demonstration, casting psychokinesis to make the spheres rise and move in unison. The assignment was clear. Each student would have to show how many orbs they could control using the basic spell. With a smooth gesture, Dne sent immense kinetic energy into the balls. Mana flowed steadily as the spheres shot upward, accelerating to their limits. Every student watched with razor focus, carefully studying the professor's hand movements. None of them had ever seen runes formed with such precision. It was unbelievable that Dne could elevate a simple spell like psychokinesis to that degree. While most freshmen were in awe, students like Leila barely blinked. She'd seen enough to not be impressed. Beginner magic varied widely in power and precision depending on the user. For newcomers, getting 3 orbs to float at once was already considered a solid result. Leila turned to Dane and asked if he thought he could exceed that 3-orb benchmark. Before he could answer, Dne called Arthur forward from the back. Though he was just auditing, the professor thought it was a good chance to display what an accomplished senior could do. Arthur lit up with excitement, eager to show off in front of the freshmen and put the arrogant first year in his place. Dane, meanwhile, was just curious to see what the manchild could pull off. Arthur approached the lectern and channeled his mana through the measuring device. The room erupted as 4 circles appeared, each glowing with deep intensity. Dne praised him for advancing his cultivation further, and Arthur gave a humble reply. The professor beamed with pride, Normally 4 rings were achieved only after graduation, yet Arthur had reached them early. Proof that talent always finds a way. Continuing his praise, Dne encouraged the freshmen to learn from the 5th-year representative, as his advice might help them grow into capable mages. Arthur soaked up every second of the spotlight. In his head, he was convinced that Dane must be shrinking in fear at the sight of his power. Little did he know, Dane couldn't care less about his so-called 4 rings. Then came the ball control portion. Arthur's performance was polished, almost flawless. His manipulation was steady, showing strong mastery of the spell. Even more striking was the sheer number of orbs he could juggle at once. Look closely, though, and you'd see the sweat beading on his forehead from the mental strain of pushing his limit. Still, he was sure his ball technique was dazzling the rookie. Dane, however, just watched with a flat expression. After that underwhelming act, Dne called on the freshmen to applaud their senior. The pride in his eyes was obvious, satisfied with Arthur's growth as a former student. Arthur cast a sly glance at Dane, eager to see the young lord's mana level next. Dne's face turned more serious as he warned the students. If they weren't confident in their mana control, they should leave the hall now rather than embarrass themselves. No one moved. They'd all come this far, and none were willing to back down. The test would begin from the front row and move backward. As the front row students lined up, Leila and Dane observed quietly from their seats. Leila wasn't pleased with the format. They called it orientation, but in truth it was just a public display of skill. Dane seemed to agree, but that was simply how the academy operated. One by one, students stepped up, channeling their mana while Dne recorded the results. Some broke into smiles when even a single circle manifested before their eyes. Others didn't have enough mana to produce one at all. The orb test was harsher still, laying bare how difficult precise psychokinesis really was. Arthur and his buddies snickered from the sidelines, enjoying the noob's clumsy attempts. When a certain student finally approached the lectern, the senior's attention sharpened. Dne Sagress placed his hand on the device and calmly circulated his mana. Arthur still clung to the belief that the freshman's arrogance would crumble once he saw the vast gap between them. Here was a grown man picking a fight with a first-year. Ever since the incident in the Misty Garden, Dane had also been curious about his own mana. After absorbing ancient magic, something inside him had definitely changed. The room filled with light as his hand poured dense, potent mana into the artifact. Dne leaned in, focusing intently on Dane. This was the same boy who had flawlessly completed the autonomous studies assignment. With such a solid grasp of theory, the professor was eager to see how many circles he would display. The seconds dragged on, every eye fixed on the academy's golden boy. Then, without warning, a radiant brilliance surpassed every previous display. Dane felt like he was losing control as the device drew power from the circle in his heart. Just as the glow reached its peak, an error message flashed. Dane's mana could not be measured. The first time it had ever happened. The device could gauge up to 8 rings, so confusion spread instantly. Dane stared at the red prompt again and again, but he had no explanation for it. Leila, Arthur, and every student present held their breaths. Dne's eyes flickered with a complicated expression. Students still waiting their turn grumbled that the Sagress kid had already broken the device. They scoffed at the unable-to-measure result, insisting it meant he had no circles. Meanwhile, Dane wondered if the ancient magic inside his heart was interfering with the measurement. Dne, who had overseen countless assessments, trusted the machine's accuracy. It was designed to expose even those trying to conceal their true power. But this unable-to-measure result was unprecedented. He doubted even his peers had ever seen such a case. To calm the room, he chalked it up to an overload and decided to move forward with Dane's orb test instead. Arthur foolishly took the error as proof that the brat had nothing to offer in terms of magic. Dane himself was disappointed with the device's failure, but at least he still had the chance to test the orbs. Though, admittedly, he wasn't sure if his power would respond properly. Closing his eyes, he visualized the psychokinesis spell with absolute focus. Then, raising his hand, countless threads of fierce mana shot outward. Mimicking the professor's earlier gestures, He pulled every single orb from its container, weaving them together with raging strands of ancient magic. The hall fell silent as every jaw dropped. Dane effortlessly manipulated every orb in the room. Until now, lifting even 5 for a brief moment had seemed impossible. Arthur froze in disbelief. Earlier, he had strutted up with full confidence. Now that confidence shattered at the presence of a genuine prodigy. His mind simply couldn't process how such a thing was even possible. Leila, who was slowly growing accustomed to Dane's inhuman feats, recovered from the shock faster than the rest. At this point, she was just resigned to accept every impossible thing he did. Meanwhile, Dane was losing it inside. He never expected all the orbs to float at once. It seemed that absorbing ancient mana gave him the ability to pull off something this insane. Still, he quickly shook off the shock of watching his own power unfold. Slowly, he began moving his hands in the air. Since all eyes were already on him, he figured he might as well put on a show. Channeling ancient mana, he urged the orbs to spin faster and faster until they turned into streaks of flashing light. At this point, he was pulling stunts that even Professor Dne had never witnessed before. Thanks to the professor's sharp sensitivity to magic, he was the first to notice that the kid was carefully guiding the orbs into specific patterns, as if trying to draw something. At last, the mana swirling around the orbs twisted into shapes of different sizes, gradually linking together until an image emerged in the air. It clearly displayed the vivid likeness of a lion and a snake. Everyone immediately recognized these two beasts as the crest of the prestigious Sagress family. Dane grinned, clearly satisfied with his artwork, while Professor Dne looked like he was about to lose it. Not even Arabella, known as a prodigy among prodigies, had ever done anything like this. Leila, on the other hand, was irritated by Dane's little show. With her turn coming up next, she already knew there was no way her performance could match his. After Dane let the orbs drop neatly back into their container, the professor showered him with praise. Now he finally understood why Tower Master Sidran, the old recluse who never once took a student, had chosen to take this boy under his wing. Dane bowed politely and thanked the professor. Overhearing their exchange, the first years nearly collapsed at the revelation that Dane was personally taught by a Tower Master. Bit by bit, the Golden Boy's reputation was shifting in his favor. One of Arthur's lackeys leaned over to ask their boss if the plan was still on, after seeing Dane's jaw-dropping display. Arthur clenched his fist in frustration. He cursed the Sagress family for endlessly producing monsters one after another. If Dane was already this powerful, then their original scheme would need to be changed. As irritating as it was, Arthur had to admit that picking a fight and losing outright would ruin them. The shame alone would be impossible to recover from. After some thought, he finally came up with a single viable idea. If brute force wouldn't work against the boy, then they'd have to bring him to their side. Arthur concluded there was no choice but to pull Dane into the student council. As an officer, he'd be able to keep the young master under control. Still, Dane was just a freshman, and even for upperclassmen, securing a council seat was no easy task. Arthur was certain, though, that he could ride Dane's talent to elevate the prestige of the magic department. And of course, Arthur's own career and standing would skyrocket as well. After class ended, Professor Dne pulled Dane aside in the lecture hall to heap even more praise on him. If he had known the kid was this exceptional, he would have fought tooth and nail against the other professors to keep Dane in his department. The sly professor then used Dane's performance to provoke his other students, pointing to the boy's magical brilliance as a challenge for them to rise higher. Dne urged the rising prodigy to visit him anytime. Dane wasn't the type to refuse a chance to learn, so he welcomed the offer. Afterward, Leila and Dane walked out of the lecture hall together. As usual, she scolded him for hogging all the attention. He just smirked back at her, deliberately teasing the young lady. If not for Dane's outrageous display, Leila's 5-orb manipulation would have been the highlight of the session. Competitive as always, she sulked, clearly annoyed at being overshadowed. Just then, Arthur and his crew showed up. His entire tone flipped as he showered Dane with praise for his impressive skill. He claimed he only stopped by to chat with the young master for a moment. Arthur steered the conversation toward the Imperial Academy Student Council. The council, he explained, is the group that sets academy policies and controls the budget. Because of that authority, they wield enormous influence and enjoy countless privileges. For example, they decide disciplinary actions against troublesome students. They also have the power to approve academic department events. Dane didn't need this rundown, though. His eldest sister had already told him all about the council's power and exclusivity. At last, Arthur offered Dane a recommendation to become an officer. He already surpassed the qualifications, so it should be smooth sailing. Alongside the perks, any officer is automatically inducted into Daunter Hall. Arthur seemed to forget that this year's top student had already secured a spot in Dantara Hall. While Arthur kept droning on about the council's privileges, Dane found himself wondering if these people thought they were gods. When Arthur finally wrapped up his passionate pitch, Dane turned him down flat. If Dane ever joined the council, he'd rather earn the position on his own instead of through backdoor deals. Besides, he was convinced that perks always came with hidden costs. Arthur's cronies could already see their grand scheme falling apart before their eyes. In desperation, they repeated themselves, pushing the council's prestige and the value of their recommendation. Leila, forced to endure the rambling of these relentless seniors, was getting more irritated by the second. Finally, she grabbed Dane by the hand and dragged him straight toward the cafeteria. Arthur stood there, his entire plan collapsing right in front of him. Even though they failed today, Arthur and his gang had no intention of giving up. Leila could see right through their scheme. To her, it was obvious. They just wanted to use Dane as a pawn. What irked her even more was that they hadn't offered her the same recommendation. Still, she had come to accept, however begrudgingly, that Dane simply operated on a level far beyond normal people when it came to talent. And so, the two made their way toward the Imperial Academy cafeteria, hoping there were still sweet tarts left. Meanwhile, Arthur went to meet with Professor Donavo. The professor claimed that Dane might even surpass his eldest sister, Arabella. With magic being such a vast field, it was hard to know for certain. But in terms of raw potential, Dane was a monster. The professor urged Arthur to persuade the young Sagress heir to commit to the magic department exclusively. Everyone, it seemed, was spellbound by the boy's undeniable talent. Arthur admitted that he had already tried to pull Dane into the student council, only to be flatly rejected. Donavo, however, couldn't let go of the matter. The boy's immense potential was far too valuable to hand over. Arthur then asked about securing some kind of recommendation letter for himself, but the professor brushed it aside. Donavo assured him that by the time Arthur graduated in 2 years, the magic towers would be lining up to recruit him. But Arthur could see the professor's real intentions behind the words. Rumor had it that Donavo himself had sabotaged 2 tower offers back when Arthur was a 3rd year. Knowing this, Arthur realized his future rested entirely in the hands of this egotistical professor. On their way to the cafeteria, Dane and Leila found the halls packed with club events. Every club was desperately trying to avoid disbandment. The two wandered through the booths, winning a ton of prizes. It turned out to be a fun little detour. Dane's bag ended up stuffed with 20 mana storage stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store vouchers, and even a treasure map. The senior running the booth explained that the map had been bought at a blind auction at the Arkender auction house. Just hearing the name Arkender made Leila's eyes sparkle at the thought of a real treasure. Dane remembered how his father had once told him about the Arkender auction house. It was the Empire's hub for rare and exquisite goods gathered from every corner of the land. The finest appraisers in the country examined everything carefully, guaranteeing authenticity. Considering how the Academy was already rife with tales of secret places and mysteries, the idea of a treasure didn't seem so far-fetched. Glancing at the map, Dane immediately thought of the one person who would love it most, Ernest, the exploration nerd. The Demetra Hall was where most general education classes were held. Right now, Dane was heading there for his Imperial history lecture. Since the Sagress family's head butler had already taught him much of the subject before he enrolled, Dane felt more than prepared. Out of nowhere, a familiar, eager voice called out to him. It was none other than Ernest, the nerd himself. Because Imperial history was mandatory for all freshmen, it looked like the two would be sharing a class. Concerned, Ernest asked about any changes Dane had felt in his body since the incident. It was too complicated to explain, so Dane sidestepped the question. He was just about to share the exciting news about the treasure map with his scatterbrained friend, when suddenly a pack of generic thugs showed up. From Ernest's terrified reaction, Dane realized there was clearly history between them. The leader, a man who looked way too old to be a student, greeted Ernest with a smug grin. Four Eyes here couldn't even manage a response. To Dane, the guy resembled a soldier weighed down by old trauma. When Ernest finally spoke, the thug's name came out: Braun. Braun, a so-called student, was busy bullying kids. He grabbed Ernest's head like it was a basketball and mocked him for trembling in fear. The lackeys didn't even bother acknowledging Dane. Since their errand boy was back, they quickly resumed their twisted boss and servant act, with Braun demanding a sandwich. Ernest tried to refuse, but the thugs just laughed at him. Braun's glare immediately shut him up. Only then did the overgrown man-child finally turn his eyes on Dane, looking down at him with arrogance. Because Ernest had called Dane his friend, Braun assumed he must be another pushover just like him. Before things could spiral out of control, a hall monitor caught sight of them and barked at everyone to get to class. Like a professional bully, Braun smiled politely and answered as if nothing had happened. But before leaving, he shot Ernest a sharp look and invited him for a little talk after class. Ernest flinched in fear, his past trauma rushing back. Braun, however, seemed almost delighted. His school life had just gotten a lot more entertaining. Even after Braun disappeared from sight, Dane helped Ernest back to his feet, and the poor boy quickly apologized for dragging his new friend into trouble with some bad company. Ernest admitted that he had a messy history with Braun back in his hometown. He had assumed that, given the size of the academy, he'd never cross paths with him again for the entirety of his school life. Dane assured him that it was no big deal. Truth be told, he couldn't stand seeing his new friend tormented by worthless trash, so he volunteered to walk alongside Ernest for the time being. Dane could already tell that Ernest would otherwise revert to being that timid errand boy, doing whatever Braun demanded. If that happened, Ernest would just relive the worst moments of his younger days. He had seen Dane's transformation at the fountain and knew there was no real danger to worry about, even though Ernest fully understood just how strong Dane had become. Still, Four Eyes hesitated to drag him into personal conflicts. Right after classes ended, Ernest and Dane were ambushed by the same copy-and-paste thug squad. When Dane tried to shut down Braun's trap, the bastard only barked even louder. Seeing that Dane wasn't the spineless type who'd back down after a few words, Braun immediately felt threatened. Just like every entitled noble brat, he started flaunting his family name, the Sour family, claiming to be the heir of the most powerful clan in the West, as if that meant anything at all. Dane, unimpressed, simply picked up his ears and smiled. He had never even heard of such an inconsequential family. Braun's anger surged, and his underlings immediately started barking orders like the dogs they were. True to his self-important nature, Braun ordered his lackeys to handle the dirty work and take Dane down. The nameless side characters, apparently just waiting for the cue, smiled eagerly. They advanced toward Dane, and Ernest with arrogance practically dripping from every pore. Ernest panicked and tried to salvage the situation, suggesting they should just run. He warned Dane that Braun had been considered a swordsmanship prodigy since childhood. Hearing that, Dane's interest only piqued. He wanted to put that bastard in his place even more. He turned to his timid friend and told him to handle one of the nobodies. Just a single solid punch to the jaw should do the trick. Ernest realized he couldn't keep living in fear. He had to fight back. As the first thug lunged forward, Dane barely batted an eye. He read every telegraphed motion, taking the punch without raising a guard while twisting his neck to minimize the impact. The balding thug looked smug, completely satisfied with himself. Braun, too, felt proud, confident that his goons were skilled bullies. The balding thug tried to sneak in another punch, But this time, Dane finally raised his guard. In truth, he had taken the first hit just to set up exactly what would come next. Whatever might be considered diabolical fell under the category of self-defense. The balding thug ignored Dane's warning and swung a hook, which Dane dodged effortlessly. Dane retaliated immediately with a sharp blow to the liver, sending agonizing pain coursing through the poor bastard's body, all executed for maximum humiliation. Dane then tripped the thug with a swift leg sweep. With the way his head hit the pavement, one could only hope this guy had decent health insurance. Ignoring the first victim, Dane turned to the second goon, who had a terrible guard. A simple palm strike snapped his jaw into place, following it up with a solid shoulder bash. Dane sent the goon flying, colliding with the third one. While still a few meters away, Dane conjured a manosphere in his hand. He sent the glowing blue orb slamming into the third goon's face. In just seconds, all three were efficiently dealt with. They hit the ground unconscious. Breaking the silence, Dane muttered a complaint. He had hit the third guy a little too hard, still adjusting to his ancient manicure. Ernest stood slack-jawed. Braun and his remaining goons couldn't believe their eyes. The head thug cursed his lackeys for their incompetence. Meanwhile, the others warned Braun that this white-haired kid was no ordinary freshman. Braun barked at them to shut up. Being handled by a freshman was humiliation enough. Adding insult to injury, Dane taunted the big guy to back up all his earlier boasts. The only somewhat sane thug tried to tell Braun to retreat, but Braun wasn't listening. He couldn't envision bowing to a little brat. With a surge of mana, he opened a portal. Dane barely registered the flashy display. From the portal, Braun pulled out a cheap-looking sword. He brandished it as if it made him invincible. Since they were in a secluded area, he assumed he could cause a little bloodshed without witnesses. Ernest shrieked, but Dane didn't flinch. The weather here could get so foggy that authorities wouldn't even find a body. The only rational thug tried to calm his boss down. Braun shouted at him to shut up and demanded Ernest be beaten instead. And so, it boiled down to a 2-on-2 confrontation. Dane assured Ernest that against a third-rate thug, victory was guaranteed. After all, this kid was an exploration fanatic. His lower body strength was off the charts. All he needed was proper timing to send the enemy flying. Ernest doubted he had that drive, but Dane knew he did. At last, the clash began. Dane leapt forward, separating Braun from Ernest. Braun, accustomed to nerds who kept their distance, underestimated him badly. Dane smiled at his inaccurate judgment, effortlessly stringing along the big, clueless thug. Meanwhile, Ernest started internalizing Dane's advice. He realized he couldn't keep living as a perpetual victim. The thug sauntered up to Ernest with a mocking grin, expecting him not to strike, despite his clenched fists. Cracking his knuckles, the thug jeered at Ernest, suggesting he just lie down and take a few hits quietly. After all, trauma of years isn't something one shakes off in minutes. Ernest thought about what Dane would do in his situation. His mind replayed Dane's earlier dodge, committing the move to memory. The thug threw the first punch. Ernest mimicked Dane's movements. He was a bit slow, getting hit on the head, but he landed a punch of his own for the first time ever. Squaring his shoulders, he braced and threw another strike straight to the thug's face. The old, timid Ernest was gone. The frightened boy had become a man. Caught off guard, the thug collapsed, sprawled on the ground like a worm. Looking at the damage, it was clear Ernest had that fighting spirit after all. Once the adrenaline faded, his knees buckled. Yet he felt a cathartic relief. He had finally fought back. Meanwhile, Dane and Braun had moved a few meters away. Once he sensed Ernest's victory, Dane finally stopped running. Braun turned, cursing his thugs for being utterly useless. Dane's eyes scanned the area. He noticed some broomsticks lying around, perfect for a bit of fun. He picked one up and snapped off the handle. Braun was insulted that this kid intended to fight a sword with a broomstick. For Dane, though, it was more than sufficient. What better tool for dealing with trash than a broom? Braun had already gone too far. He was in over his head. With no allies left to lean on, he lunged forward dripping with malice, yet still cocky enough to claim he'd restrain himself from killing Dane outright. His plan: to drag his sword just enough to leave a shallow mark across the handsome kid's face. That scar would serve as a constant reminder of the terror he should feel whenever he caught his reflection. Though honestly, this clown is embarrassing himself now. News flash, you're not that dude. As soon as he stepped into sword range, Braun let loose a flurry of slashes and thrusts, grinning with overconfidence. But every swing was brushed aside by nothing more than a stick, slowly making him realize Dane was simply toying with him. Meanwhile, Dane looked like he was just killing time, having fun dismantling Braun's predictable swordplay. Of course, the big guy couldn't handle having his so-called skills mocked, so he turned up the heat, swinging harder and faster. After all, the only critique he accepts is from someone like Duke Thermion, not from some random student. Dane infused his mana into the stick, but even he knew it wouldn't last long against solid steel. Still, Braun clung to the delusion that the fight was his to win. Just as he wound up his strongest strike, Dane coolly channeled mana to the very tip of his makeshift weapon. Then, in one fluid, seamless motion, he pierced Braun's body with the stick's edge. A wave of agony, unlike anything he'd ever known, ripped through Braun's frame. Receiving that level of destructive force through an ordinary stick shouldn't have been possible. Ernest stood frozen, watching the entire exchange with dread. He always knew Dane was powerful, but not to this terrifying extent. As Braun writhed and hacked on the floor, Dane coldly ordered him to stand. Since Braun had pulled a real blade in combat, the rule was clear: fight until the end. His father always drilled it into him. Once a true weapon is drawn outside a duel, it can't end until one side is finished. Only now did Braun finally think to ask the name of the monster he'd provoked. Dne Sagress calmly announced himself as the only son of Count Sagress, a first-year autonomous student. It finally got through Braun's thick skull. This was the golden child everyone had been whispering about, the continent's youngest, most dazzling genius. Even so, Braun never would have guessed that a prodigy like Dane would waste time hanging around with a supposed nobody like Ernest. But Dane showed no mercy. Since Braun had drawn his sword and lost, tradition allowed Dane to take his life right there. From a duelist's standpoint, killing him now would be completely justified. Staring into Dane's indifferent eyes filled Braun with sheer terror. He looked like someone who would actually go through with it. Pride shattered, Braun scrambled up and dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. As he babbled desperate apologies, Dane just looked down at him with disgust. This guy truly was hopeless. Even after all that humiliation, Braun still didn't grasp who he really owed his apology to. Instead of groveling at Dane's feet, he should have been bowing before Ernest all along. Realizing too late, he clumsily corrected himself. The once bully clutched Ernest's arm, sputtering out apologies through tears and terror of Dane's wrath, admitting to years of torment. Ernest met his gaze directly, something he'd never dared to do before. Memories of years, suffocated by fear, came rushing back. All the scars and suffering Braun had inflicted, the constant shadow looming over his life. And now, that same menace was crawling on the floor, snot dripping as he pleaded for mercy. Dane handed Ernest the choice: punish Braun until he broke or accept his apology as the end. Panicked at the prospect of death, Braun begged Ernest to just beat him senseless so they could call it even. Ernest truly wanted to release his years of bottled-up rage that way, but deep down, he knew it wouldn't satisfy him. Someday, he wanted to face Braun as an equal, and only then would forgiveness mean something. Dane beamed with pride at his friend's resolve. That decision took real courage. As the two walked away together, Ernest expressed his gratitude to Dane for changing the path of his life. On the way back to campus, they ran into Leila, who looked worried. The cut across Dane's cheek told her immediately that he'd been fighting. She glanced at the beaten thugs sprawled nearby. Recognition curled her lips into a smirk. Braun spotted her too, and once again fear gripped him. Since both came from the swordsmanship department, they'd crossed paths before, but Leila didn't even bother to remember his name. Ignoring the wrecked group, she asked who the bespectacled boy was. Dane introduced Ernest Dillon of the exploration department, politely calling her Miss Leila since she was Duke Thermion's daughter. She quickly assured him that Dane's friends were her friends too, so there was no need for honorifics. Dane went on to brag about Ernest's family, renowned for uncovering ruins and hidden dimensions. That got Leila excited, and she immediately mentioned the map they had acquired. Dane explained that D won a treasure map from a club event. Ernest had heard rumors that a lucky student scored something like that, but he never imagined it would be his friend. The second the map was mentioned, Ernest's timid demeanor evaporated, replaced by a glint of mania. Moving to a quieter spot, the trio opened it to inspect. Even Ernest, with his expertise, couldn't fully decipher it on first glance, though it clearly pointed to a location within the academy grounds. Strange runes littered the parchment, clearly some kind of coded script. For now, the best option was to figure out who had drawn it, since a person's style could help decode their work. The one certainty was that the map depicted somewhere inside the campus, as the architectural features were unique to it, but the design was layered with arcane magic only Saul Hankston had ever used. Saul Hankston, the legendary mage who founded the academy itself, meaning this map contained ancient sorcery unseen for ages, since Saul had never passed his knowledge to direct disciples. Leila had expected the map to be tricky, but not this impossible. Ultimately, their only move was to research the creator's history in order to crack the code. Once that was done, they could set out together in search of the real treasure. Ernest, always eager for adventure, and Leila, who had never traveled outside her father's grip, were both more than ready. Naturally, they agreed to the treasure hunt, with Ernest leading the research, which is why Dane was confused when Ernest casually handed the map back. Ernest reassured them that he had already memorized the entire thing. Both Dane and Leila were stunned, but Ernest explained, codes and maps just stuck in his head easily. Handy skill for exams, huh? For Ernest, this was his first time chasing such a mystery without his father, and he felt deeply thankful to Dane. To celebrate the birth of their new team, Leila suggested they grab some food, and so the exhausting day finally came to a close. Dane returned to his dorm for the night. He tidied up and unpacked his belongings. He made sure to keep family heirlooms within sight, though one item puzzled him: the familiar's egg. Living creatures couldn't be stored in subspace. As he lifted the large egg, it began to twitch violently. In all 7 years of feeding it mana, this had never once happened. The Academy's mana was unusual, sure, but not that different from what he was used to at home. The only real change was the ancient magic he had absorbed in the garden. Testing that theory, Dane funneled more mana into the egg. The thought of it finally hatching filled him with exhilaration. After minutes of mana infusion, it felt like he was trying to fill a bottomless pit, even after 7 years of effort. The outpouring of mana was so intense it began destabilizing his dorm room. But stopping now might mean missing the one chance of a lifetime. So he bundled the egg up and rushed it to Claire's laboratory. His sister, a summoning prodigy, was baffled by its erratic response. Even after Dane stopped the mana flow, the trembling wouldn't cease. While they puzzled over the mystery, Claire worried her brother might miss the dorm roll call. Dane smirked, assuring her that it had already been handled. Back at Dancer Hall, Albert from the disciplinary committee, ever the stickler, stormed in right on cue to check attendance. The top students of Dancer Hall were already neatly assembled outside their rooms. Attendance checks are carried out the same way in every dormitory across the Imperial Academy. Arnold, the so-called trap boy, grew uneasy when neither Priscilla nor Dane showed up for the roll call. Albert announced that anyone who comes late to the monthly check-in will be docked 1 point, while skipping it entirely costs 2. Collect 3 late marks in a semester, and you'll be slapped with discipline plus mandatory dorm chores. 2 absences, however, mean a forced punishment session. Albert barked at everyone to freeze and stay silent. Even inside the prestigious Dentaire Hall, the rules applied without exception. To make the committee's life easier, magical surveillance devices had recently been installed, and wouldn't you know it, Priscilla, a resident from this very floor, had already been spotted sneaking out. They confirmed that she slipped beyond the dorm grounds just 5 minutes ago. Normally, the committee doesn't bother checking individual bedrooms, but with Albert obsessively strict, inspections were now guaranteed, which basically means a tidal wave of point deductions is about to hit this semester. After they thoroughly searched Priscilla's quarters, she was formally penalized for ditching without proper notice. The only other name missing from the initial roll was first-year Dne Sagress. A couple of his new Dentaire Hall pals tried covering for him, but Albert wasn't having it. The moment Albert and his team marched into Dane's room, they were greeted face-to-face by the young man himself. Dane scratched his head awkwardly and apologized, saying he missed lineup because he was still buried in unpacking. Albert couldn't argue with that excuse, so Dane escaped with just a warning. In reality, though, Dane was still holed up in Claire's laboratory, using an MK1 illusion generator crafted by Arabella. The device allowed him to project an image of himself lounging in his dorm room, but since the machine was operated remotely, the feed tended to glitch. When the flow faltered, the illusion cracked immediately. Dane had toyed with it a few times for fun, but tonight it had a far more practical purpose. Claire didn't approve of her brother's antics, but she had to admit she was a bit impressed. Back to the egg. The signs strongly suggested it might finally hatch tonight. She couldn't guarantee it, but the recent reactions were definitely encouraging. With that, Claire suggested placing the egg on a stabilizer first, before flooding it with extra mana. Since her lab was warded with protective barriers to safeguard her confidential experiments, it was the safest place for the hatching. Once the egg was set on the stabilizer, Claire added magical filters, even though Dane's mana was already freakishly pure. For the second time that night, Dane poured every last ounce of his magic into the shell. The egg drank it in with frightening intensity. Just what kind of being could be hiding inside? After all, anyone with cash to spare can buy a familiar egg, but getting one to hatch is an entirely different beast, with no guaranteed method for every type. The only thing people know for sure is that the summoner's mana has to resonate with the creature sealed inside. In other words, it's basically a high-stakes lottery. Whatever happens now rests on Dane's luck. Claire had always known her little brother was gifted, but watching him channel that much mana filled her with unease. At last, his efforts were met with the sound of cracking. Claire shouted at him to hold steady and push through until it broke. As Dane strained to his limit, his dazzling blue energy whirled around the lab. Finally, the egg burst apart, scattering fragments everywhere. Both Claire and Dane were caught in the mana blast, and when the blinding light finally dimmed, a tiny creature dripping with primordial slime now stood where the egg had been. Claire rushed to her brother, who'd been flung across the room like a rag doll. Forget the dizziness, the mana drain, or being slammed into a wall. What mattered was the egg's contents: a white-scaled body, 2 stubby wings, horns sprouting from its head, and curious eyes staring back. Claire noted the resemblance to a wyvern, though not exact. Then, to top it off, the little guy coughed out a burst of fire like it was showing off. Claire nudged Dane to approach his new familiar. Cases existed where a familiar bonded with the first person it laid eyes on. And so, the white-haired boy and the pale lizard locked gazes. Dane smiled warmly and offered his greeting. With that, he introduced himself properly, sealing their bond in an instant. Claire couldn't stop gushing about how adorable the tiny critter was. She praised her brother for making it look effortless, knowing full well how brutal the process normally was. At last, she had the chance to study a newly born, unfamiliar life form up close. After several minutes of observing and looking for clear traits, she grew convinced this little one had come from beyond the horizon. Only a rare handful of summoners could even reach that realm. Claire herself could only summon a few minor spirits at her current level. For Dane to pull an actual familiar from beyond the horizon was groundbreaking. Claire prided herself on knowing nearly every common summon and their juvenile forms, but this creature matched none of them. It had hints of a wyvern, but the specifics were all wrong. For the time being, its true identity remained a mystery. Claire vowed to investigate further, though she doubted even the Academy's archives could provide answers. One lead lay in the creature's apparent link to ancient mana. Before heading out, Claire reminded Dane to gather the eggshells, since some familiars feed on them for nourishment. As for raising it, Dane needed to keep a detailed record of everything, from its tastes and sleep patterns to its temperament and rate of growth. Every detail mattered. A mountain of work lay ahead, but Dane felt it was worth the effort. Deep down, he felt a fierce need to protect and raise this little being. Claire suggested housing it in the lab to avoid unwanted attention, but Dane refused to hide his partner forever. Besides, if anyone dared give him trouble, he had 2 ridiculously strong sisters to rely on. Not to mention, it was healthier to let the little guy roam free instead of locking it in a lab. Claire also advised Dane to request an official summoning seal. Even though he was technically a beginner, his talent alone qualified him. And with everything already on his plate, now was the best time to act. The next day marked orientation for Professor Drenic Empire's summoning course. Claire assured him that once he showcased his skills, special recruitment was guaranteed. There would be a faculty meeting, but Claire was certain he'd receive exceptional status. Before leaving the lab, Dane mulled over what to name his new companion. Back at Dancer Hall, one of his new friends grilled him for nearly missing roll call. According to Four Eyes over there, Dane's sisters were already infamous for pulling daring stunts just like that. Well, at least he dodged a penalty this time. The moment he returned to his room, Dane collapsed face first onto his bed. Looking up, he saw the little lizard zooming around the ceiling like it was high on sugar. While darting across the room, it even spat fire randomly here and there. Not long ago, Dane had actually tried sneaking in through a hidden passage his sisters had told him about. But bad luck, because the disciplinary committee had covered the entire dorm with a magic barrier. To get past it, Dane studied the mana flow carefully, searching for a weak point. With a barrier this massive, there had to be loopholes. Before he could finish analyzing, the impatient little lizard blasted flames at the barrier. To Dane's shock, the barrier's structure collapsed until it completely broke down. That shouldn't have been possible with ordinary fire. The only conclusion was that his familiar's flames could disrupt mana itself. That fact alone confirmed he had struck gold. The following day, Dane caught up with Ernest to share the news about his new partner. He'd nicknamed it Happy, though Ernest thought that was pathetic. Annoyed, Dane challenged him to suggest something better. Ernest took the task seriously, racking his brain. The creature was cute, sure, but it deserved a name with more weight. Finally, Ernest came out with a single word, Carnas. Dane instantly liked the ring of it. It sounded mysterious and suited the fiery little beast perfectly. Without hesitation, he scrapped Happy. From this point forward, his familiar would be known as Carnas. Dane's next destination was Bermuda's Hall, named after the renowned scholar, where every summoning class was held. As the students poured into the lecture hall, among the crowd was a familiar face, none other than Count Tyron, the guy Dane humiliated years back on his birthday. Count instantly spotted Dane in the same class. He could never forget the boy who stole his summon right out from under him. That disaster caused House Tyron's prestige to plummet, barely clinging to their noble rank. To make things worse, Count had failed this very class last year, so here he was, forced to repeat. At least he was smart enough now to realize he should steer as far away from Dane as possible. While wallowing in dread, a senior approached and tried to comfort him, saying there's no shame in retakes. In fact, that senior himself was on his second retake. Yikes. Finally, the professor strolled in, and everyone quickly settled down. Professor Drenic Empire, the summoning instructor, began laying out the course framework. This class focused on summoning theory, the foundation of everything. Most of the students already knew how notorious this professor was for being strict. He also reminded them about the existence of the special selection test, open only to those qualified. To explain further, he conjured a magical screen presentation. The requirement: summon a 5th rank or higher familiar using nothing but a blank sign. The hall erupted in protest. Maintaining even a lowly 7th rank summon with a sign was already hell. This condition was absurd. But Drenic wasn't done. There was also a subjective evaluation by the examiner. Without meeting all 3 conditions, you were automatically disqualified. A special student required truly special proof. Honestly, while the first 2 were difficult, convincing a picky examiner was probably the hardest part. Dane wasn't impressed with all this bureaucracy. The entire system boiled down to the examiner's whim. As if that wasn't enough, Drenic added that candidates also needed 2 recommendation letters from summoning department authorities. Internally, the professor smirked at the students' despair. He enjoyed crushing overconfident freshmen under the weight of reality. His gaze roamed the room until it locked onto Dne Sagress, the golden freshman who passed the autonomous exam. He'd heard stories about Dane's entrance test from Professor Delfinso, a first-year linking with a 4th-rank Edorak. He found it hard to believe. Drenic wanted to see the boy's abilities firsthand, suspecting nepotism from House Tyron. Regular students should just stick to the basics, after all. Meanwhile, he basically implied that repeaters like Digron were idiots. Dane figured the theory class must be on a different level, since the entrance exam already covered fundamentals and affinity. Professor Temerick then asked if any freshmen here could already summon, or if they were all just failures. Dane could feel the man's stare drilling holes into him. It was obvious he was being targeted. Fine then, if the professor wanted a show, he'd give him one. Dane stood and accepted the challenge. Temerick asked for his name and department, despite already knowing. Dane formally introduced himself as a student from the autonomous department. Temerick gave him a backhanded compliment, dripping with sarcasm, but he was surprised when Dane responded neither boastfully nor meekly, instead crediting the deans who evaluated him. Without wasting time, Dane was summoned to the stage to demonstrate his skills. He wasn't thrilled about the professor's blatant doubt, but he stayed polite. However, he added one condition. If he proved himself, Temerick must write a recommendation letter for the special selection. The professor was momentarily stunned by the bold request. The entire class was just as shocked. To Dane, though, all he needed to do was show the truth of his talent. Easy win. He even declared flat out that failure wasn't on the table. Temerick was fuming. Claire Sagress herself had never been this brazenly confident. Still, he accepted, though warning Dane he wasn't easily impressed. The students erupted in chatter. Some recognized Dane as the golden boy, others as Claire's infamous little brother. Conveniently, the professor had a blank sign ready on hand. Calmly, Dane stepped onto the stage and grasped the sign. This wasn't in his plans, but hey, free chance to gain a lot. He poured his mana into the paper. Whispering to it, he commanded it to answer his call. Suddenly, a colossal wolf materialized as mana surged violently across the room. The beast landed and glared down at the students with feral eyes. Anyone with basic knowledge recognized it as a 5th-rank summon. Summoning one raw with a blank sigil was absurd. No one looked more horrified than Count Tyron, who instantly recognized his own stolen summon, Genpu. Dane turned to the professor, asking for his judgment. Even Temerick had to admit the feat was monstrous, though he assumed Dane couldn't hold it for the required 30 minutes. Putting on a professional facade, Temerick praised Dane but warned the second condition wouldn't be easy. Dane, however, refused to waste half an hour of everyone's time. He had another trick in mind. Without even asking permission, he smirked at the professor's faltering poker face. The students couldn't tear their eyes from the stage. Since the third condition was about showing something unique, Dane left it up to Temerick's judgment with his next move. If the professor deemed it insufficient, then failing him would be justified. Surely, in front of all these freshmen, he wouldn't be that petty, right? Dane called Genpu over and gave the wolf a pat on the head. Then slowly, he wove his mana around the 5th-rank beast. Temerick's eyes widened as he realized what Dane was attempting. Dane recited an ancient chant, letting pure mana sink into Genpu's body. The wolf's gaze sharpened. Its fangs gleamed deadlier than ever. Its entire form swelled with power, lifted by waves of raw magic. Even its claws elongated, brimming with lethal force. Dane knew the technique was working flawlessly. Honestly, he wouldn't have managed this so early in life if not for ancient magic. At last, the class caught on. He was performing summon enhancement, a technique usually reserved for 5th-year students. With a thunderous howl, Genpu unveiled its powered-up form. Dane then asked the professor if this was enough to prove his uniqueness. Temerick couldn't look away from the beast. Witnessing an effortless enhancement link left him convinced all the wild rumors about Dane were true. In fact, he had never seen a student this talented before. After a few stunned seconds, Temerick finally stammered out his approval. He promised to revisit the matter of the recommendation letter. Dane accepted the fair acknowledgement with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Count Tyron sat frozen, utterly shaken by how far the Sagress kid had come. He now realized how foolish and arrogant he'd been back then. Once the uproar calmed, class continued, and Temerick showed that, to his credit, he was an excellent teacher. Still, Dane could feel the man's eyes lingering on him, though he ignored it. Temerick knew the subject inside and out, but the earlier shock left him rattled. Dane enjoyed seeing the old man flustered at the podium. He'd heard about Temerick's infamous strictness. Claire would love hearing how shaken he was today. Internally, The professor even considered asking Professor Del Finso for backup, since he wasn't at his best. Even so, he powered through and wrapped up the introductory lecture by day's end. As Dane exited Bermuda's hall, someone suddenly called out his full name. He turned to see Count Tyron, Genpu's original master. Digron felt oddly bittersweet that Dane still remembered him that way. Dane braced himself, assuming the redhead was here for revenge. But Digron surprised him with a calm demeanor, admitting he'd planned to ignore Dane until graduation. Instead, he wanted to apologize for the past. He bowed deeply, holding the gesture for a long moment, and Dane smiled. Seeing the sincerity, Dane let their grudge go. Digron assured him he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Clearly, he had feared Dane might get him expelled if he held a grudge. But when the golden boy accepted his apology, Digron lit up in relief, even offering his help anytime Dane needed it. After that long lecture, Dane suddenly felt some movement inside his blazer. Looks like Karna's just woke up and is already stirring up a storm. The little fellow must be starving after being out cold for so long. Since Digron knows his way around the summoning department, his presence here is perfect timing for Dane, who happens to need supplies for familiars. Digron grinned and offered to take him to one of his regular shops, Hughes and Bowden, a store founded by two alumni 3 decades ago. He even rambled about the latest trends in familiar food. With no hint of hostility coming off him, Dane relaxed his guard. Meanwhile, Karnas was thrashing about more and more inside his jacket. Digron politely guided Dane through the shop, carefully helping him find whatever he was after. He even suggested preparing everything Dane would need for the summoning course this year. But really, all Dane was after was some simple feed for Karnas, nothing extra. Degrand boasted that he was practically a specialist in that area, having once overseen affinity training in the department, so he knew feeding routines like the back of his hand. When asked what kind of summon he was taking care of, Dane awkwardly muttered that it was a wyvern. He figured that since Karnas resembled one, maybe the little guy would follow a similar diet. Digron was floored. Wyverns are classified as rare rank 3 summons, something no freshman should realistically be able to obtain. Because Karnas was still in infancy, Dane urged Digron to tone down his excitement and keep the secret under wraps for now. He warned him clearly, if word leaks out, Dane will know exactly who betrayed him and who will pay for it. For a baby wyvern, liquid food would be best. Even at that stage, they had monstrous appetites and could start on meat after only a week. To Dane's surprise, Digron actually knew his stuff. It made Dane wonder how the guy managed to repeat a year. After browsing for a while, Digron handed him a package of feed made with 7 concentrated ingredients, along with a liquid formula meant to be mixed with milk. The combination made a good starter diet. Dane felt relieved to have such a knowledgeable helper. Without Digron, he would have been completely lost. With the essentials in hand, he was set, but since they were already here, they figured they might as well browse further, checking the shelves for anything useful. The place had potions, tinctures, and artifacts lined up everywhere. One whole section was dedicated solely to different kinds of wands. Out of all the glittering items, Dane's eyes locked onto a particular scepter. Before he could get closer, the store manager sharply warned them to keep their distance. That weapon wasn't for rookies. With thinly veiled irritation, the manager grumbled about clueless freshmen who always zero in on flashy gear they couldn't handle. To be fair, Hughes and Bowden's store had plastered warnings everywhere, telling newcomers not to mess with high-end stock unless they wanted their mana drained dry. Digron added that top-grade equipment was reserved for 4th years and above. All that scolding only made Dane's curiosity burn hotter. The more they told him not to touch it, the more he wanted to break the rule. Before the manager could chew him out, Dane already had the scepter in his hand. Degrun didn't even try to stop him. He just admired the craftsmanship in silence. As expected, the scepter reacted to his mana, glowing in a bright fluorescent blue. He could feel that the weapon had been starving for mana for quite some time. Since he had more than enough to spare, he poured mana into it generously. The manager froze mid-step, sensing the scepter's absorption finally stabilizing. Sure, there were people with the mana reserves to feed it, but very few had the control to keep it steady. This freshman did it without even breaking a sweat. Even Digron couldn't deny he was witnessing pure skill. Curious now, the manager demanded to know Dane's identity. Nervous about trouble, Degrand blurted Dane's full name, leaving out the Sagress family title but mentioning his connection to Senior Claire. At that, the manager's tone shifted immediately. Everyone knew about the top student in the self-directed major. Had he realized earlier, he wouldn't have been so harsh. Dane didn't know how to react to the manager's sudden 180. All arrogance gone the moment his name was mentioned. When asked if he wanted to buy the scepter, he flatly declined. Both the manager and Digron were taken aback. It's rare to see someone able to wield such a weapon and simply pass on it. Dane's reason was blunt. It was too clunky for his taste, and its mana capacity was unimpressive. No matter how much the manager hyped it up, it just wasn't enough. The scepter could hold more mana than most 5th or 6th years even had, but to Dane, it was like a teacup against his bottomless well. The manager felt deflated when Dane only bought feed. Then he recalled how similar Dane was to his older sister. By the time most kids were excited about picking up wands in their 4th year, Claire had refused. She thought bulky wands ruined her vibe. For some reason, Dane could clearly picture her acting just like that in her student days. Well, if he ever wanted one in the future, he now knew where to shop. Before the manager could push anything else, Dane told him to just ring it up. The manager sighed. Eccentric geniuses would always be a mystery to him. After paying for the supplies, Dane immediately fed Karnas until the little guy was full. His next stop was the general education class starting in 5 minutes. He had just enough time to swing by the dorm, but noises of trouble caught his attention. The commotion came from a nearby secluded alley. He could hear a group of thugs threatening someone with violence. Frankly, Dane was getting sick of dealing with pathetic bullies trying to flex their pitiful strength. He was about to ignore the whole mess until he recognized a familiar voice within the shouts. The victim was none other than his friend, Ernest. But instead of cowering, Four Eyes had learned to stand up for himself. Sadly, that didn't stop the bullies. They had been tailing him, waiting for the moment he was alone. They made sure to corner him in a quiet spot where no one could interfere or report them. Shaking but determined, Ernest lifted his fists, ready to fight back. He'd managed to land hits last time, but his confidence was shaky this time around. Before things could spiral further, Dane decided to step in. The moment the bullies saw him strolling their way, their bravado crumbled, and they froze on the spot. Dane waved casually at Ernest before turning his attention to the punks. Panic set in. They thought they picked the perfect target, only to realize they run into the Academy's strongest. They stood stiff like idiots, not daring to twitch. Dane noted how secluded the alley was. He could do as he pleased here without anyone ratting him out. So he unleashed his mana like a supercharged fighter from Dragon Ball Z, intent on teaching them a hard lesson. Out of thin air, a full set of razor-sharp mana spears materialized. Since the Sagress family was famous for its deadly spear techniques, and with Dane tied to Arabella, the last generation's greatest magic prodigy, the bullies nearly lost control of themselves. Just to even the field a little, Dane gave them the option: walk away quietly or charge at him once. A minute later, their choice was clear, and it wasn't the smart one. The alley was torn to pieces, littered with spear-shaped holes. The ground itself was ripped apart. The bullies lay sprawled in misery, scattered across the ground. They wheezed and sobbed after being utterly thrashed. Ernest, still shaking badly, thanked his friend for backing him up. To prevent this from happening again, Dane suggested they start training together. Ernest had already voiced his desire to grow stronger, to fight with courage and win. Naturally, he felt unworthy of training alongside the Golden Boy. But Dane didn't care. He just wanted his buddy to improve himself. Leaving the beaten thugs behind, the two strolled toward their next lecture hall. Along the way, the topic of clubs came up. Ernest noted that, surprisingly, there weren't any exploration or adventure clubs on record. The closest he found was a research society, but that was already part of his curriculum and not a proper club. In desperation, he even checked out a map analysis club, but it turned out to be just an excuse for the members to slack off. With so many clubs, it was natural for some students to abuse the system and take it easy. As for Dane, He was only curious since seniors were constantly hounding freshmen to join. He'd heard that once you joined, you were stuck there for 2 years. That was a heavy commitment. Choosing wrong would waste 2 years of effort. With nothing worthwhile available, Dne concluded they should form their own club. A club where they could do whatever they pleased. They could train, explore, dive into ruins, or relax. Hang out, eat together, and enjoy freedom. A club without restrictions. It sounded perfect. Ernest was immediately on board. The real challenge would be getting such a club approved by the administration. Dne promised to handle all the paperwork himself. He was tired of recruiters pestering him non-stop. Constantly refusing invitations was exhausting. With his own club, he could finally have peace again. Ernest was the most thrilled about getting the chance to practice and pick up spear or sword techniques from a natural-born prodigy like Dne. For all he knows, he might stumble across a hidden talent he never even realized he had. According to the Academy's handbook, they'd need at least 3 members just to propose the creation of a new club. Luckily, Leila hadn't joined any group yet and was still free. Riding the momentum, the two of them immediately set off to track her down so they could get this club rolling as fast as possible. Once they found her, convincing Leila to come along was surprisingly easy. Now the only thing left was filing the paperwork. Dne was pleased that Leila abandoned her plan of joining the Desert Exploration Club in favor of his new project. She had really been looking forward to the regular dessert tasting sessions too. Dne quickly pointed out that they could just make dessert tastings one of the activities in their own club. After being guilt-tripped into it, Leila finally caved. When they entered the administration office to hand in their application form, they were hit with bad news. At present, there were already over 3,000 clubs registered at the Academy. Too many were inactive or barely functioning, turning it into an unmanageable mess. Because of that, the reporting system had been reworked this year with a stricter approval process. Under the new rules, they'd need the endorsement of a full-time professor just to get their application considered. Dne thought it would be simple paperwork, but it was already becoming troublesome from the very beginning. The 3 of them regrouped outside the office, wondering which professor would actually be willing to sign off a recommendation for mere freshmen. After all, they couldn't just walk up to some random professor and throw the idea at them. Fortunately, Dne already had someone particular in mind who might help. Ernest and Leila both worried Dne might rub a tenured professor the wrong way, but he reassured them he would handle it. Not long after, Dne was already sitting across from Professor Kelthus, the advisor of the autonomous department, sharing a cup of coffee. Face to face with a man notorious for avoiding student matters, Dne struggled to find the right opening for his request. But since he was already here, he figured he might as well rip the bandage off and bring up the club idea directly. To his surprise, the so-called lazy Professor Kelthus was actually very supportive of student clubs. Dne pitched the club's focus on swordsmanship, exploration, and adventure, hoping that as a swordsman himself, Kelthus would be swayed. To play it safe, Dne added some flattering words. He even said he was searching for an outstanding professor to guide them. Cornered by the compliment and eager to live up to it, Professor Kelthus practically locked himself into being their sponsor. Dne pretended to hesitate, but now it was Kelthus himself insisting on providing the recommendation. Seizing the opportunity, Dne pulled out a prepared form and asked for the professor's signature. Professor Kelthus gladly signed with his own quill, feeling proud that his only student was starting a club. Dne politely thanked him, though inside he was amused at how much easier this turned out to be than expected. When he met back up with Ernest and Leila, they were both shocked at how quickly Dne had secured a tenured professor's backing. Dne Sagress had smooth-talked his way to an advisor by pretending to be passionate about swordsmanship, and it worked like a charm. Regardless of the trick, the important thing was that it succeeded. The club could now be born. All they had to do was turn in the signed recommendation. With their plans finally solid, all 3 of them were buzzing with excitement about the fun to come. Before filing the form, however, there was one more crucial detail: a name. The choice of a name would shape how others viewed the club. Leila refused to let something childish or meaningless represent them. They racked their brains trying to come up with something fitting, but it was a lot harder than expected. Suddenly, Dane felt something shifting inside his jacket. The little troublemaker must have woken up. Karna squirmed around like an over-energized baby. Leila spotted the wriggling and snapped out of her concentration. Nervous and curious, she demanded to know what was bulging under his uniform, probably thinking Dane was hiding a weapon. He hadn't intended to reveal this to her just yet, but that plan was no longer possible. Both Leila and Ernest were staring intently at Dane's moving chest, utterly fascinated. Finally, the dragon could no longer be contained. The bulge burst free of his jacket, unveiling the little beast. Don't get it twisted, this isn't that kind of story. It was just Karna's popping out for some air, which meant Dane now had to explain the truth. Naturally, Leila scolded him for keeping a summon tucked inside his uniform. She instantly connected it to the egg Claire had gifted him. Dane awkwardly recounted what had happened and officially introduced Karna's to her. Surprisingly, the baby dragon seemed fond of her right away. But instead of being won over by Karna's cuteness, Leila was even more annoyed when she realized Ernest had known about him before she did. Dane shifted the focus back, pushing them to concentrate on choosing a name and finishing the application. When they returned to the admin office, the clerk nearly choked reading their chosen name: the Magic Summon Exploration Spear Sword Club. Leila and Ernest were mortified, while Dane was proud of his idea. After the official stamp was granted, Leila swore she would never let Dane name anything again. Dane was baffled. He thought it was a solid name. At least they could always change it later to something better. Meanwhile, across the academy, a meeting between a professor and the department head was underway. Department head Del Finso brought up the recent influx of talented applicants, though her true interest lay in one unusually eccentric student. Professor Temerick immediately caught on to who she was referring to. As expected, Del Finso raised the incident from class. She claimed she wouldn't interfere, but her curiosity had clearly won. Professor Temerick recounted what had occurred with the boy, which was possibly even more remarkable than Claire's feats. Del Finso wasn't surprised. It was Dne Sagress after all. She herself had approved his admission. She'd also heard about Temerick agreeing to write him a recommendation for special admission. Since 2 letters were required, she volunteered to provide the other. Dane obviously met all qualifications, and she wasn't about to sit on the sidelines. Though her words were warm and professional, Temerick could see she was scheming to grab all the credit. He cursed himself for not keeping the matter more tightly under wraps. Still, she was his superior, the department head. He had no choice but to tread carefully, afraid to offend her. She insisted on reviewing his recommendation before submission, pretending it was just to align their messages. Swallowing his displeasure, Temerick had no option but to agree. After Del Finso finally left, he sat simmering in anger. He had been manipulated, but he refused to just accept it. She was clearly trying to reel Dane into her faction. With a genius like that, anyone's career could skyrocket, but Temerick wasn't about to let him fall into the wrong hands. Meanwhile, Dane couldn't care less about either of them. He was just heading to his last lecture of the day, History of the Empire's Founding. Glancing at the time, he figured he might even grab a tart before class. But just as he was about to detour, a young woman stepped in his way. She was an academy messenger, delivering a summons. Del Finso had moved quickly, requesting to see Dane right away. He was puzzled. He had expected to be called by Professor Temerick, not the department head. The messenger only knew it was about a recommendation for the special admissions process. Dane's instincts told him something fishy was going on, but such was the way of the Imperial Academy, renowned as the cradle of the finest talents. It was a place brimming with endless academic zeal. Competition was brutal at every level. That cutthroat nature was most visible in the political games among professors. Budgets, equipment, and facilities were all tied to departmental clout. At the top sat the so-called Big Three: swordsmanship, magic, and summoning. They enjoyed the largest budgets annually. This directly impacted how professors were judged and respected, even influencing their academic output. Within the office of the summoning department's head, Delfinso was grinding her mind for ways to escape being stuck in third place forever. They'd been lagging behind, but she was convinced that if she could secure Dne Sagress, they could surge ahead of the magic department. Her main obstacle, however, was Professor Kelthis of the autonomous department. At least she could exploit Dane's connection to his sister Claire. With that leverage, rejecting the summoning department would be much harder. If she could spark his interest in summoning, they'd stand a real chance. And speak of the devil, Dane had arrived, escorted by the messenger. After offering him a seat, Delfinso began with polite chatter and flattery. Dane responded with calm courtesy. She even praised his humility. This woman was piling on the compliments hard. When she asked if he was particularly drawn to any subject, Dane replied lightly that it was difficult to choose at the moment. At his age, wanting to excel in everything made sense. But Delfinso pressed further. After hearing about what happened in Temeric's class, she couldn't just sit back as a department head. With his level of talent, she said, he was practically guaranteed a spot on the special admissions track. She revealed her intent to write him a recommendation. Dane gave his thanks in his usual polite manner. The department head emphasized that she had never before writ such a recommendation for a student outside her own department. And with that, Delfinso finally got to the real heart of the matter. She asked if he might be willing to study summoning more seriously. Even though Dane hardly requires additional lessons, Delfinso extended the offer of a personal one-on-one mentorship. With such a direct approach, Dane could practically sense the desperation woven into her tone. She shifted the conversation toward the subject of clubs, but Dane shut that topic down without hesitation. After all, he had already managed to create his own club. Despite the tougher approval system making the process more complicated, Dane still made it happen. He added that his advisor, Professor Kelthis, was backing his club as well. To Delfinso, Kelthis is nothing more than a slacker who skips every faculty meeting. Yet somehow that useless man had managed to curry favor with the Academy's golden boy before she could. Her irritation grew with each word. Every move she made seemed to fall apart in front of him. Nevertheless, she kept her composure, congratulated him on establishing his club, and extended an open invitation to visit her laboratory whenever he had time. She promised she would gladly show him all manner of intriguing things waiting there. As bait, she proudly revealed that in her possession was an unhatched familiar egg. She declared with pride that this treasure was rumored to be worth more than a grand castle itself. What she didn't know was that Dane already had his hands full, raising a dragon hatchling. After laying all her cards on the table, she urged Dane to bring any questions about the exam directly to her. With that settled, they enjoyed the sweet tarts Dane had brought along. Delfinso was already looking forward to showcasing Dane's remarkable talent to the examiners. The very next day, Claire visited her younger brother to talk about department head Delfinso. Apparently, the woman had pulled significant strings to make the Summoner Association send examiners to the Academy immediately. Judging by her relentless efforts, Dane could tell that Delfinso was pushing every lever possible to win him over. Even Claire was astonished to see the notoriously demanding department head acting so eager to please a mere student. Anyway, with the special exam now just around the corner, Claire shared what she experienced during her own test. When she faced the special admission, she had been required to summon 3 different creatures simultaneously, and then maintain and strengthen the link for a set duration. While Dane had improved significantly at summoning, handling 3 at once still sounded like an overwhelming trial. Even so, no one ever truly knew what challenges the examiners would prepare this time. The contents of the test were never revealed beforehand. Having Delfinso's recommendation was still a powerful way to prove his worth. However, there was also tension between her and the association. She had a long history of refusing their requests, so naturally, they didn't hold her in high regard. Any student she endorsed might find their path made even rougher. Still, it was nearly guaranteed the test would be skewed in some way. Claire herself wasn't especially worried about her brother. What upset her most was that Dane was being dragged into these political power games. and she swore she wouldn't forgive the bastards if he got hurt because of them. Dane reassured his sister that he'd be fine. He wasn't the kind to get tripped up by petty schemes. 2 days later, just as Claire had warned, the date of the special exam arrived, and the association examiners came to the academy. Elgard Podden, the chairman of the Imperial Summoner Association, had personally come to oversee the admission of the rumored genius. He mocked Delfinso, saying she could have made this much easier by simply accepting the position the association once offered her. She replied that her academic research at the academy would always come before outside obligations. In truth, she merely wanted to avoid being dragged into their endless petty disputes. The association's ambitions had already nearly gotten her killed more than once on their reckless assignments. She vowed never to become their dog again. Masking her true feelings, Delfinso escorted the examiners with polite silence. The hostility between her and the chairman was obvious. Elgard had already been briefed on Dane's summoning feats and his blood ties to Claire Sagress, the Academy's rising star. To be honest, Dane's incredible ability had stirred intense speculation within the association. Even though he bore the Sagress name, some doubted the younger brother could really surpass Claire. Still, maybe this boy was approaching the level of Galderon himself. Delfinso modestly downplayed such comparisons, though inwardly she trusted in Dane's potential. Elgard bluntly declared that the evaluation would be harsh, just as it had always been. As the group approached the summoning department halls, students along the way were shaken with nervous excitement. They recognized those robes instantly, Summoner Association examiners. Word of Dane's special exam spread like wildfire. For a first year to draw this much attention was unheard of. Most students already knew the kid excelled at swordsmanship, spear techniques, and magic. Now they were discovering he was also a prodigy in summoning. With the testing ground prepared, the special admission exam was about to begin. Inside the summoning training hall, Dne Sagress formally introduced himself as the youngest son of Count Arkin Sagress, head of the esteemed Sagress family, and lord of the southern territories. With a courteous bow and composed smile, he welcomed the examiners from the association. Chairman Elgard Podden was impressed by Dane's noble demeanor and commanding presence. It was clear why the boy had earned such high praise. The chairman introduced himself in turn and echoed the flattering words he had already heard about the young man. He also warned that the exam would not be a leisurely stroll. Dane could sense that despite the old man's polite facade, he harbored nothing but reluctance about this entire arrangement. Skipping further introductions, Elgard ordered his subordinates to begin preparations. Delfinso was curious to witness what kind of trial the chairman had devised. She had never doubted that Dane would pass brilliantly. The examiners declared the single rule of the test. The final decision would rest entirely with Chairman Elgard. No form of trickery or outside help would be tolerated. If deemed unfair or improper, the results would be void and the summoner's qualifications stripped away. Dane accepted the conditions without hesitation, eager to begin the challenge. Elgard wished him well, eager to finally witness what makes this youngster so admired in the eyes of many. The moment the signal was given, the subordinates moved into their designated spots, creating a formation. Through linked magic, their mana flowed together in unison. Dane scanned the area, immediately recognizing the method being used. And when the arrangement fully materialized, both Dane and Professor Delfinso found themselves astonished. A massive magic circle had been erected to safeguard the entire field. This only meant the danger level was about to skyrocket. As soon as the barrier was in place, Chairman Elgard unveiled a far greater and more extravagant spell of his own. Pouring every bit of mana into it, he sent forth a summoning call. The response came in the form of a towering beast, cloaked in dark fur and exuding crushing magical pressure. As expected of that old man, this codger wasn't playing games. This summon radiated far more hostility and menace than any Dane had ever confronted. The lion-bear hybrid glared straight at him, flexing muscles like slabs of stone. From the sidelines, Professor Delfinso identified the monster as a third-rank summon, the dreaded demonic beast, Antares. Its thunderous roar shattered the air like a clap of the heavens. Were it not for the protective circle, the entire audience would have been crippled by that primal cry. In that instant, Dane understood why Big Sis Claire fretted so much about him being dragged into adult nonsense. Chairman Elgard didn't bother hiding his contempt for the prodigy Delphinso championed. He declared that a true genius should be capable of handling a summon on Antares' level. He demanded Dane unleash any weapon at his disposal and bring the beast down by any means necessary. The rules were blunt. This exam had nothing to do with summoning. The chairman simply wanted to crush a promising youth for the sake of politics. Delphinso bit down in fury, knowing full well this was a scheme to disgrace and humiliate her in front of her peers. After parading his monstrous summon, Elgard reminded the examinee that he still had the option to walk away. In answer, the young man only leveled him with a resolute glare. Without another word, Dane tore open his private dimension. From within the rift, he drew a weapon perfectly suited to this fight. It was the short spear his father had gifted him on his 7th birthday, an ideal time to display its true power. Antares was a hulking brute, sure, but its size meant it had vulnerabilities. If Dane could strike quickly and retreat just as fast, the advantage would be his. True to the bloodline of the Sagress, Elgard had already guessed a spear would come into play. High above, in the observation balcony, Professor Temeric arrived just in time to see his prize student thrown against a third-rank summoner's beast. Knowing she had blundered, Delphinso hoped Temeric would intervene for Dane's sake, but the stage was already set. Elgard would not bend the rules. With a booming command, the old chairman ordered Antares to crush its opponent head-on. Like a sleeper agent awakened, the beast sprang to life at its master's command. Its aura flared violently. Then it charged like a living bullet, each stride devouring dozens of meters. Dane remained steady, eyes fixed on the charging monster, spear gripped tight. Bracing himself for the incoming rush, he set up a precise counter. In the blink of an eye, flashes of lightning-like movement dazzled the spectators. Dane blurred out of sight, weaving gracefully around the beast's colossal frame. When he resurfaced beyond Antares' reach, he had already inflicted serious damage. Of all people, none looked more shocked than Chairman Elgard himself. Delphinso, who had nearly given up hope, found it reigniting within seconds. Professor Temeric clutched his chest, his heart close to bursting. In the crowd, Count Tyron clenched his fists while watching the golden boy at work. Since most present were summoning scholars, almost none could even process the movements Dane had just performed. Knowing the battle was far from over, he quickly adjusted to keep the beast within clear view. With a faint grin, he silently thanked his mother. Her assassin training was finally proving invaluable. Antares had taken a hit, but not nearly enough to topple it, let alone finish the fight. In retaliation, it swung a claw at the youth. Dane slipped away with time to spare, leaving the ground to bear the strike. Growing frustrated, the beast retracted and resumed a flurry of direct, brutish attacks, basic patterns that Dane easily read and avoided. Yet there was a reason this creature bore the title of third rank. Its speed and strength were utterly monstrous. To escalate matters, Antares summoned its magic, igniting flames across its body. With a swift gesture, it hurled a massive fireball like some overblown shonen antagonist. Those cheering for Dane felt their hearts sink as the fiery blast struck dead on. Elgard looked smug, convinced no mere reinforcement could shield a body from Antares' blazing magic. But just as he thought the fight was finished, a metallic whir cut through, dispersing the fire. Dane's mastery of the spear allowed him to neutralize the flames completely. It was a close shave, but ultimately the attack posed no fatal danger. Using the rotational force of his spinning spear, he surged forward to close the gap. It was time to bring this spectacle to its end. Channeling mana, he made it swirl and dance along his weapon. Concentrating it all at the spear's tip, he dashed straight into killing range. Antares responded with more wild, hellfire-laced attacks, but its clumsy strikes lacked precision. Dane, in contrast, moved like a marksman, each strike flawlessly targeted. To end the charade, he unleashed the move his father had once taught him. Compressing mana into the spear's tip, he thrust it forward, detonating it with devastating force. The one-point explosion. Antares took the hit full force in its abdomen, unable to defend. The beast roared in agony as the detonation shredded its insides mercilessly. Dane pressed deeper, driving the weapon further in, desperate to obliterate the foe completely. The compressed blast ripped away nearly half of the monster's stomach. He left the creature torn open like some tragic parody of a once mighty figure. Satisfied with the result, he nearly missed that Antares, despite the grievous wound, still had fight left in it. The audience froze, breath caught, especially those whose futures hinged on Dane's downfall. Slowly, reality dawned. They were watching something unforgettable, pure cinematic brilliance. Dane fought as though he were swatting a stuffed toy, not clashing with a third-rank summon. Antares now looked like a ragged husk, its body torn open with a fatal gash. Yet for the first time in this one-sided beatdown, the beast startled Dane as its flames melted his weapon. Outside the testing grounds, Professor Kelthus sprinted to witness his student's ordeal. No one had even informed him. To make it worse, the summoners had chosen a secluded location for this farce. As soon as he burst through the gate, he was met with the sight of a protective circle encasing the battlefield. From the sheer magical ripples alone, he knew something monstrous had been called forth. Then he saw the lion-bear hybrid roaring savagely on stage. Kelthus froze in horror. Who in their right mind would pit a freshman against a third-rank summon inside a death arena? By the looks of it, the beast was already regenerating from the supposedly fatal spear strike. What should have been the finishing blow, Antares shrugged off with absurd resilience. Dane had slightly underestimated it. A childhood spear alone wasn't going to end this. Though he felt guilty toward his father, he knew he needed to draw his true weapon to conclude this trial. From his subspace, Dane unsheathed the sword, testing its weight and grip. The real second round was finally set to begin. Elgard's smug demeanor cracked, surprised to see the young man wielding a blade. Delfinso, helpless but firm, declared this did not violate any rules. What struck fear now wasn't the weapon itself, but Dane's aura. He no longer even bothered dodging. He stood like a warrior seasoned by countless wars. Among the crowd of witnesses, Professor Kelthus observed the boy's movements with rapt focus. For the first time, he was about to witness the youth's true swordsmanship under life-or-death pressure. Antares opened the exchange with another savage claw swipe. This time, Dane intercepted the beast's full-powered strike with flawless timing. He kept reading and anticipating the follow-up chain of moves, deflecting each blow with a perfectly timed defensive swing. From just those few seconds of display, Kelthus could already tell this kid was the genuine article, a natural sword prodigy, seamlessly shifting between raw strength and blinding speed. Yet Antares was beginning to adapt to Dane's rhythm. Then the beast spotted the perfect moment to strike. It lunged in, claws poised to rip apart even the most unyielding defense. Dane was forced to constantly readjust his grip, parrying and neutralizing the crushing force behind the claws. Things were starting to look grim for the golden boy. Now with both arms engulfed in flames, the beast's attacks grew fiercer. Dane's sword aura struggled to pierce through as easily as before. With no choice, he abandoned counterattacks, focusing solely on blocking and holding his stance together. Truth be told, he could simply obliterate this creature with an ancient magic blast, but too many eyes were on him. His trump card could not be exposed here. That meant he had to rely solely on his swordsmanship. As Dane was driven closer to the edge, Department Head Delfinso finally voiced her concern, warning that if someone of Dane's caliber were harmed, the fallout would land squarely on everyone responsible. Realizing Elgard would never intervene, Delfinso began casting a forced reverse summoning spell herself. But Professor Kelthus interrupted her incantation, urging her to calm down, sit tight and watch. He understood her fear. She was desperate to cover herself should this spiral into a scandal born of negligence. Still, Kelthus could see Dane had already pieced together a path to victory. The boy was simply waiting for the right window. As he expected, Dne Sagress shifted gears the moment an opening appeared, dashing swiftly across the arena. Sword in hand, he pushed his concentration to the very brink, channeling mana into his retinas. A new dimension of vision opened before him. Time itself seemed to crawl, exposing every tiny gap in the beast's defense. With his enhanced eyes scanning every flaw, his body moved in perfect synchronization to exploit them. Each step, leap, and slash was executed with surgical precision. By the end of his inhuman combo, Antares stood frozen, as if turned into stone. Then wounds appeared all over its lower body, deep cuts that ruined its balance. Dane had deliberately targeted one leg, crippling the beast and cutting off its speed. What followed could only be likened to a public execution. The chairman was at a loss. He could never have foreseen a freshman blending swordplay and magic so seamlessly. Professor Kelthus smirked, taunting that the old man should have summoned something stronger. Elgard had placed his faith in a single, third-rank summon, being more than enough to crush the Academy's rising star. But he had overlooked one truth: Dne Sagress was not ordinary. This boy lived to demolish expectations. As a desperate final stand, Antares pulled in every ounce of remaining energy to form one last fireball. Credit where it's due, the lion bear refused to quit. In recognition of its persistence, Dane decided it deserved a serious finish. He summoned forth his mana, preparing the decisive strike. With a smile, he invoked the rank 2 chain spell he had honed to perfection, Spear of Mana. At last, time to bring the curtain down on this flaming brute. Hellfire clashed head-on with a storm of mana-forged spears. Antares thrashed, trying to drag Dane down with him, but his strikes fell short. The spears moved too swiftly, too mercilessly for the beast to endure. A torrent of blades tore through its body, leaving gaping holes in their wake. Fur, flesh, and bone were ripped apart, as the beast experienced the agony of being shredded alive. A storm of blows reduced the once feared summon into little more than a mangled husk. Antares' body was flung away like a paper doll caught in the wind. Meanwhile, Dane stood firm, having spent only a negligible amount of mana to clear the test. With the trial now effectively concluded, Professor Delfinso found her voice again, calling out the chairman for his excessive cruelty. Regardless of Dane's brilliance, forcing a freshman to battle Antares would be deemed outrageous by anyone with common sense. Knowing he was in hot water for his vindictive stunt, Elgard tried to dismiss the matter since Dane had survived unharmed. But not only had Dane survived, he had triumphed spectacularly, shattering what should have been an impossible ordeal. Today would be remembered across the Empire. Never before had a freshman defeated Antares by combining spearwork, swordsmanship, and magic into one seamless performance. That final touch elevated the feat into legend. Discarding his sword, the boy approached the weakened monster. Once within range, he infused his mana into Antares, forging a forced link through advanced summoning technique. With the connection established, the beast could no longer bear hostility toward him. It was a flawless ending, a showcase of both mastery and artistry. When this story inevitably reached the public, it would be branded an unfair exam meant to ensure failure. Elgard insisted he had prepared safety measures. Delfinso rejected his excuses, vowing that no professor of a respected academy would allow such misconduct to go unchallenged. Elgard's scheme was crumbling. If word of his interference spread upward, the consequences would be dire. Setting aside the political mess, Professor Kelthus was simply basking in awe of his student. He always knew Dane was a prodigy, but reaching such heights at this age was unprecedented. Watching him fight felt like watching a veteran knight immersed in battle. With that realization, Kelthus burned with resolve to make the boy his personal disciple. Once the field was cleared, the award ceremony began. Even while staring down punishment, Chairman Elgard still carried out the formality of granting Dne Sagress the official rank of summoner, along with a special insignia. The old man muttered the traditional congratulatory words and handed over the golden mark. Dane accepted the golden badge respectfully, while Kurt Lee gave thanks on his behalf. The golden mark was a rare honor, reserved only for those who cleared the special admission. It symbolized extraordinary achievement. Pouring his mana into the mark, Dane called for recognition from the other side. In response, a portal split open in the sky, acknowledging his mana signature. From it, a figure plummeted like a meteor. Professors and onlookers gaped as they witnessed Dane's official summon. Upright furry white ears twitched with alertness, limbs built for hopping, and a face so adorable it begged to be cuddled. Dane had delivered a generational performance and was rewarded with a bunny, Ultimer the Bunny, a 4th-rank support summon, capable of greatly amplifying its master's physical strength. Unbothered by the confused stares, Dane only cared about its cuteness. He welcomed Ultimer warmly, giving the little creature the affection it deserved. Around the arena, the audience remained frozen in disbelief. Most had expected a fearsome, imposing beast, something more fitting to reflect Dane's talent than this cuddly critter. One thing was certain: today's events would have the Academy buzzing for weeks. Naturally, Dane's presence on campus would now draw endless stares. The son of House Sagress was widely acknowledged as a monster destined to surpass even his genius sisters. For now, he kept close company with Ernest and Leila. Ernest still felt uneasy about the constant whispers surrounding his friend, while Leila had long since grown used to the guy's goat-like notoriety. That day, Ernest brought good news. He was close to fully decoding the treasure map. Soon, the Magic Summon Exploration Spear Sword Club could embark on their first true adventure. Leila was thrilled, and Ernest felt proud to finally be useful. Dane himself had been intrigued by the treasure ever since obtaining the map. After walking with his friends for a while, he split off when Professor Kelthus summoned him. Meeting at the designated spot, Kelthus reflected on Dane's and Terry's battle. He recalled how a summoner from the Drenic Empire once struggled to conjure 2 of those beasts in a war zone. The aftermath claimed 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane couldn't voice it aloud, but he had been present in that very conflict. Apparently, he and Professor Kelthus had shared the same battlefield once before. When commended for his flawless subjugation, Dane brushed it off as mere luck. Kelthus warned him that false humility could become a poison. From his perspective, Dane's decisive sword strike had been the true turning point in that clash. Only someone with keen eyes could have seen that truth. Kelthus was clearly no slacker. Once again, the professor highlighted Dane's daring skill, displaying swordsmanship far beyond his years.